Makes me stronger.
플러스기야 화이팅!
플러스기야 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the second week of LCK 2025. I am Atlas. I am joined by Orcs here today as we are ready to dive into a very important one. This is important for a lot of reasons. Largely, DK versus Gen.G has always been a banger matchup. However, DK have failed to pick up a win as far as matches are concerned since 2021.
Wow.
Yeah, it hasn't been very good for DK, but on the positive side, it's Chronicler's birthday, and this is his favorite matchup. And isn't this a beautiful way to celebrate his birthday?
It was so nice of the LCK to schedule this matchup specifically for Chronicle's birthday, but you know, what else are we gonna do for him?
Yep, get those Feels Birthday Mans in the chat to celebrate Chronicler's birthday. Or if you don't like him, don't participate. That's absolutely fine as well. Gen.G and DK, we're going to be breaking a tie for the top of the standings. And Orcs, you brought it to my attention that perhaps the strength of schedule for DK was a lot more difficult. So them being at the top is just more impressive.
Yeah, you know, obviously Gen.G faced a lot of weaker teams like Honor Life Esports, T1 and Nongshim. Yeah, really bottom of the table. And then on the other side, D+ faced BFX, KT, and Bro. You know,
I know.
Real titans.
Exactly. That's Kesper Cup champions. I think you'll see on that list.
Exactly. But yeah, sarcasm aside, Gen.G have had to really fight their way to
My
here
God.
and look like favorites right now. And also in this matchup, 17-0. And the thing is, a lot of them have been close. A lot of them we've had games going over to D+, a lot of 3-2s, a lot of 2-1s. Finishing the series, though, a different matter.
Yep, that best of 5 Worlds 2022, one of the best of 5s I have ever commentated in my life. That was unbelievable. So many of these have really gone down to the wire, but when it all comes down to it, when it comes down to the brass tacks, Gen.G just better, and have been for years, which is absolutely absurd. The LoL Master versus the Madu Life, which is a little bit of a weird one.
Yeah.
It's Mad Life and Enduro mixed together, and I don't necessarily like it, but it might work in Korean a little bit better than it does in English. Now the players are going to walk out into the LoL Park stage. We'll see how these fist bumps go. We know this is the first step towards setting yourself up for a victory. Will the fist bumps actually work? As she was a little bit eager.
Yeah.
And Showmaker all business this time around. Man, I can feel it. There is tension in the air.
No real advantage gained, I'd say, in the fist bump phase. Seems pretty even across both sides.
I think a little bit that Shiu gave himself up a little bit with the eagerness. I'm a bit worried about that.
I feel like if any team needed the edge in the fist bump phase, it was D+. So I think coaching staff already going to be a little upset about that. But
I think Bengi can actually get on comms now, tell Shiu that maybe he messed up there, but we can make adjustments.
That's the main thing. Obviously, he's a new player, quite a rookie. You don't want it to get into his head that maybe he wasn't flawless in the fist bump. That can really hit a player as his confidence. Yeah,
as long as he adjusts the mental correctly and we move on, it's going to be all okay. Let's get into it, though. This is actually really, really cool because it's Lucid versus Canyon once again. And of course, this is on the LCK stage now, not the LCK Cup. And I think we had a lot of great things to say about DK in the group stage of the LCK Cup. Things didn't necessarily go quite as well at the very end of the playoffs.
Yeah, even in playoffs, it was right up until that day where they just got 3-0'd by Gen.G. Up until then, I was feeling pretty positive about them. And then they just got absolutely beaten down by the team they are now facing today. So very eager to get revenge for that series and the 16 other series that they lost before that. Hoping to be able to say at the end of today, no one beats D+ 18 times in a row.
Exactly. And look, there is one man that I have grown to respect over my time here at the LCK. His name is Daniel Hawks Harrison. He once predicted HLE, and the grounds for prediction were they're due.
Yep.
And you know what? DK are kind of defining that right now.
Feeling pretty due right now.
Feeling pretty due. My God. That's a very happy Chovy, though, and that can be a little bit worrisome. We often talk about Showmaker as the guy that is all vibes all the time. If he's feeling good, if he's feeling happy, then the plays will follow. But I'm starting to see some nervousness on the side of DK. And we've built up series in the past, going so far back as yesterday, when HLE and T1 took to the stage, and we were thinking this is going to be a fierce battle. And then HLE did that thing where they're the orange tank, and they ran them over. And they were little pancakes on the ground. I don't want to see that today. I want to see DK at least bring it to 3 games, make it close before they lose for the 18th time in a row.
Like the T1 Gen.G series, that one we had in week 1 was an absolute banger. Down to the wire, came this a clutch moment from Chovy. That's what we want today. And the thing is, this is D+'s first big test of the season. I think we talked about the schedule before, but again, it was BFX, then KT, then Bro. They really haven't faced one of our top teams yet. We haven't seen them since they got 3-0'd by Gen.G 'd have a chance to play a top team. So hopeful that they can bring out some strong performances and some of those meta-breaking picks we saw that really made them high in our hopes within Fearless.
And we have to remember as well, both of these teams have dropped 1 game. DK dropped 1 game to themselves when they picked Senna Cho'Gath. And Gen.G dropped one game to T1 in one of the most epic best of threes we have ever seen, ever. That also happened very, very recently. The weird part about it is the fact that, you know, Gen.G so easily, so handily took down HLE in their first matchup, and then that's what happened in the T1 matchup for Gen.G as well. Like, it's, where is this power level actually relative in this matchup here for DK versus Gen.G? Because DK just haven't been tested yet, and we shouldn't count them out until they've met a roadblock that they cannot overcome.
I think as well, you know, you can't really judge D+ of how they perform against, you know, lower tier teams because they just sometimes do that. Okay?
Yeah.
They're just capable of getting a little bit goofy, a little bit messy. I'll get into the ban style though. Denying some picks from Chovy immediately. Azir and Victor taking off the cards.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone who's seen either the series or just the clip from the series has any doubts about that Victor ban being a valid one. On the other side, Vi, a great pick for Lucid, denied, and that Kalista taken away. Varus still open and available, Gwen still open and available, Yone and Sejuani, but another ban towards Chovy in the mid lane. If you need a clear indication of what D+ are concerned about, I think you have it right there.
Or they've just decided we want to leave up as many things as possible. I think these are the right bans here, the Gwen and the Vi Kalista, although I'd probably put Varus a little bit higher right now. I think Kalista is sort of the glaring thing. It makes sense based on what we've been seeing here in the LCK, but we've seen Kalista not find the victories after being first picked. It's going to be a first pick Jace though here for Xiu after that Gwen was taken away, and now Gen.G with so many things that they can pick.
Yeah, looking to go towards the Zinzar potentially here. They could maybe end up grabbing the Rumble alongside this. You know, I was thinking maybe like a Yone Sejuani or something they could have gone for, but maybe not wanting to blind the Yone.
Yeah.
But, you know, Rumble, I think Jace can really pressure that matchup a good amount, but I think a lot of players are still happy with taking the Rumble into it. Instead, though, they look towards the Ahri in the mid lane. You know, we talk about priority in terms of mid laners. It goes Ahri, then Azir, then Talia, then a pretty big drop-off. So the fact they banned 3 mid laners and Chovy still got Ahri, he's feeling good about that.
Yeah, he is. Or DK have got a plan for it. And now we've got to see what they've decided that they want to pick up. Because they could just go the HLE route if they'd like to. It could just be Sejuani Yone right here. And they could just call it a day. Instead, Showmaker is considering his Rise. With Talia up, I find this quite interesting. We know that people like playing Ahri into Talia a lot of the time, but the rocks can be very valuable, and we know Showmaker is very, very good at utilizing the map mobility. Rise still has that. Doesn't necessarily have the range, though, as there's the Skana locked in for Lucid, so a definite change up when it comes to the direction I was expecting, with Sejuani being so high priority at the moment.
Yeah, I think ultimately Showmaker not one of these players we really link with Yone as much compared to others in the league. And also the Rise into Ahri. You know, with Talia, you can obviously play around her, Unravel the Earth, but you can't really outplay the root. Once you get hit, you're rooted in place.
True.
They end up going for Keen, they go for the Scion. We've seen the Scion a decent amount into the Jace, not going for the Rumble in this situation. In fact, I believe in the series against Nongshim earlier this week, he also played Scion into Jace. And ultimately, you're looking just to scale into that matchup. If Jace does make mistakes, you can actually potentially burn a Summoner, burn a Flash, or Punish. So, pretty par for the course for Gen.G. Not too many surprises here. But both teams haven't had a look in towards bot lane. Immediately, that Elise Respect ban comes out, denying it from Beryl.
Yeah, the only champion he can chain int on and still win the game.
He can do that on a lot of champions, I think.
I know, but this is the best one.
Oh, okay, I agree with that.
This, I feel like you get more powerful the more you die. And it's not a champion like Scion or old Zyra or Kog'Maw, where they actually had death passives. Okay, Varus is going to be banned away, though. I think Ezreal stock starts to rise as soon as you take away some of the other answers towards that bottom side. It's aiming as well that we're talking about. It's Ruler that we're talking about. I think Onus is probably on DK to ban it just because Ruler is so good, but we'll just have to see. Time ticking down. Maybe it's still just looking at Beryl, and there it is. The Braum going to be taken away. Poppy is up.
Yeah, interesting the Braum's ban, because I thought maybe like Ashe on 4 and then Braum on 5 could be really difficult and just kind of deny the chance of D+ going Kai'Sa, but it might just be an MF angle, honestly, for Gen.G in this situation. You go MF on 4 and then have counter pick for 5. Ultimately, I think Gen.G would want to pick one of these sort of prio 80 carries, because if you don't, you could just free up aiming to pick someone like the Kai'Sa. You could also just go the Ezreal, though.
Yep.
Instead, though, they look towards getting the support first, so keeping that 80 carry option available. And Alistair, not as support with the most pressure in lane. So will we see D+ look to punish this? Will we look to see them take a support pick that can actually bully the Alistair out early on? They can definitely take an 80 carry that can make his life difficult. You could end up just going for something, you know, if you did want to go like the MF, you could just pair it up with like,
oh, just
Rel
Xayah Rakan.
Look, it could just be Xayah Rakan. I think Rakan pretty happy into the Alistair matchup.
Yeah, and they're not presenting a massive amount of range right now as well. I think that the Gen.G composition does want to scrap, so the Lovers duo going to be the lock-in. And Xayah Rakan into something like an Ezreal Alistair for the first few levels, that sounds unplayable to me, as Ruler has decided that perhaps scaling could be the way.
I think that's one thing with the Xayah coming out is, yes, into this composition that Gen.G has a lot of shorter range options, but I feel like Ruler's in a position where it's like, I have a pretty free lane right now. Like, yes, level 1 is a little rough, but after that, you know, Ezreal just kind of outranges. So I think he's pretty happy to take the Ezreal. I think the Rakan pickup was fine. I think the Xayah maybe gave a little bit too much power over to this Ezreal pick specifically, but I think the rest of the comp has tools to deal with it. So I don't think either team's made major flubs in this draft, to be honest. It feels like both teams have kind of gone the direction they wanted. You know, I have my thoughts a little bit about the Xayah into the Ezreal specifically, but overall, I think this one gives both teams a pretty fair chance.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think that when you pick Xayah, there does need to be something on the team that can offer some sort of range, some sort of answer in the neutral, and Jace exists on this side, so I feel less bad about it. But still, like you were saying, the Ezreal will be able to outrange, and this is Ruler as well. Like, this guy plays to the limits and often over them as well, if you guys remember the Ruler spot. So if it is going to be hyper-aggressive play out from Gen.G, it might be difficult for, you know, aiming to play in that mid lane, you know, around the mid game, things like this, and make things actually happen. But we'll have that defense with the Featherstorm if the Scion decides to pay a visit. And I think so much is going to come down to what happens in the early game, who can get the first legs up to really start running away with this.
Yeah, and I think a big thing as well with that rise in the mid lane is how can you impact the map? What can you do with that pick? Can you get Realm Orbs going? So hopefully, seeing Showmaker have a good laning phase, potentially some attention from Lucid there to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, just have to see how it goes. Let's jump onto the Rift for D+ versus Gen.G. All right. We're on the Gen.G side of LoL Park here today, and it was very loud when they yelled and screamed. I imagine same would have been the case over the DK side, as it is a packed house here at LoL Park. Already, players setting up for a far more defensive start than we have seen in the past. No Brahms or Blitzcranks or anything like that for getting some level 1 shenanigans down. A lot more defense being played on both sides, as maybe a late invade opportunity here, as they do walk over vision. Get that ward down immediately. It's pinged some gold going on over.
That was a cheeky one.
Oh, bit of bin vibes. Bin vibes there, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's only one person, but like, if there were 3 people there, that would have been 3 people just like Bin. Really cool.
Do you see Canyon kind of skirting the vision, though, in this situation? So won't be spotted for where he starts off. Could potentially... I think it would still be up by the time he gets to his Raptors no matter what, so they'll probably get that information later on.
Yep.
Bot lane, though, obviously we saw Xayah Rakan even the other day. Not as strong as it used to be, but that level 1's still threatening if you overstep. So I think Duro and Ruler...
Yeah, I think if they
respecting it.
Yeah, if they play respectfully. I think last time we saw this, it was a different situation when it came to the players that are existing on the Rift. And that does play a decent part. Of course, Duro is still, you know, the youngest, least experienced on the Gen.G roster right now. So a possible place for Gen.G, for DK, sorry, to take advantage. As right now, they're looking to set up for the level 2. That is something that they should be able to gather for themselves.
Yeah, no XP missed, importantly, though, from Ruler and Duro there, making sure they're in range. The minions, and that's the most important thing in these situations. As long as you get an XP, it's not that big of a deal. Just give up space, don't lose any sums, don't really lose too much pressure.
She actually just taking a whole lot of damage earlier on in this lane. Not entirely sure what happened there, as he is able to even it out just a little bit.
I assume Keen hit him with some abilities.
Yeah, I assume so too, but I'm just wondering how.
Yeah.
Because like Keen was at full health.
A little bit telegraphed. perhaps. Maybe he was in the brush and just stacked it up.
Well, either way, nicely played. Still, control of the wave going over to the Jace, as to be expected in this lane. This is a lot more of a I can weather the storm type matchup rather than a I'm going to win it from Keen on this Scion.
And I think Keen really, a lot of the time on this Gen.G, as much as he can play carries, has lent into that weather the storm role. There's sit and pick. I don't know if you remember, it was in the meta quite a bit. A lot of dashes, an ult that drags you 5 miles away.
Oh yeah, and you build a lot of tank items and stuff, right?
Yes.
And then you're pretty tanky, and then nothing costs any mana and all that sort of stuff. And there's
yes.
Showmaker said something about this guy.
He did. You know, I feel like it's a missed opportunity for Keen to bring that champion in the game until Showmaker, but actually that's a huge trade.
Yeah,
from Shiwu there.
Even taking a turret shot, but still not going to be too worried about it. Lucid in position to go for something, and Canyon's on the bottom side of the map. Good ward over the wall here from Keen. Will spot out the Scorpion making its way in, but is it actually going to help the situation? That's the question here. As Chovy, not going to be able to save him with a teleport or anything like that as Canyon. Oh, brilliant flash over from Lucid as Keen will be taken down and he tanks up just enough turret shots. And these dives are difficult at this stage of the game. That was played beautifully.
Yeah, beautifully played there. Keen even used a Biscuit going into that to try and make sure he had the most health possible. So he wasn't nearly as low as he was prior in the lane, but still, just great execution from Lucid and Shiwu, the young duo in the top jungle, to get that early kill. A little bit unfortunate, it ends up going on to the Skarner, but Shiwu has a 350 gold lead anyway, just from the farm that was denied.
Yeah, beautifully played. Let's have a look at it one more time.
Yeah, so here we see the Q stacked up from Keen, trying to get it early before Lucid's in range to interrupt it, but he just flashes around it. Keen tries to flash away with that shock blast from Shiwu, allowing the kill to get finished off by the Skarner Rock. So just really well played by both. Everything landing, I think, is the critical takeaway from that.
Yeah, the Rock Blast was very, very impressive. It's a moving Pokemon that doesn't do a lot of damage. However, in this game, it's working out very, very well.
Doesn't do that much damage in this game either, but it did enough.
It did. As Keen here, continuing to struggle. As we can see, this is just fresh off a teleport. Still does manage to get that Roar of the Slayer out there and help soften up the Jace momentarily. But I think this has really set up Shiwu for a great laning phase from this point on, and it was already going pretty well, as we could see. So to the tune of about 600 gold at this point in the game. Gen.G probably not too worried. I think their composition does thrive in around the mid-game, when things like Trinity Forces come in, the first item for the Ari coming down as well. Chovy really indexing into a lot of health at this point in time. 2 red rocks sitting in the inventory. Showmaker going to be doing a similar thing as both of our mid lanes are about to hit that level 6. So Realm Warp going to be up, and the Spirit Rush going to be helping out there as well. But I think that Gen.G going to have to start making moves pretty soon, because I don't know, like when you're asking a scaling question and there's a Xayah and a Ryze, I'm feeling like you're kind of okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have scaling aspects of the composition. I don't think it's clear cut as one team just gets late game and wins. But we know Gen.G confident. Taking it further on now. Grubs have been started, but Chovy has priority here. There's obviously a Realm Warp in return. Lucid will take one and start to walk away. Will we see a recontest for more? Looks like no.
Yep, we are just going to hear the train coming on out. It is going to be the first grub picked up by Gen.G. DK already picking up one of them, so third one going to be going over to Canyon there as well. So slight advantage, but no one grabbing feats of strength as far as that is concerned. And it is only that one kill as far as those feats of strength that have really made any mark at all. We're not going to expect the turret to go down anytime soon, as we can see no plates even touched just yet. Lots of jostling for position right now.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Showmaker actually saw that Chovy went with the 2 red rocks, and so he's decided also to go for 2 red rocks.
You know? Look at Lucid though. Lucid's got the double belt.
Oh yeah.
That's like just the next evolution, right?
Stealing a couple of hearts, I reckon. All right, Chovy and Showmaker. I like this. I imagine Showmaker went back and he was like, how do I make this an honest matchup? I do it by mirroring the items.
I mean, that's one thing I feel like with the Ryze is obviously we've seen this new Ari build where you build quite bulky with the bruiser sort of items, but like that's just Ryze's MO from the beginning.
Yep.
If anything, it's the Ari who copied the Ryze.
I think that is exactly the case. And I think both of them copied Cassidy. Actually, no one copied Rise. He was there at the very, very beginning, the dawn of time of League of Legends.
How many reworks ago was that?
All of them ago, I would say. How many times has he officially been reworked, though? I think it's only been like once as like a full rework, right?
It depends who you ask. 'Cause some people would say, you know, 1 officially, and some people would say maybe like 3?
80, yeah.
83?
Because at the beginning when he like just purely scaled off mana and you just built all of the items that had any mana on them at all, and it was absolutely absurd, and you pressed your R button and all of your abilities had obscene amounts of AoE, and your Rune Prison always just rooted them for about 800 years.
I remember one time...
Speaking of Rune Prisons, exactly.
I remember one time back in the day in an ARAM where a Rise built Rod of Ages, and then another Rod of Ages, and then another Rod of Ages.
I remember that as well.
And that was his whole build. Just kept building Rod of Ages. Peak, honestly. That's what we've lost in the modern era of League of Legends.
That's where I learned what scaling is.
Yeah.
That is like true scaling right there. But no, I learned Rise from Alex Ish from M5 back in the day. And the idea was you pressed Rune Prison and someone would die.
Yep.
And that's where the beautiful quote, you know, the see hero, kill hero.
Oh, but you know what was my favorite moment is when we'd have these points in pro play, especially. I mean, I think the 2 best champions for it was Maokai and Rise when they would root a minion by accident and a gank in lane.
Yeah.
And then in the replay, it would like slow-mo zoom in just to really hammer home the point of how bad it was. For anyone who didn't know, obviously now you have to hit your E first to get the root. Before you didn't. You just pressed W and it rooted. So it was very effective at setting up ganks. Unless you rooted a minion, then it wasn't very effective.
It was not very effective. No. Same thing could be said for pre-workouts, pre-rework Scion, where he used to be an AP champion that would build as many Doran's rings as possible, Moby boots, and walk up to you with a targeted stun that did half of your health bar, and that would be it.
Yeah. Didn't Tarek also have a targeted stun?
He did indeed. It was Dazzle. Dazzle is now like 2 thingies, lines that come out, and it's all exciting. But it used to just be a small thing came out and you were stunned. She was doing a fair bit of damage here to Keen.
Getting a good trade in. I don't think Keen's too bothered by it. Looks like he might just go for a reset now. We did see that Fierce Dragon picked up by Gen.G, was a Chemtech, and then an Ocean next. So you're feeling very good about the Soul in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be high value. Wow, those are some dancing shoes here from Showmaker. Does miss the last Q, but man, none of Trophy's abilities were able to hit him.
Yeah, I mean, it's great moves from Showmaker, but I feel like one of the problems with playing into this Bruiser Ari is that the Catalyst and the Null Magic Mantle just means he didn't do very much damage at all.
Yeah.
But it looked good.
It did. I mean, yeah, Showmaker wasn't doing damage, but he also didn't take all of his health and damage. So there's 2 sides to every coin, I guess.
Maybe a gank setup here. Now, it's important to note, Keen did just TP towards the bot lane. Shiwu still has TP. Obviously, Jace isn't that big TP impact champion, but we now see Keen. He cleared out the wave and he's walking up. So Gen.G committing to these grubs. I think the correct play for D+ might be to play for time. Maybe give some time to Shiwu alone on the bot side, and Keen has a choice. He can either move up towards Grubs and be there to assist, or he can be down to catch the wave. It looks like the decision is he's moving up, and Shiwu's getting ready to TP.
Yep, Showmaker looking for an angle here as Beryl goes in. Canyon is ulted, keeping himself safe here as the train is going to crash into the wall. Showmaker now pushed out of the fight, though, as Lucid will get knocked up, and he's the first target. Gen.G just eviscerate the Skarner. Still, Showmaker in position, doing a fair bit of damage. Trophy going exceptionally low, but I think he's going to be safe for now, aiming the next target here, as he will get knocked up. Beryl being an absolute hero, and Showmaker can now throw down the massive damage from this machine gun Rise, and now is Realm Warping, looking to stop Keen, stop Duro from being able to do anything here, and D+, a gorgeous team fight to start off the game.
Super scrappy one, and you saw Showmaker getting so many rotations of spells, but the damage wasn't quite cutting through quick enough. You know, these bulky members of Gen.G survived for so long. Ultimately, the grubs go the way of Gen.G, but the fight goes the way of D+. You can see Showmaker's angle here is so good. Look at how many rotations and just how many members he spreads his Rune Flux to.
It's absolutely nuts. And Keen, great position to be able to charge up this Q. Lucid not with any idea of what's going on there, but Shiu gets in. And like you were saying, it was all about the aggro management, and Showmaker waits for everyone to be distracted and then always gets just the next round of cooldowns.
Yeah, and especially when they start to move towards the grubs, that's just another target from the bouncer off. Fortunately, Ruler, that arcane shift at the end after the flash does save him, but then chases down Keen here and they're able to take him out. So it did look messy. It did look like initially Gen.G were getting an advantage, but I think Showmaker's positioning was so good. And in the longer fight, just the constant rotations eventually let D+ cut through them. So we have about 1,000 goal lead for D+, but those 5 grubs are in favor of Gen.G, and they did get a second point for the feats of strength. So D+ already have the kills, Gen.G 1 away from the objectives.
Yep. I think Gen.G more happy about denying grubs in a composition like this. With a Scion on the top side, you're not necessarily, you know, pushing waves and dominating lanes, as she's supposed to be doing that, but now he's getting ganked. Ruler with a bunch of damage thrown down onto the Jace.
You know, your point about Scion there, maybe not this Scion. I've definitely seen some Scions do that.
There are some Scions that certainly do that.
Certain European top laner.
We are in Korea at this point in time, though, so the boss is not here. Okay, Lucid looking for a bit of an angle. Room Prison down on a Chovy, but a little bit early to start off the CC chain. Still going to get the ult out.
Yeah.
If he does move away.
That was one of those moments where Lucid was like, I need to get his ult. He doesn't want to commit his own ult because he's like, at some point, surely Chovy has to use it. Also, the rotation up from aiming and barrel did eventually force that. And it's not the longest cooldown, but one thing to note is that, you know, the Ahri build's evolution, it used to be like the Malignance for that ult cooldown. With that Rod of Ages, it is a more significant cooldown to burn when you do take the ult off an Ahri.
Yeah, true.
Bigger window for you to potentially capitalize on. And we look, in 10 seconds, that next dragon is up. And Chovy still has a while to go before his ult is available. So we'll see if D+ look to capitalize on that. Obviously, we talked about before, with it being a Chemtech Ocean first 2. Presumably a high value soul, but if we actually look at where they're playing the map,
yeah, not really paying too much attention to this dragon whatsoever.
Yeah, it's actually Gen.G having more presence set up over there. Chovy's ult still got half the cooldown left, and yet the other one's in control of this bot side now, and actually they might be looking for Showmaker under this tower.
Yep, Showmaker just trying to get that fancy footwork out as in goes Canyon. Showmaker was playing hyper aggressive as Duro comes on over, and the Realm Warp is going to get him to the cow. He's going to try and deliver this kill back, because Lucid just a little bit late to this one. Duro just very happy to run around here, has the Unbreakable Will, and in the mid lane, that is where DK are trying to make that cross-map play. Ruler doing his best to clear out the minions. But I think that's just a Showmaker for nothing, and they'll pick up a dragon.
Yeah, beautiful from Gen.G, and I feel like D+ kind of missing the mark a little bit. Feels like that game plan, oh, looking for TP now from Shiwu.
Yep, and Duro, no ulti available and no health to speak of as well. True Shot Barrage coming on down, but that is Shiwu grabbing the kill immediately. Now everyone just finding the CC. Canyon impaled and taken down. Beautiful quickness there from Beryl to help out as Chovy is in trouble. There are 4 people, and Beryl, he knows exactly who he wants to take out.
Beautiful cleanup there from D+. Just as things started to look like they were going in favor of Gen.G, they're able to capitalize on them going for that dragon, collapse in with the TP from Shiwu, clean up the fight, get the dragon, and Showmaker TP's top, and is able to get some pressure on this top lane tower, pick up some waves for himself. Very smooth response from D+, as once again put them in the lead.
And it really felt like Gen.G had made the map play, right? Like, it felt like there was going to be no contest, no answer, but the fact that the cooldown of the Unbreakable Will comes out meant that Duro was completely useless, didn't have the health bar, wasn't able to go on a reset, and Gen.G feeling like they'd been able to get a free opening towards the Drake turned into DK, understanding exactly where the cooldowns were at and capitalizing effectively. Really nicely played.
I think especially with how early we are in the game, I think in hindsight, obviously it's hard to see this. Oh, Showmaker in trouble again. Yeah,
Wind becomes lightning as he's going to try and offer some damage back. Duro, not a lot of damage himself, nor does he have the ult, but in a second's time he will. Still, Showmaker trying his very best to at least make it difficult for them to take this one down, as finally they do. And Duro can tank about 11,500 turret shots with his Unbreakable Will.
Just bullying Showmaker in the side lane, finding these angles, doing a great job of it. And unfortunately for them, isn't a dragon to go for and potentially get punished on. Although they are looking for the Rift Herald. We'll see if D+ opts to respond. Bear in mind, Showmaker doesn't have teleport this time. Neither does Shiwu. So they may just be able to grab this one uncontested.
Yeah. Keen here towards the bottom side, just trying to defend in case Shiwu's given some free time on the turret. And Shiwu might actually have some friends coming in to help out as well, as this Q just to try and clear out the wave. But there's the CC. The layering's good. And Beryl, happy to tank this turret up. Chovy towards the top side of the map, but it is going to be Lucid defending as Canyon takes that Rift Herald like you were talking about. So Gen.G able to pull this one back. It's within touching distance as far as the gold, but feats of strength going over to Gen.G is a big deal as they were able to pick up the first turret in the mid lane.
I think the lesson I've kind of learned from this game so far is just don't be in a side lane, because it just hasn't been healthy for anyone in a side lane right now. And as you said, gold is slightly favored to D+, but pretty close, but I think it's really telling where the gold is. Huge lead on Ashua with those 3 kills. And no one, like, there's a bit of a lead in favor of Chovy, a bit of a lead in favor of aiming, but it's really that top lane where it's significant now. It's into a Scion. Keen's not that bothered about being behind, but I'm really looking to see what Shu can do on this Jace, because he's had some monstrous performances on this pick before.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's really important that you bring it up, because Shu being ahead is absolutely huge for DK. Keen being behind isn't, but the same can be said for Canyon and Lucid, right? Lucid is still going to be Skarner no matter where the gold is at.
Yeah.
And if these shock blasts actually hurt, that's a whole different way that you have to play the game, right? You have to respect this Jace, which is all of the range for DK if they're setting up for these objectives later on in the game. So very, very good for DK that they do have the money there. Aiming and Beryl also have been pretty unperturbed. 1-0-4 for this Xayah. Could be a big deal as we get later and later, and we know that Aiming definitely likes to be the main character, especially as we get later into the game.
Oh, sure. Also, to mention, it is a Mountain Soul. It's also Ruinous Arakan. So, considering we have a Scion in the game, but also a Skarner, both of our mid laners are going to be pretty bulky. The Mountain Soul value, or just the Mountain Dragons with a Ruinous, could be absurd. It could just get to the point where you just impossible to punch through people like Lucid or Keen, depending on who can capitalize and get those objectives. So I definitely think that Dragon in a minute 40 will be high priority, but the Arakan is in 30 seconds, and it is on the top side of the map, so it's going to be a little difficult to kind of keep control of both areas.
Yeah, with the fact that there's no Baron for another almost 6 minutes, more like 5, I guess, does mean that the top side is largely going to be not looked at. These Dragons, like you say, are going to be very, very important. So I think we'll probably see a lot of concentration towards that bottom side, but an opportunity for trading. If a team is okay with giving up one of these Mountain Drakes, that Ruinous Arakan could be really, really valuable.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with Ruinous Arakan is the plants, the flowers, sorry, the levels is really big immediately. The bonus to the buffs you get later, not as significant until you get the buffs.
Yes.
You know, if you've only got one dragon and it's an Ocean Dragon, it's not going to make that much of a difference, but it's that investment for the later stages of the game. Now, we see Gen.G really setting up around this top side, trying to get control of the area. We do also see some big spikes coming in. Showmaker has completed his Seraphs and also is about to get 10 stacks on that Rod of Ages. We see Chovy's not too far behind in terms of those stacks. But also I think a big thing is Ruler on this Ezreal. The Manamune Triforce spike is a big one. They are looking.
Yeah, Lucid spotted out completely as he started his little drive over the wall. So Gen.G able to get the notification and get out of there. Still DK grouped up and looking for an angle. Aiming, soaks the True Shot Barrage as in goes Showmaker now. Nice little Q there from Kane, just trying to play defense as Chovy on a flank angle alongside Canyon. As DK, they really want this Dragon, you can see. Lucid looking for Chovy, looking for a possibility as Kane's gonna get knocked up. Duro not going in just yet. And a fight that's split isn't one that Gen.G are looking to take right now, as Canyon actually taking a little bit of a detour towards the Gromp. Still no big fight actually committed to on either side.
Oh, that's big poke.
Oh, yeah. And this is what we were talking about. You have to respect the Jace.
Looks like as a result of that, they've managed to secure the Dragon. You know, Ruler started the recall. There was damage on Akeen, but he's just so tanky. It took a lot of effort to get him that low, and even then he has an ending despair, so he would be able to heal up. But the damage on Ruler was what stuck, and she was doing a great job of landing that. The Dragon secured for D+, and without having to trade for the Arakan, both teams were kind of setting up on the bottom side of the map. And now, though, I will say there's a lot more vision for Gen.G on the top side, and D+ do need to kind of open up there. And you can see already Beryl looking to try and get some wards in. Don't want to give over a free Ruinous Arakan.
We have to remember back to the start of First Stand. Gen.G's worst enemy was this buff right here. And so what do they have? What can they do to make sure that this one's going to be safe? Right now, full vision control is working out. as Wind becomes lightning from Canyon.
TP's being committed.
Yeah, they are looking for it. Gen.G, it's almost down to half health, but it's not going down all that quickly. Duro on a flank angle, wanting to be able to get Xiu out of there as he's looking for a flank. In comes the Rift Herald as well, as now Keen just puts his body in front, but look, he's melting! Just cut down right in front of their eyes. He's gonna have to just call a train for himself to get out. And DK are saying thanks for the leash. Their health bars look so much better. And without their frontline tank, they're not gonna be able to do this. It's gonna be a 50-50, but it's Lucid that takes it down. And Canyon with a defensive ultimate is gonna try and get him out of there. But these flowers go to DK, and they actually have a real decent lead now.
Gen.G just disrespectful of the Arakan, so much harder to take than a Dragon, and the reason Keen gets absolutely massacred there is because of the shred, because of the resist shred it has. You know, we saw in the previous Dragon setup how much damage was pumped into Keen, and it kind of felt like he brushed it off. He could not brush that off there, and as soon as he goes down low, we'll see also this blue trinket that we saw on the top left to spot out Juro was fantastic from Shiwu. And then they're just kind of standing on it and look at how quickly he's shredded, especially with the Arakan, the AoE attack hitting him.
Oh man, and that's gonna get worse. Like, there is no armor penetration picked up for aiming just yet, and we know that Xayah is really good at shredding tanks later into the game.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, hopefully next time he's not tanking Arakan for that long, but yeah, the buff is huge. They already got that Mountain Dragon previously. They get the buff now, so it's gonna amplify that Dragon, any future ones they get. They are gonna start feeling really bulky as a result as we get into this game now. They are looking towards Canyon on the bot side.
Beryl just holding onto his Q, or his W, sorry, just to make sure that Canyon wasn't going to be able to immune it. And even though the Impale doesn't find a target, that's because the target was a corpse.
The value Xiu is getting on this Jace has been massive. I feel like, you know, ever since we saw the tank Jace go away, we've seen a lot of these more damage-oriented Jace, sometimes a bit more bruiser. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, perhaps 3 versus 2 right here as he does flash away. Shock Blast as well, doing a lot of damage as Lucid delivers Keen into the backline. I don't know about it, but he's still just getting destroyed. Otacon or no Otacon, I guess this guy's just made a paper as Chovy and Showmaker went for a scuffle. That is not the important part. The important part is DK taking control of the whole map.
Yeah, it feels like Keen starting to get shredded. You know, you have the fact that aiming is 100 CS ahead of him in comparison. Already has that last Whisper. Just able to cut through him a little bit too quickly. LDR actually finishing now. So, you know, that deficit, we talked about Keen and not being as big of a deal, him being behind, starting to feel like a bit of a deal.
It really is.
And as I was saying, we've seen a lot of these... Oh, Rula, you're just dead.
I have a feeling he is not going to survive. There is a teleport coming over, so it may not just be him. He cleanses the wallbang, but that's not going to save him. His Trophy's like, no, I'm getting out of here. And that's a really good idea. Yeah, he doesn't have an opportunity to get out anymore. That was a good flash. The charm had to be maneuvered as well, but look at this. Lucid's going to move up, and Keen has to invest the ulti, and Canyon is just dead. Not sure how that happened. He was probably rotating down to try and pay for the sins of the Gen.G carries.
Oh, and a great McHale's from Beryl that actually saves Lucid. Looked like he might have died down to the turret when the charm came through. Fantastic work.
009 for Beryl. This is the least dying I've seen out of this man for a really long time.
He's locked in. That's all I can say on this one. But yeah, Xiu, we've seen a lot of these more damage-oriented Jaces since Tank Jace is kind of gone. Not that many have had so much impact, though, in the games. Like, the damage number might be high, but are they really actually getting damage on the right targets? And I feel like Xiu has been this game 100%. Now moving over to the Baron, no contest coming in.
Yeah, there is some vision around the area, but I don't know whether any of it has actually seen DK, and this is going down so fast. My God!
Yeah, there's so much DPS. They have that Baron in pocket. Runa's buffed Baron, so a bit more extra stat. It doesn't make too much of a difference, but extra icing on the cake in this game. Firmly in control of D+. Remember, we were asking the question, you know, D+ haven't been challenged yet in the LCK regular season. They've only played...
Maybe they're still not challenged.
Maybe not, because this is looking pretty breezy for them right now.
It really is. Impressive start to the series. We do know that often they can start with a bang and then maybe not quite find too much more after that. This is a best of 3. And it does mean that they're going to have to keep up this level of locked-innedness, which I'm pretty sure is the official term.
I believe so. I believe
what that is. As Canyon has at least pulled this dragon out of the pit. I don't know whether Gen.G have much of a right of hanging around here.
I think they just have to look for it, because if they let this dragon go, I feel like the game's just going to get worse. A fight win here might get Gen.G back in this game, but it's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
See what they can do.
Down to 50% is the Dragon. Lucid in a good position to go for this one as Canyon gets over. He can threaten the smite now as Showmaker moves out of the way of the Charm. True Shot Barrage not doing anything as Beryl goes in, doesn't really find the angle that he wants, but the rise damage is still massive in Gen.G. They lose out on the Dragon and Beryl just gets himself out of there. These Shock Blasts, my God, to the skies. Boot back by Keen, which is pretty good, but not good enough as Canyon comes on over. Down goes Keen. The front line melts in the blink of an eye, and the Realm Warp to follow up. Chovy, I don't think he's getting out of this one. The feathers get pulled back, and he is now in the grave. Ruler going to follow. The Impale doesn't hit him, but he doesn't have any dashes left, and there is the clean ace for DK, the secure of the Dragon. They'll take down these turrets. Where has this team been? Why weren't they in the LCK Cup playoffs?
I don't know, but they're ramping up now, and they've managed to just dismantle Gen.G in this game one. Gen.G felt forced to fight the Dragon, not able to get a single kill, and D+ making a statement with this game one.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous play. So much of it from this star rookie on the top side of the map. Legendary as they take down the Nexus. I can hear it. The Shiu cries are echoing throughout LoL Park. And there he is, deserving of the camera time after that game.
You know, and Shiu has had some phenomenal games, but he put on a clinic here. Team gave him some resources, he paid up massively, and this is against Keen, you know?
Yeah.
The conversation I feel like recently in top lane in the LCK has been a lot about, you know, we have Keen who's just phenomenal in these tank picks, still good on carries, and we have Zeus who's phenomenal on the carries. And Shiu's really starting to challenge that right now. You know, this is still so early in his career, and having pop-up performances like this is very exciting for any fans of him and of D+.
Yep, and I just love that DK, they know about this as well. Yeah, 34.3k, not too bad there from Shiu as these damage numbers on the Gen.G side looking pretty pitiful. Wow,
Remember,
exceptional play.
First pick Jace, you know, complete confidence in him on this pick, and it definitely paid off. You know, often we have rookies who they fit in a team and the team can play well with them, but they're not the centerpiece.
Yeah.
He was a centerpiece this game, and absolutely delivered.
Yep, and the tagline for DK this season is "We make legends," and they have made quite a few of them over the years. Shiu looking like another to join the ranks of, you know, Showmaker, Canyon, Nogari, all of these players that have been so good. Thanatos going overseas, things like this, Lucid coming on up. Man, so impressive from this squad to take game one, but it is only game one. Gen.G with a chance to bounce back after this. It's going to be a short break, then it's going to be the space, and we'll have game number 2.
뒤로 좀 빼자. 아, 왼쪽에 짜오, 왼쪽에 짜오. 아, 왼쪽에 짜오.
아리 여기 있다. 나 리터 깔아줄게. 아리 딸 좋아.
야, 짜오 왔고. 아리 매우 빨리 삼주격. 나 아리 매우 빨리. 야, 짜오 번영 빼.
야, 알리부터 얘들아.
빨리 가.
야, 들어가도 돼.
들어갈게.
누가 들어가 그냥.
알리부터 볼게.
그냥 일로 들어가도 돼, 일로.
가야지. 들어가 줄게.
아, 들어가게.
나 쭉 갈게. 짜오부터. 야, 짜오.
알리. 싸워.
나 여기 봐줄 수 있냐?
가도 돼.
나
게임 끝날 만두.
나 이제 돼.
가도 돼.
로플.
났어.
끝났다.
끝났다.
Hello and welcome to the space where we're going to break down this game number 1 between DK and Gen.G, which there wasn't a lot of back and forth action. It was mostly just DK playing suspiciously clean. I don't know how we feel about that here on our space. I'm Valdez with Chronicler and Wolf today. How do you guys feel about that?
I don't trust it. I love the little graphic.
By the way, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Birthday, man.
Which makes me trust it even less. It's my birthday, right? We all know, love DK. It's Gen.G versus DK, a match that notoriously always ends in heartbreak for DK for the last 4 years. They have an incredibly clean game number 1. There's no way.
What could it mean?
There's no way. What could it be?
I mean,
it's bad news. That's what it is. This is the worst win I could imagine. This is not what we wanted. It was way too clean. There was no mess. The team fighting was great. The objectives were great.
I made it very clear on my last Pog State episode that I'm not going to trust this team. I'm not going to trust them. I did not trust them, as you guys know, watching this game with me, even though I thought this draft was quite brilliant. The priority early on this Rise, I wasn't 100% sold on, but with the Xayah and how this game played out with the Prio on the top side of the map with this Jace and how much they gave resources to Shu, who popped off later on, the draft was really, really strong here for D+, and I felt like if Gen.G ever fell behind, it was going to be really difficult to play the game out, and that's basically what we saw.
What I love about this is, one thing, they put a ton of faith in Shu, right? Giving him one of the strongest picks on the patch, and then he also completely over-delivers on it. And then secondly, the moment you see, particularly the Xin Zhao and the Sion, you know that Gen.G is already going to be kind of forced into playing a front-to-back, because at that point it's too late to pivot towards real dive, which means that the Xayah Rakan, which in many situations can actually really struggle, we're not the biggest Xayah fans in average, ends up working really well. And the front-to-back that they played with very good individual target selection from DK, no notes, which inevitably, I'm sure, is setting up for this. Look at how this is played.
Yeah, look at Shiu's angle here. He also trinkets and is able to identify because Duro is missing. He's got to be somewhere, right? So he sees him there, backs away, plays this so slow. And that was kind of the big theme for D+ in these team fights throughout this first game, is they had a nice lead. They can front to back incredibly well. Even though their comp is low range, they could just focus down the tanks, and all the while Shiu is layering damage in from the side at a position where he can't really be punished because D+, or rather Gen.G, are forced to kind of try to hold this Otacon, and then eventually the smite comes over, and Canyon's out of position. Nobody dies here, but Shiu is still making sure there is no opportunity to turn. Everyone's health bars are way too low, and that was one of the cleanest fights we've seen from D+ all season.
And it starts as well, like Showmaker's pushing in mid, you know, Shiu walks up to poke, but not to, it's all textbook. It's so clean.
It's very sus.
Yeah,
it's too clean.
There's too much build-up, and I love that DK have gotten to the point where, you know, KT has been for what, like 10 years now, where you're just like, the more you build them up, the harder you're afraid that they're gonna fall. Jokes aside, though, I think that Gen.G was not really able to play to many of their strengths because DK really upped the pace of the game, and that's something we saw T1 when they played well do well as well, right? T1 is a team that loves to be on the aggressive, which is why the T1 Gen.G series was so one-sided. And then this time around, it's DK that really put a lot of pressure on early on and never let go.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to break down here in this fight. It's Gen.G trying to catch some of these stragglers here, trying to get some exit kills, and are unfortunately unable to do so, and the game basically just falls on its head from here. But I do feel like what this draft for Gen.G was trying to do was get a little bit of comfort, get a front to back, but the Ahri just didn't fit in because they tried to counter the Jace with the Sion and look for that scaling comp and never really came up with a draft that was going to work out unless they had some element of control. If they lose this much control of the map, fights look like this, right, where you're desperately trying to chase after people and lock them down with this Ahri that doesn't do damage.
If DK didn't ban Victor and Azir, that would have looked like a very different game, right? And that, again, goes back to the draft that we saw earlier on. Those actually ended up working out really nicely, because as Wolf is saying, I think Xin Zhao slots into any comp, but Ahri, you do really need someone to go in, be it a Vi, be it a Kai'Sa. That wasn't really an angle there for that here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I feel like if maybe Gen.G got a little bit more ahead early on, which they got behind early on, and your Ezreal is hitting your 2-item spike very quickly, then maybe you've got enough damage through that. But eventually, once they fell behind, their Ezreal wasn't hitting the spikes. They had to fight early before that, and the Xayah and the Rise were just able to just kite it out forever. So it was just really rough for them to ever fight a front-to-back.
My last thoughts are, I think that the draft is going to look very different this time around. I don't think D+ can ban those AP mid laners away from Chovy on red side.
I also think we're looking at a free gamer. Let's go.
Should be. As many games as possible for Chronicler's birthday. That's the idea here. We're done here on the space. Let's throw it back to Atlas and Ox for the cast.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and happy birthday once again to our Chronicler. And honestly, couldn't have gone any better, but also I can sense the just pure anxiety after such a good game. You know, sometimes you get a gift and it's exactly what you wanted, and you just know that it's about to break.
Yeah, or maybe it's like it was a really expensive gift. You're like, I feel bad for accepting this. Like, this game was too clean.
Yep.
You know there's going to be, like, D+ cannot maintain this level of cleanness across 2 games. Next game, I mean, I think it was very valid points raised by the
sign said, thanks for giving us Canna. As I saw like the hashtag DK win, hashtag KC win, I'm like, KC, what are we doing here?
A little bit late.
So thanks to G-Sun. Yeah, thanks to G-Sun for the translation of that one. But yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Canna's great, but doing very well in Europe, and hopefully he does continue to do so.
As I was saying, though, I think the side switch-up is going to make a big difference. You know, I think D+ able to triple ban Chovy isn't realistic on red side, so I expect Game 2, Gen.G going to feel a lot more confident as a result. Chovy's undoubtedly going to be able to play something which D+ didn't want him to play.
Hang on. Speaking of not wanting to play things, I really need to have a look at what Xiu's been playing in solo queue.
Hopefully not Diana top.
Well, oh, come on. That's exactly what I was checking. Because I need to make, because maybe the idea is you still ban out Chovy on red side, they pick Gwen, and you're like, aha, I have it.
Well, if he needs footage on how not to play the matchup, we have that, you know?
Yeah.
If anyone was watching the other day when Kingen picked Diana top, it was one of the...
games of all time.
It certainly was one of the games of all time. As a counter, I honestly, actually, I rate it pretty high as a counter. I think Gwen does counter Diana from what I saw.
It was a great counter pick. However, not the one that we were expecting. Okay, Varus going to be banned this time around in the first round, and DK, maybe they're just going to do it. I mean, I said it in jest, but...
So I think it's worth talking about what would be left open if they went the same route, which they banned Azir, Victor, Sylas. Gen.G banned Vi, Kalista, and Gwen. Varus has been banned. Caitlyn's been banned. So they're taking a page out of the just ban one role massively. So
no, let's play Kalista. That's what they're doing.
That does look like the thing they're leaning towards. You can see Lucid laughing. I think they've kind of cottoned on to that. And that's the choice. It's like, do you hammer home the bans onto Chovy and leave Kalista open, or do you go in a bit of a different direction? One thing is, if you leave Vi open, you can't really pick Kalista into Vi. So Gen.G could just first take Vi. They ban Vi, so that means Kalista is even more free right now.
Yeah.
And I think D+ might have to ban it, and that means Victor and Sylas are potentially available. They actually ban the Kalista themselves, so very much cutting down any lane pressure available to Gen.G. Gwen is the thing that stands out to me as being left open and available.
Yeah.
Will D+ ban it?
I mean, they can. I just don't understand what the goal is, right? Because you see the Varus, maybe it's like Ashe priority, MF priority, but if you leave both of them up...
I also think, to me, Aiming's not much of a Caitlyn player, if
no.
I'm being honest. Gwen comes in. I think D+ are like, fine, we'll just pick... I was going to say Rumble, but they are looking towards Yambessa right now.
Yeah, Xiu's got a pretty absurd Yambessa win rate. We've seen a whole lot of his Yambessa play, as they are considering locking away the MF for themselves. Seeing the fact that Gen.G have just banned away all of these 80 carries, it does make a lot of sense that they could head towards that.
I think Sejuani Denial makes a lot of sense. This pick's been doing really well in the LCK and pairs so good with the Gwen. And then, yeah, I don't think we're going to see that. No. I think Sejuani's definitely going jungle. I think you could prioritize 80 carry if you want to go for that MF. You could just lock that in now. They will do so. You still have time to counteract with Xiu's picks. Probably going to be doing that on the third pick, so I imagine Gen.G likely just going to pick a mid laner. Could be good to pick up here, because obviously Chovy's already taken some bans. If you don't want to take more, might want to pick up a pick for him now.
Yeah, Lilia, a consideration, doesn't feel great alongside a Gwen.
So much AP. And I feel like that means you're probably going to have to take an AD mid, so maybe like the...
Yone?
Yone, potentially, or Corki.
Okay.
We haven't seen as much Corki mid, but if there's anyone who's really keen on Corki mid, even when we felt other players were underperforming, it is Chovy. But I think for sure she will want to secure his top lane pick and not let them ban away. You know, because I think it would be Ambessa Rumble ban if it went through. He will pick up the Ambessa. I remember that fantastic play he had in the LCK Cup. Everyone remembers where he just completely clutched a fight. And now bans for the next stage. I mean, technically the Corki could be a flex, you know? Yeah, it could go bot. We've seen it bot more often. I just think you need an AD mid in this composition from Gen.G. And, you know, there is the maybe you ban AD mids from the side of D+, and then you're forced to put the Corki mid. Maybe that's a strategy. Instead, they're going to look towards supports, going to take away the Nautilus from Duro.
Yeah, so not going to be taken off the board. I'm thinking about a Sylas angle for DK. And what happens if you steal Lilting Lullaby? Do you just do nothing? Because how do you ever get someone to be sleepy? Is it just useless?
I'm not sure exactly how. I think I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe if you just hit someone.
I love asking analysts Sylas questions, by the way. Yeah. No one knows.
I'm pretty sure if you just hit them, then you can sleep them after. But I'm
that
not
how it
100%
works?
certain. I think so, but I'm not 100% certain.
Well, that would be nice. We are going to see the Braum banned away from Duro. The Talia was already taken off the board. Gen.G with one final ban. They could just get rid of the Sylas, so we don't need to break our brains over it. If there are any Sylas mains in the chat, they could let me know exactly what does happen there. As Yone is going to be taken away.
Which makes me really think this Corki might be going mid. Now I'm scratching my brain. What else? I mean, Tristana in theory is the only other 80 mid I can think that we've really seen so far. I just think it'd be so crazy to go triple AP topside. I could not agree with that, especially into like an Ambessa Sejuani. Poppy comes through as a support pick for Beryl. Pretty solid there, and it does look like it's going to be that Corki mid. Looking at a Jhin right now, so they will have the AD damage profile they need.
This makes me feel like Gen.G went like backstage into the coach's booth and they were like, we got outranged.
Yeah.
How do we not get outranged anymore? Well, picking a Corki and a Jhin will certainly help you out on that front. Considering a Leona, which isn't the greatest into a Poppy, but we'll be able to give them some of that engaged setup.
Yeah, really good into MF. I think that's kind of why the Poppy came out for D+, because Leona is often what you want into MF, because you can ult from a distance to interrupt her ult. Really effective, but you're kind of counter-picking yourself in the support matchup as a result. And now the mid pick for Showmaker. Always exciting when they leave that one to last.
Yeah.
I guess in this situation, they did kind of want to see where the Corki was going. But you can see him with a bit of a grin on his face.
I am worried for both Gen.G and DK at the same time, as Gragas mid would be a choice of all time. Certainly something you could do. As the Cho'Gath, we haven't seen the hyper-speed Cho'Gath mid here in the LCK. We did see it picked by Beryl earlier on.
Yeah.
This time it's going to be Showmaker playing it, and every DK fan that watched that game is very happy that Beryl isn't playing it again.
Absolutely.
That center lane was awful.
I will say, into the Jhin, it doesn't really feel good about playing on Cho'Gath. That is, you know, peak Jhin is useless into you. I mean, I guess your W is impossible to miss. But I will say the Lilia Gwen being available for Gen.G does help a good amount when you're playing into a Cho'Gath. The silence is pretty high value for them, but just the percentage shred goes a long way. Very bulky composition from D+.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, I came out of game one, I'm like, both compositions make sense. You know, you can see the strengths, weaknesses, everything feels like pretty firmly established in the meta. This one feels a bit more wacky. I feel like the fact that we have the Corki mid and the double AP jungle top, not what we would typically see from Gen.G. And then with D+, it's just the Cho'Gath coming out. But, you know, Cho'Gath does well into AD carries, especially with a speed build, because you just run at them and eat them.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And there are 280 carries that he can look for as well. So I think, like you were saying, a lot of this is going to hinge on the top side of the map and how successful both Keen and Canyon can be on these double AP champions. So in tandem, doesn't necessarily feel as good, but their job is going to be making sure this Cho'Gath cannot get out of control. I think Gen.G looking a little bit better coming out of the gate this time around compared to last time, but I think DK, if they can make this work, it is going to look good. Oh my goodness.
Peak.
Normally I'm like, it needs to be gentlemen, but this one might win me over. Let's go into the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. Minions
It's so goofy. It's so good.
It is actually phenomenal. Oh my god.
Honestly, this zoomed-in view of just
I just
Showmaker,
want that.
That the whole game. They should
Yep.
do like a second stream where it's just super zoomed in and you just see that whole game. I'd watch it.
This is one of the first times I've seen Beryl swap a skin. Normally, he just has a skin that he uses for a champion every single time, right? And he's elected into it, and he's going to play it every time. There have been other players that have mixed it up, right? Like Deft, he picks a different skin for his champion every single time. Beryl's normally very, very much committed to one skin, but he's swapped over.
What was his old skin?
His old skin was like the Ragdoll Poppy.
Oh, and now he has, I'm not sure the name of it, but this is like the edgy Poppy?
Yeah, it's like the edgy Poppy. I think it's like the, I don't know, it's sort of like Goth Annie, but it's not called Goth Poppy.
Yeah, he's got like the mum, you don't understand me vibe.
Yeah. Which just feels a bit like Beryl in general. Look, both of these skins are phenomenal. We've got an actual corgi that's a plane, and then a dinosaur that's got these metal arms popping up out of the sky. It's just the dumbest, most amazing thing ever.
I think we can all agree, right? There's some fantastic skins that have been crafted really well. The characters look super cool. But goofy skins are peak.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, like, this April Fool's has been some of the best the skin team has ever done. Oh, the Garen is just exceptional.
Oh my, like, it's just peak. And you know what's the thing? They're like, yeah, we're just going to have this in the game for a while, and then we're removing it from the game.
Yep.
And
everyone can use it, and it's fine.
Yeah, and it's just that, no, this is just Garen now. This is how he is. That's just
so good.
Just so perfect.
Well, this is also going pretty well for Gen.G. Towards the bottom side of the map, getting that free shove in.
Yeah, good amount of pressure. Beryl won the Q level 1 there, so...
So Samsung Galaxy's Ace won a game against Najin's Tank.
You know what? I feel like
3,655 days ago.
You know what? I'm going to do some quick maths. I think that's about 10 years and 5 days ago.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, with leap years, I think it's like 10 years and 3 days.
Yeah, something like that. The Corki is continuing on its loss streak.
I find it funny we've got a loss for both Guma and Smash. Neither of them could make it work. Yeah, it's been a struggle for Corki ultimately. I think a lot of the time he's picked bot lane into like high pressure laning AD carries like MF to try and like mitigate that because his laning's fine, but he still kind of gets bullied out by them, and he doesn't scale as well as some of the other AD carries. It's not like you get him out of lane, it's like, damn, we have a Corki. It's like, well, you know, he's good. He's not amazing. But Chovy seems to be having a pretty good time in the lane so far. Obviously, playing into a melee champion is quite chill. And Cho'Gath just kind of sustains up with the passive. For those who don't know, don't see that much of Cho'Gath.
This cannon.
Oh, rest in peace.
Yeah, it's going to be denied. Nicely played there by Keen. Of course, that was on both of the minds of our top laners.
Yeah, Cho'Gath passive very simple. When you kill something, you get health and mana.
All right. Beryl's just going in. Ruler lit on fire as Lucid making his way down. The flash not going to follow as they've just decided that Duro is going to be their target. 2 flashes in the bottom lane as the Rupture's going to connect. Showmaker closing the distance onto this Corki.
Really nice gang from Lucid in the bot lane, and his impact in the series so far has been massive. Double flash burn from Gen.G. You know, against a Poppy, I'm not sure there's that many windows to capitalize, but it does mean they have to play a lot more defensive.
Yeah,
immediately they swapped Keen down there and put Ruler and Duro away. And I think the person who's happiest with this is Shiwu, because he was on a little bit of a rough time in those early levels, and he gets a bit of a alone time to farm before he resets.
Yeah, actually gets a full comfy crash of that wave into the turret, teleports immediately down towards that bottom side, and you can see it's completely evened out any sort of CS discrepancy that Keen was able to put on. So nicely played there. Gen.G, you can see, winning as far as money is concerned on the top side of the map, but honestly, everything is very, very close. Valkyrie used for the damage there from Chovy.
Yeah, you know, they buffed Valkyrie's damage.
I feel like 4 times in a row or
it's
something.
It's really high, but it's kind of like Valkyrie for damage is questionable, you know? But it's cool seeing these little windows where
oh no,
you know,
I've seen this movie before.
He's got it.
Yeah, he's going to get it this time. Gets a whole bunch of shielding as well.
Actually trades pretty well on top of that. So Shiwu improving, you know?
Nailing it.
Finding a window there. But yeah, we've seen the Symbiotic Souls come out for Showmaker. So we'll have that super recall, but also we'll be stacking those up. And eventually we'll have that movement speed boost. And that's kind of what the modern Cho'Gath build has been around.
Yep.
Go fast.
Yep.
And eat someone.
And this one's the Hail of Blades one as well, so it does a fair bit of extra damage if you do get those Vorpal spikes in range.
You just run at them, and the thing is, it's not about hitting your Q or W, just run at them, auto them, and eat them. And it's that simple.
So right click, that's the mechanic that you need to be aware of. As all right, aiming is going to be able to slow down Ruler. Remember, this is from the work they did earlier, taking those 2 flashes, and they'll now take first blood. Canyon turns up, but he's a little bit late.
I mean, just so simple how aggressive they can play, knowing Ruler's flash is down. Both flashes committed from Lucid and Beryl, but they know it's going to make the play work. And now looking to see if they can contest Grubs. You did get a recall come out from Showmaker, but not off the map for too long. That's the power of these souls. You know, halves the recall time to 4 seconds. And he's already heading back over. Not quite level 6. He just hit level 6. Ideally, you want to get a gobble off a champion or off a Grub to get that stack if you can here.
Well,
he is moving over.
Yeah, Duro, Hex flashing, looking for a bit of an angle as Showmaker really wants to be able to get in here. It's going to be Canyon taking away one of these Grubs. As already, of course, Lucid did manage to secure one, used his smite on it, and so he's just going to vacate. And Canyon will once again pick up 2 out of the 3. No one with too much more as Showmaker looks for the angle. Chovy with a lot of damage out from this Valkyrie, just leapfrogging over, or leap dinosauring, I guess.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's playing the matchup in... It's such an aggressive way, but that's the thing. Showmaker already used those empowered autos, just Valks over, gets in range, and this is a replay of that play earlier. The slow set up by aiming, Dash comes in, and even though he has the cleanse, the stun comes out, the damage is there, and he's just down.
Yeah. And Beryl sets it up nicely. Did have to invest the flash, so that is at least something. But now, like, Showmaker can just start yelling at the wave, putting a circle on it that makes it go sky, and then that's it. You just don't really need to worry as much about this Corki pushing you in over and over again.
It's very uninteractive after a point when you can just kind of spam clear. The wave has put those points in queue. The Rupture does a fair bit of damage now. And that's the thing, you know, with the Corki, you don't really have that much burst damage. It's not like your all-in pressure is like as insane as something like, I don't know, an Akali. You're kind of whittling down your opponent, and it's very hard to do that in a situation where Showmaker just outclears you, heals off the wave, and walks away. So it's just going to become a farm-off in mid.
Oh, Beryl, look for that angle, gets the wall bang here onto Keen. Not immune quite enough there as he flashes out of the way of the bullet time. This is looking dicey, though, for DK. Is Keen even in a 1v2? Looking deadly. All right, Showmaker throwing down a weird Rupture, but Chovy going to pick up a Glacial Prison, and Lucid, he's at full health. That Rupture not going to land. The Feral Scream also going kind of wide. That was a weird type situation there, and Chovy will survive.
Yeah, unfortunately, no ult available for Showmaker, and all the Ruptures landed. I think if ult was up, if a Rupture hit, he has it in the bag, but unfortunately they don't connect it. They still get the flash from Chovy, so they'll take that, and realistically, if Showmaker needs to recall, he can't get back to lane so quick. And that topside play, aiming not able to find a really good angle for his ultimate, and the thing is with the MF, because of how her passive works...
Oh, you could feel it.
Because of how
he wanted to flash scream him.
He absolutely did. You see Canyon challenging the red buff over here. But as I was saying, because of how MF works with a passive, you don't have that much sustained damage on a single target. You kind of need your ult to come off to shred Keen, but when he's that close to you and he's that mobile, it's hard to really find a good angle where you're going to make it stick.
Yep.
So unfortunate that aiming lost his flash and was traded for Keen's, but an MF without flash is quite vulnerable.
Oh, Beryl looking real edgy.
I don't think they can actually do this, by the way. I think 2v1 they just lose. I don't think they should risk it. I think Beryl being here is good to mitigate Keen.
Yeah. And he also has the Keeper's Verdict, and so getting rid of Keen is going to be the option I think that they'll go with this time around. As I just feel like Shiu is standing in front of a nearly dead Siege minion every time we see him.
It's just Jonah Strong. He knows what we want to see.
Oh, he does. And we also know that Jonah Strong cares a lot about Siege minions. The most important thing in his mind, and we respect it, absolutely.
It's a lot of gold, you know?
Well, now Shiu is ahead by just a little bit as far as farm is concerned, but you can see the money in favor of Keen, who does have that ulti back off cooldown now. His flash still waiting a little bit of time here, but I don't think the Gwen is in too much risk at this point in time. A lot of Gwens just don't take flash most of the time.
Yeah, and we do see Chovy has built up a pretty moderate lead in the mid lane over the Cho'Gath. Showmaker not keeping up as well with the farm in this department.
Yeah, aiming going to be getting a control ward down as
what
everything misses. How did that all miss? I actually have no idea. Chovy's abilities didn't, as he was able to chunk aiming to half, but I think if a bowling ball had it connected and a Q, aiming would be not able to stand in this lane, as finally that bowling ball does connect, and we can see does do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, I think maybe he could have slept and forced the cleanse, but opting to hold it for the grub
Oh
fight.
dear, here's the public execution from Xiu. He's going to then immediately try to get out of here. Needlework going to be missing, and in fact, so was that Q, but not going to risk it. Flashes immediately, and Xiu not going to be dead just yet. As Lucid coming in, there is the ulti, and down goes Canyon. Showmaker actually just eats him, so that's going to be a stack there as well. Heroic Charge gets Duro into the wall, and the Rupture going to miss once again. So it's only Canyon that goes down, but that is going to even out the Grubs to at least a little bit better than last game. 4-2 now in favor of Gen.G.
You get the feast stack as well for Showmaker. I know he's going to be happy about that one.
Yeah.
But not quite flawless, though, for D+ there. I think the stun onto Duro didn't actually connect into the wall there. I think it was the stun for Sejuani. So it was holding him still. Otherwise, I think he definitely would have died. And also Shiwu in the bot lane. I think he was worried about Keen flash queuing, but Keen didn't have flash. So I think he kind of pre-flashed, but just wasn't... You know those moments you expect to play, and Beryl is...
Yeah, Beryl's Hex flashing in. Chovy gonna try and kill Showmaker before he goes down, but Beryl is so scary. That Rupture is going to land, and even Lucid was here to play defense. That is going to be feats of warfare here for DK. 3-zip in this early game.
Great moves from Beryl, you know.
This is the most locked in he's been all year.
Absolutely. That is the sort of play that you make with Hex Flash. Beryl, he's just a flasher. Regular flasher coming out there. See the replay here? So it's a great ult, honestly.
Oh my god.
Honestly, that angle to connect onto the Nivea, and there we see... Actually, I think the ult... I'm not sure if the stun on the wall did hit.
Yeah, I don't think it did. I think he just moved the stun target towards the wall.
I think so. So unfortunate there, but they get a great ult onto the Lilia and able to take out. And then here, the Rupture fade away from Showmaker, really crisp.
Absolutely sick. And now Gen.G find themselves in about a 1,000 gold deficit. Not end of the world or anything like that, especially with Keen still being such a problem. Canyon moving down as he tries to hold him in place. Bowling ball going wide here. Xiu gonna have to vacate. Teleport does come in from the Cho'Gath, and there's the Glacial Prison. Canyon now trying to get himself out. Beryl comes in and just gonna grab the drive-by kill onto the Lilia, and 1 versus 5 is not gonna work for Keen.
Beautiful play from D+, the 1v1 from Keen. He's confident to take it, but they move in to respond, and they'll get rewarded with the Dragon on the back of that as well. Yep. Also, Xiu going to get some plates here. We're seeing plates go in favor of Gen.G on the rest of the map, but I think Xiu will get some much-needed gold off the back of that play.
Yeah, really nicely done. As you can see, I mean, it's a couple of extra kills. It looks cool for DK. They have a lot of control, but that plate money is incredibly valuable. They're going to be dropping in 30 seconds time, and we saw that, you know, Ruler and Duro were able to get a bunch of money, and Chovy really cutting into this top lane outer. So as far as money is concerned, actually relatively neutral.
Yeah, Xiu buys a lot of time here. And they see Canyon moving over the sweeper. This ult is unfortunate. I think he wanted to get him on the tower. He just wasn't quite in range. But they just fly in, and this looks like a repeat play from before, but unfortunately Showmaker's not there in time to follow up with the Rupture, but it doesn't matter. Silence into Gobble. Sadly, Beryl gets the kill, and Showmaker doesn't get the stack, but they don't mind too much and will clean it up. And also, we've now hit the point with Showmaker. He's got the fully evolved Symbiotic Souls. He's got the Shrelly, he's got the Fast Pants. He is zooming around this map, and if he resets, he can get back to lane so quickly in comparison to other champions. You know, we think of champions with like global, like, you know, you can move around the map quickly like a Quinn. He's kind of just a really big Quinn.
Yeah, it reminds me of Home Guard Rush Hecarim. You remember that?
Yes.
The Hecarim top lane where you just go in and you trade for a wave and then reset.
Yeah, so if anyone's not aware, Home Guards didn't used to be a passive effect. It used to be a boot enchantment. So once you finish your boots, you could buy this enchantment that gave you Home Guards. And the plan with Hecarim was you rushed boots and then you rushed Home Guards. Nothing else, like you didn't buy any other items before that, and you could just get back to lane super fast compared to everyone else. And yeah, it does remind me of that. It's essentially what the boots are doing, giving you that fast recall and getting you back to lane. And that level 11 hit as well by Showmaker, a big spike, getting the extra health from those feat stacks. Only on 3, not that much, I believe. One is from the champion from when he was fighting at Grubs, and 2 from minions or monsters. Max of 6 you can get from minions or monsters, and the rest is from epic monsters or champions.
Yeah, much harder to stack up that way, as Duro is going to be discovered here by 2 burly gentlemen as he does try and taxi his way out, but unfortunately he's going to get eaten. And that is another stack coming through. And he grabs the cannon at the same time. And the best part about Showmaker getting stacks is that the skin gets bigger.
Yes.
And we get to see it in all of its glory.
We talked about the zoomed-in stream off Showmaker's point of view. If he gets big enough, the whole stream just becomes that.
Exactly.
You know, why zoom in when Showmaker can just become big?
And Canyon going to discover Beryl, making his way over. He's just going to run his way out. Dodges the bowling ball. Nicely done.
I'm going to say something crazy to you.
Oh, please
Max. Do. I think has Beryl not died this series?
No, he hasn't.
He just hasn't died at all.
0-0-14
He just hasn't.
Game.
He's yet to. This is. Who is this player?
Yeah, I don't know who this player is. But I'm just trying not to talk about it because I think like this is the most jinxable team of all time. So let's just not make that happen as Beryl is very far up. He's not afraid of dying even if he hasn't done it yet. And now that's the caster curse. That's what we were talking about. First death still going to be traded for Chovy perhaps as the bullet time unfortunately out of range as in comes Shiu. And that is going to spell the end. And the public execution actually going to get the flash out from Ruler. Showmaker unable to close the gap even though he does have all the movement speed in the world. And DK, I think it's a trade up, but it is the first death there for Beryl. And that is, that's a shame for DK fans.
I don't know, I feel better about it now. You know, Beryl's died, they get a winning fight off the back of it. I feel like everything is, this is DK, this is DK, this is Beryl. Now we know for sure. Oh, fight coming out.
Yeah, teleport actually coming on in here from the Quinn as flash out from Showmaker. Still, Canyon comes on forward. The Herald is actually going to be secured by the MF. And it is the Quinn starting to pop off. Shiu looking to dash over Keen under 100 health, and Beryl's coming in. Beryl! And knocks him down. Ruler can't win this 1v1 either, and Aiming comes on over, flashes forward, says Beryl, stop stealing my kills, and Shiu says that he's the second coming of Keen, and he's going to be able to take down Canyon. This guy has been exceptional all series. I know we've been talking about good old Beryl here, but 3-0-3, he was like that in the last game.
But the thing is, last game, you know, he kind of got fed resources. He had a good matchup. This game, he's had to battle his way to this point. And, you know, I think this was a mistake from Gen.G because by killing Beryl, they unleashed him.
Yes,
his two powers came out. He actually gets a big ult as well before he dies to split up the fight. And then here, fight gets a bit messy. Both the tanks are getting shredded a good amount. The sleep comes in. Crazy that with a Feast and Smite, Aiming gets the Herald. The Showmaker gets shredded by the Gwen, and then Superstar Beryl flies in. He knows his mission.
Look at him go. Flash heroic charge. Nowhere for Keen to go at like 100 health as we saw there. And then it's a Jin. What are you supposed to do? Oh, how did he win this?
The Eclipse Shield.
Oh, just tabs.
I'm not gonna lie, that is just release day difference, you know?
It does feel like
it's just absolutely release day difference.
As Beryl is looking for Ruler once again, as the bowling ball goes wide, he invests about everything that he has with minimal follow-up available. Shiu not actually able to find an angle for the public execution.
He's just lost concern for his life, you know? It's like the plot of Mickey 17. It's like, the first deaths are like you're really apprehensive, and eventually it's like whatever, you know. It kind of feels like that. He's ripped off the band-aid.
Yeah, I was going to make the band-aid reference. That is what it kind of feels like here. As feats of strength now going to come through for DK. It's going to make this Cho'Gath even faster, which is very scary. It's going to be a Hextech Soul, and I can confirm that Orcs was actually paying attention, but maybe not. Sorry, Chemtech. I always get the different techs.
I was too locked in on Beryl.
Yeah, you were too locked in on Beryl, and that's okay.
I will say though, as far as Chemtech teams go, there's a lot of people who are tanky on this team who will get value out of that. You know, like
I think like Poppy as a
Beryl
champion is pretty key on
you know,
Chemtech.
I think that's the thing with Chemtech. Even though I don't think it's like that strong of a soul, there are definitely champions who benefit from it a lot more, and Shiu is 100% playing one of those champions.
Yeah. All right, let's see who's going to be able to get it right now. It is DK with 2 dragons already stacked up. So that feels good. First Starblood does go over to Gen.G, but unfortunately, the rest of it belongs to DK right now. Aiming, getting a shove out, and I don't know, man. Why? DK, if you compare this matchup between them and Gen.G compared to the playoffs, DK look so much better, but Gen.G all week, all season long so far, have looked way better themselves.
Yep. Just never try to understand D+.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. The more likely they are to lose, the less likely they are to lose until you realize that that's the case, in which case they'll probably lose.
I didn't track that, but I think that
It makes no sense, but the less sense it makes, the more sense it makes for DK.
They have a great route here, actually. Gen.G, they could be caught out. They're going for the tower.
Yeah. Looking for it. They will be able to take that one down as they are spread. Beryl trying to find an angle, and immediately he sees Ruler, and he's going to look to kill him, but he now finds himself as the man caught out. Public execution gets Shiu into the backline as Beryl survives for so incredibly long, but is it actually going to work out? Because it's now 4 versus 5, and Shiu's going to make it 3. The sleep going to come on through there, and there is the one after the other. DK being cut down, and there we go. We thought for a second that DK were just going to play clean for the rest of the series, and it was that moment that immediately Gen.G answer back. They find a great Otacon play as well. They'll have a second life moving into the next stage of the game, and I think they will be able to transfer this into a gold lead as well.
Maybe we should put the Band-Aid back on.
Yeah.
Beryl.
Yeah. You never want to see what's inside Pandora's box or under the Band-Aid that you can rip off when you're talking about DK possibly winning.
Yeah, Beryl overstepping massively, and the rest of the team takes so long to get in. They could have played this so much slower, but they rush into 5 members of Gen.G. And as much as like Ruler's not shredding tanks at the moment, Keen and Canyon are. They are burning through tanks so quickly, and there's a lot of tanky members on the side of D+, so this is a big throw. Over the side of Gen.G, and especially when you look at the scaling on the side of Gen.G, for them to have a gold lead, well, they're dead even actually, but for them to be in that position feels great for them. Chovy looking for aiming.
Yeah, but aiming has a bunch of friends. Maker Rain comes down, there's a good rupture, but no follow-up as the bowling ball going to connect. As aiming, ticking down over and over.
Yeah, he does have, I mean, this is the thing with MF, you have Bloodthirster to sustain up, or you have Strut to get back to lane quickly, but still will force him away for now, and Showmaker's going to have to cover.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Showmaker, you can see, checking just to make sure he's not going to get flanked. And yeah, this tower, not long for the world. That is going to mean Gen.G with about a 1,000 gold lead off the back end of that Otacon play. They still have that buff available. They can still play hyper-aggressively, moving later and later. And you can see here where it all went wrong, where the commentators started to talk about DK being a good team.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. Keen will find Lucid.
There's the flank.
Now, yeah, that's a big teleport flank angle. Beryl going to come on over and gets the heroic charge. Chovy is immediately recalled as there's a Sejuani that's a bit sleepy, or is it Bristle?
I did start to consider the fact that it was a Corki TPing into that flank position. I know you have Otacon. I know you don't actually die, but it was still...
It's still 200 gold.
It was still a choice. You know, I feel like since we had the Voracious Otacon come in, it's always been, yes, you can die with less consequence, but does that mean you should die
It's a really good point.
You also did burn TP. And again, now it does give 200 gold over. So
yeah, it's all kind of negatives as far as that play.
Maybe he saw Beryl and was like, I need to unleash my potential. That was a very Beryl-esque play, I think.
Yeah. Chovy had already died a couple of times prior to that play. And so therefore maybe didn't necessarily need to unleash it.
Chovy just doesn't get it, you know, on the same level of Beryl. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Chovy's all about CS and being alive and getting kills. Beryl, he understands death. He's made a deal with death. And
yeah. The Grim Reaper and Beryl are good friends, I'm pretty sure.
They hang out every 30 seconds some games.
How did that bowling ball land? That's crazy. Okay, well, aiming is going to take a bit of damage here, as now DK wanting to get themselves towards Soul Point, but I don't know whether they're going to be allowed in.
Yeah, Shu has a great angle here, but still need to push through, trying to clear out the vision in this brush.
Yeah, Keen and Canyon will be able to spot him out. He does get control of the banana brush, but Lucid gonna have to put his body forward. Solar Flare gonna be avoided, but no! Actually, Beryl forced to McHale's himself, throws down the ulti though, and down goes Keen! He just oversteps in one moment! Phosphorus Bomb not going to land here as Lucid is still very low, and the Drake is still gonna be picked up there by Canyon. One kill. All it cost Gen.G to deny that Soul Point.
Yeah, you know, you saw such great layering of the CC. The silence value onto a Gwen is massive, but still so much damage came out in return that they just didn't feel confident to approach after the fact.
All right. Starting to feel like DK have put their serious shoes on once again, but you never really know, do you? As we're now looking for the angle one more time. Checking the replay is Keen. Yeah, I think just a little bit overexcited.
Yeah, but again, a lot of damage was already done to Loosen Barrel. You can see the Lilia damage, the burn of the Leandries combined with her passive. Just feels like even just a little bit, even just like the bowling ball connecting onto the front line can do so much.
Yeah.
Canyon's been farming away pretty nicely in this game, and I think is extremely strong at this point despite not having any kills.
Yeah, this Lilia is a big deal. We should watch out for Eep or something like that. As Showmaker clears out the wave, Chovy going to do exactly the same thing. And wow, it was really starting to feel like DK had set up the snowball, and now this game is dead even.
Yeah, and you know what's perfect? We have the bowling ball ability. We also got the bowling alley Baron.
Oh, it's perfect!
Yeah, just throw it down, 5 champions at the other end.
And we have Jonas Strong observing, and he is a bowler. As now, Xiu actually looking for a little bit of an exchange onto Keen here, already winning it out beautifully, and Showmaker's on the way. Is this a stack? He flashes for it, grabs it with some ball spikes. As DK gonna take down Keen for the 4th time.
Can't outplay that one, you know, just gets in range. That's the play. That's the play pattern. That's what you do. Very limited counterplay in that scenario. We see Showmaker picking up the Riftmaker, getting extra AP for all that bonus HP he has. Unfortunately, didn't get the ult kill there. I believe has the, so there's the kind of newish rune, what's it called, the ultimate one.
Oh yeah.
But the problem with that one is, you know, the kill threshold for your ult, it doesn't display properly because it doesn't factor in the rune. So you have to overshoot slightly, and it makes it a bit harder to calculate when you're on the threshold to kill with ult.
Yeah, he does have 7 stacks though, so I think he's still feeling all right.
Fine, but you can never have enough stacks, you know? I think that's
true.
Look how far away Showmaker is, by the way.
Yeah, he's booking.
Like, look at this is Lilia. Lilia is fast, by the way. And Lilia is like
the school bus.
Yeah, he's like, bro, I can't keep up.
Oh god, this skin is too good.
It's perfect. And he's close. Well, he's 1 level away from 16. 16, another big spike where you get more points in that ult and you just get more free HP as a result. And more importantly, more size. Whatever happens in this game, it cannot end until we see the biggest Showmaker possible.
Yeah, it is absolutely paramount. Now with 8 stacks, as he is going to get Feast back right now. So
instantly drops it again. He is maximizing.
So there we go, 9. He's going to be a big boy.
Yep. It does get a bit harder to get stacks later on, though, once you've filled up those 6 that you can get from monsters. But then it gets to the point where it's like neutral objectives and champions to gobble, and you know, it'll be fine. And actually, look at the cooldown. It's already half done.
Yeah, this is actually kind of nutty. Shurelya's gives you so much ability haste.
Yeah.
So it really does feel like it works very effectively. His aiming, just going to love tap Ruler.
Yeah, going for the rapid fire cannon on MF, not something we normally see, but I think here kind of understanding that, you know, you have really powerful auto attacks with the IE, not always finding windows to get them onto this team of Gen.G.
You are kind of outranged.
Yeah, it doesn't really add much to your ultimate, though, is the only thing. Other than the crit. Crit does increase the damage a little bit, but no AD on that rapid fire cannon.
Barrel sidestepping here.
Mortal Reminder picked up by Ruler. Definitely a high-value item with the amount of healing available to Xiu.
Doesn't feel fantastic. I think you really want like IE, things like this, to really make sure that you're doing as much damage as possible.
You know, I talked about this the other day, satisfying build appearances.
Yeah.
Ruler's build does not look appealing. This isn't a build where you're like, wow, this is like, you know.
What do you feel about 3rd item collector here for Chovy as well? Haven't seen that one before on Corki, I don't think.
I think we might have seen it the other day, did we? I guess you want something to set up the crit of your IE, and it's a better mid-game spike. With the amount of bulky, I think LDR would probably have been more damage overall. But across the whole team.
Yeah.
But I guess for the 3-item spike, I think Collector is stronger. But
does feel satisfying. The bowling ball going to connect once again onto Bristle.
You get the extra gold when you kill people, you know?
There you go.
And we all know how satisfying items, that's why you buy, like Heartsteel, right?
Chovy is a financially focused gamer
Exactly.
Well,
Heartsteel, everyone builds it just for, even if it did no damage and you got no health, just the noise is enough.
True. As all right, Gen.G, they're going to pull the Dragon out. DK not wanting to give this one up without a fight. You can see Bowling Ball going slightly wide. Rupture just to try and get them out of the Banana Brush.
He's so big.
Yeah, Shirelia's popped. As look at this, they go so fast. He's so large. There's the Glacial Prison. In they go. That's going to be the steal. That's also the Nom coming through from Showmaker, who takes down the Leona. Keen going golden. Ruler feels like he's in a safe place, but look at these health bars. They're going so low. Still, the curtain call is enough to make it happen. Aiming going to get flashed on here as Ruler says, nope, you're going down. And Chovy is collecting.
Chovy got so much value there, but also the ult from Ruler found a position to disengage from the fight, get that ult off, and just started picking up targets left and right. The initial fight went in favor of D+.
Wait, is it game over?
I think it might be.
There's so much damage.
20 seconds. I think it's just done. They have 4 grubs as well.
Yeah, and so they just need to keep these minions alive. Inhibitor does go down as Gen.G, they were thinking about it for a second there. They're like, wait a minute, we can just win. As Keen tanking up a bunch of turrets, but the turrets just don't exist.
Yeah, the next wave is there. It's only Barrel. He doesn't have ult.
Yeah, and Keen is going to be immune. There is no way Barrel's going to stop this one. As now Lucid, can you be the hero? The answer's no. One shot from Ruler. And Gen.G bring it to 3 games here against DK. That's exactly what we wanted to see here in this one.
It's pretty rare we have a game 1 with a kill deficit. 4 kills down in that one and finishing it out. So, you know, D+, we had a very clean game 1. Game 2 was heading in that direction, but not able to follow through. Gen.G bouncing back when it matters in those big fights. And Barrel, he was unleashed, but maybe that worked to their disadvantage.
I think so too. I think most of this came down to Gen.G just playing better. I also think that Keen on the Gwen is something that a lot of teams have known is a risk that they just didn't want to take.
Yep.
And I think giving a lot of faith into Shu, she also played the earlier stages of the game gorgeously well, but always Keen was demanding more pressure than really he should have been able to. And it really did create a deficit on the map.
I think the thing is, you could definitely have seen a game where this comp from D+ is really hard to play into, but Gen.G early picked up the Gwen Lilia, and this is such a great Gwen Lilia game. It kind of felt like D+ drafted some of those bulky health champions into 2 of the best AP shredders in the game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Chovy also doing Chovy levels of damage in that one.
Absolutely obscene. I'm never going to doubt any of his build choices ever again. Obviously, that one worked gorgeously. Gen.G not away from danger just yet, though, as it is now going to be a 3rd game. Blue side available for DK as well as we come out of the break. The space going to break down game number 2, and then we'll have that next one. Happy birthday, Chronicler.
더블 나오면 봐도 된다 이쪽. 더블 하면 되고. 이거 용 치고 있을게. 우리 싸움했어. 얘네 치고 나온다. 토가스 노플이야. 토가스 풀 빠졌고. 뽀비 날라가는 거 날리는 거 생각.
먼저 나간가?
네, 뽀비 노플. 와, 내가 날라갔고. 빼면 된다.
일단 재워볼게.
나 아래로 뺄게. 한번 뺄게. 나이스. 야, 앞에서 잡았어. 이거 이겼다. 이겼어. 야, 노플. 야, 끝내 생각하자. 노플이야. 잡았어. 야, 매드. 자유충이야.
돌중이라 그냥.
아니, 뭐야?
네, 많은 분들 기다리신 것처럼 삼각됐습니다.
누가 이겨도 안 이상할 만큼 절정의 기량이 계속해서 나오고 있는 가운데 근데 이왕이면 승리하는 쪽이 그 기분을 좀 더 오랫동안 누릴 수 있거든요.
네, 과연 어떤 승부가 펼쳐질 것인지 가겠습니다. 경기 보시죠.
이런 거 한번 끌어볼게요.
뭐야 이거 걸렸다. 아 좋아. 나만 있겠네.
잡았어요.
나이다.
나이다.
잡을게. 나이스.
좋다. 빼주고 간다.
빼야 돼. 아 이러면 너 살아.
일단 얘는 작긴 했다. 너 먹을?
나 올게.
죽어라도 쌈 봐야 돼?
하나 주고 싸움 볼 생각하면 좋겠다.
빼주 노플.
야 세줘.
몇 개. 릴리아 플레이 라플.
할만해.
오케이.
나 버려. 나 그냥 버려.
릴리아도 노플이야 형 이거.
오케이 위로 뺀다 얘네.
릴리아 뒤 노플.
나 필요 없다.
아이 조심.
자야 노플이야.
이득 봤다 그래도.
지금 한 마리 먹어서 신경 안 쓸게.
한 밀어놔서 먼저 쳐볼게.
오케이.
나 미담 해야 돼.
심하다 우리. 하고. 우리 치는 중.
야,
수박 빠졌고.
뚫는단 마인드로 가자.
뚫자. 이거 쫄지 마. 여기 시야 있으면 쫄 듯. 노스킬 탈리아도 스킬 없어. 나 맞았어.
텔 타긴 했다 이거.
나 탈게 이거.
릴리아 일단 봤어.
볼래?
릴리아 봤어 일단.
잡지 못해.
시시 여기 되긴 했어.
나 프레인 있고.
천천히 해봐.
나부터.
비교만. 해봐 돼. 나 10초.
야, 두명 잡아. 앞에.
텍스.
나쁘진 않거든. 스타트부터. 스타트.
시시 따가긴 했는데.
스타트 잡았고.
천천히 나가볼래 이거?
애매.
난 해줄 거 없어.
잠깐만 나 전용만 먹을게. 좀만 봐줘. 없네.
야, 이거 전용
상대 거.
못 먹었다.
상대도 못 먹었다 나이스.
바텀이 찰만하다 이거.
일단 봐볼게.
싸움 크게 날 수 있다.
잭스는 상황보다 집 눌러.
우리 바텀 거의
나
깰만하고.
미카엘 있어.
야, 보자.
내 미칼 있다 바드.
야, 이거 적당히 시켜줘야 돼.
미칼 줄게. 잭스. 천천히만 봐줘.
천천히.
힐.
까비. 깨비.
이거 나 조냐 살게. 근데 나 노플이랑 바드가 이쪽 노릴 거거든.
하긴.
조냐로 한 턴 더 벌면서 빨면서 써야 될 듯.
좋다.
바로 친다.
바로 치면은 자리 괜찮아.
우리 이거 싸움 볼만은 해?
상태 노플 노고이고 그냥 쌈볼 것 같은데 얘는?
갈게.
한 번 더 되나? 이 정도?
불씨 필 빠졌어.
살려. 바드 노플.
야, 공 맞을게.
맞아.
잘 봐줘.
잘 봐줘. 나 이거 되긴 하는데.
야, 끌어봐.
떨어졌어. 맞아.
갈게.
간줘.
이거 봐.
잡.
야,
텍스 노플.
야, 중력장 바꿔봐라.
바로.
중력장 많이 깎았.
이거 지금 미달라인 하고 빅토르 이라인 먹고 바론을 갈까? 우리 바론 진짜 개빠르긴 하거든? 이번에 할만할 듯? 쳤어
지금 했다.
꺼냈고. 불치 여기 일자 조심.
만천이긴 하거든.
빨라 얘네
나 뚫을게. 여기 살짝 싸움 나고.
천천히 나 불렸다 여기 잭스
맞을게.
괜찮아
야, 잭스 반격 빠졌어.
야 내려갈게
불만 딴 릴리야. 야 바로 먹었어. 야 빼면서.
빼면서.
괜찮아 오케이
끝에 맞아, 끝에.
나 들어갔어. 자야필.
캐틀 노플이야
야, 캐틀 노플이야.
이거 봐줘 끝내
끝내지 못하고 그냥 용 받을 듯.
막을만하다.
나 궁 막았다 이거.
다행이다. 와.
바다한테 맡겼네.
가비요 다음 라인 따자 우리 탑도 라인 들어온다 미드랑 같이 들어와 이거 3억대기야 여전히
다시 잘 막아대고.
오케이
앞에서 지울게.
아래 한번 막아줘
릴리야.
더블 올게 내가 더 막았어 잭스 천천히 캐틀 로플
천천히 해볼게. 나 괜찮아.
딜러 좋아
괜찮아.
밑으로.
나 군대.
밑에 볼게
쫓아볼래 이거?
가볼게 나 디테일 되거든 디테일 볼게 형들 나 뒤에 텔 탔다 살려야 돼 까비 아깝다 와 나이스 야 끝 아니야? 야 끝내 해봐
해야 돼.
가자!
근데 해야 돼, 이거.
빅토르가 승리 됩니다.
달려주세요
까비. 나이스.
다행이다
뽑으네.
Welcome back to the space where Gen.G was able to take a surprising victory in game number 2. Well, surprising to most of us, but there is one guy who knew exactly what was going to happen very suspiciously.
This is actually great, because now I don't have to stress about the outcome anymore, because we're following the perfect DK versus Gen.G plan. Step 1, win game 1 convincingly, look amazing. Last year they perfect gamed them in the middle of a split that Gen.G looked unstoppable in. Then game 2, look like you're winning, lose. And then game 3, which is imminent, as every DK fan knows, is heartbreak, where you just kind of get stomped, and it makes you wonder, why am I a fan of this team? And then you know you can't really pick and choose, and
don't forget the weird.
Happens.
Don't forget the weird Showmaker pick as
weird
well.
Showmaker pick,
weird Showmaker
which
pick.
looked like it worked and then didn't.
And and I didn't think it was going to work, but he did the right build. We'll talk more about that later, but I feel like when you look at the draft of D+, it had to be a wonky pick in that final spot. We're all looking at, there isn't really a great step here. I thought it was going to be Orianna. I thought maybe that could have given them a better chance of winning. And Gen.G just had big deficits, but had, in my opinion, still the better team fighting comp if the execution is there, and it absolutely was.
It was also a Gwen, and I think that as the casters highlighted, I think that DK played around relatively well. I don't even think Keen had that crazy a game, but that rail damage, when you're trying to rely on some of your beefier targets not getting one-tapped, just the champion is so busted right now.
Yeah, Gwen does do that, and we're going to take a look. This is in a position where DK is very far ahead, and you know what? Sometimes you just gotta send it, right? And that's exactly what Beryl is best at doing.
It's really the fault of the casters, this one, I think.
You know, when you look at this fight, you can see some of the impact of how easy it is to follow up on single target CC with this composition and just rip through targets, because that's what Jin does incredibly well. And you, again, get a root, somebody dies. And they just pick them apart one by one, starting with Beryl. And the guys were kind of joking about Beryl not dying and not getting picked, and then this happens where ultimately him falling first allowed them to front to back that fight by just focusing down one target and allowing Jin to clean up the rest.
It's also, if just Beryl dies, that fight is still playable because Arakan is such a strong objective. It's the fact that Xiu then also ends up dying, as does Lucid, that this ended up being a big turning point. Because, like in Game 1, it wasn't like DK was in an unlosable position, but they were definitely in control of the game. And I also want to highlight the build that Showmaker went for, the reason why, even though Chovy obviously did not get put down, and I think the early laning phase he could have definitely played better. The idea is that because of how fast you are, you're in mid lane, between the speed up you get from your runes plus the symbiotic souls, you basically are impossible to actually trade with in lane. And we know Showmaker is a player that likes to have a lot of fun, so between the Shurelio's, Deadman's Blade, you just zoom at people, but you're not actually that tanky, particularly against the Gwen, and I think we saw him struggle with that later in the game.
Yeah, you see the Negatron cloak there. That's going to help marginally against the Gwen. Did not really help at the end of the game, because what happened was Gen.G, it looked like actually maybe they were going to lose this fight, but they turned it around big time.
I mean, this is one of those closer fights here at the end where, again, single target blow up is going to be a problem. And look at where Ruler is positioned in this fight. Untouchable. Chovy also sitting at full health. The sleep is so clutch because that actually prevents Xiu from actually doing anything in this fight. Can't get away, can't actually turn on to Chovy. And then it's just from here, double 80 carry is going to clean up. And I feel like D+'s composition, especially when they have the MF, if it was a different 80 carry, maybe you could play out these fights a little bit differently. But aiming pressed R, and that's kind of all he can do. And then everyone else trying to follow up, trying to get that first elimination is too far forward. The Jin is untouched, Chovy's full health, and Gen.G just played the fight well off that sleep.
It's also crazy that they theoretically could have backed off after they got the dragon, right? But wanted to push because the fight looked good, and Gen.G just outplayed them in the 5v5.
It happened a couple times for DK. We're so far ahead, we should be able to do it. It was only like a 2,000 gold lead for most of that game as well, so DK really pushing too far, and Gen.G punished them big time. So what is game number 3 going to look like? Let's go back to our casters and find out.
Thank you very much, Valdez. And yep, we have stuck to the script. I do want to take some of the responsibility, I guess, for that one, because we were talking about exactly the DK curse, the DK situation, and then immediately it happened. And I love the fact that Chronicler, the caster curse denier, is the one that brought it up on his birthday. What a gift to us.
He's been giving out gifts to everyone.
Oh, it's incredible. You know? And this is the day where we should be showering him with gifts. And so maybe, just maybe, we can give him the gift of him being exactly right, as Gen.G crushed DK here in game 3, and it's not even close.
I mean, closer than game 1, I will say. And we are now going to a situation where D+ are on blue side again. A lot of big picks have been taken away. You know, I think particularly in that top lane pool, the fact that we've lost Jace, Gwen, and Ambessa.
Yep.
A lot of these mid laners starting to get thinned out, although we have had... Actually, I say that, like, Ryze, Cho'Gath, and Corki, not really the mid laners we typically expect to see, but we go back to D+ on blue side. On blue side before, they banned Azir, Victor, and Sylas. They could just look to do that again.
I think at least the Azir Victor are going to stick around.
The Gen.G, they banned Vi, Kalista, Gwen, and the Gwen is gone, so they don't even have to worry about that one. They're going to ban Nocturne instead.
Nocturne is an interesting one. Now, the Kalista is likely going to be the one taking the last spot. Something like a Varus is really skyrocketing in value here, as the Aurora going to be the final ban. So the Sylas that we were talking about before, up and available.
Yeah, maybe it's the fact that like Ahri, Alistair are gone. They're thinking the value of the Sylas is a bit lower. I'm not too sure. Maybe
might also be a Taliyah game, and Sylas doesn't do that well into Taliyah.
True, could be. But you know, I think that's the thing, is adjusting these bans as we get deeper in Fearless based on what's not available. Definitely a big factor. Rumble ban comes through. I think the priority on this pick is rising because of all these other top laners that have gone. I think of the big four on top lane up right now, and it is Gwen, Jace, Ambessa, Rumble.
Naafiri first pick is really sticking to the script.
Yeah, really is. So not giving a look in at the Varus or the Kalista. I could see Gen.G just securing the Varus for themselves. They could even go like Varus Taliyah, maybe looking at Kalista instead. Kalista Taliyah would be strong. I wouldn't want to play into Taliyah as a Kalista, so I think, but instead just going to go for Kalista Renata. I think if I'm D+, I just go Taliyah Varus here in response.
Well, the Varus is the first consideration. They do need to make sure that they outrange this bottom lane so they can't get bullied. That is going to help out. The Nico is the other option, and that is going to be locked away immediately for Beryl.
You know, a lot of people play Nico into Renata, and it's a good matchup, don't get me wrong, but I think there's a good amount of picks that do fine into Varus, and I think ultimately, I don't know, I think the Taliyah would have been higher priority here.
I'd agree.
Especially just, we've seen even games where Kalista's being played well, just the Unraveled Earth is a limited factor. And now you're playing into that Sylas. I think this just further emphasizes it. You're giving over such a strong ult to the Sylas with that Pop Blossom. I think this Nico might come back to buy D+.
I would agree. That is a risk that they knew that they were taking, right? This was banned in game 1. And so the Sylas being locked in without any punishment available, right? Now they get to ban away a couple of things that they may not want to necessarily deal with. The Zoe going to be one of them, as Showmaker was one of our best Zoe players when she was meta, and actually was one of the only people that played her when she sort of popped up for a second.
It did get buffed. It's also really good into Kalista Renata because of the neutral play, just when you're firing the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. I think Taliyah ban makes sense. I keep mentioning the Taliyah, but I'm just kind of surprised it wasn't prioritized. I feel like it could get taken away now.
Certainly should do, and there it goes. So Taliyah taken away, and maybe another jungler here aimed against Canyon to make sure that this Naafiri pick isn't going to be
yeah, maybe like a Wukong could be good. Maybe like a Viego. I think like Wukong just really helps that dive potential onto the enemy team. Like playing into Wukong Sylas with Nico ult seems very scary. We'll see though what they end up going for. They go for the Lee Sin instead, giving a lot of credence to Canyon's historical Lee Sin play.
They know him pretty well. That's a Zed.
You can't really plan for that one.
Well, this is also what he played in, like, was it? I don't even remember whether it was this matchup, but it was when Zed jungle was just a thing for a little while. He played that Kayn game. This kind of feels like the same vibe here as it just gets locked away. And now we're wondering, because Zed could go to a bunch of different places as well. The more recently we've seen it in mid lane. Sylas could be played on the top side of the map as there is the Vex. As she was just having a giggle, is like, what the heck's going on? Just give me Cassante, man. I just want to play something real. And that is going to exist.
This is peak Fearless, honestly.
Oh my god.
In the Zed jungle, the Vex mid, which is great against dashing champions, you know. That's one of her strengths, although I think the champion is a little weak at the moment, which is why we don't typically see her. Cassante comes out Shiwu. I'm looking at a Gnar potentially 4 keen into that, but tame in the top side to make up for the excitement everywhere else.
Oh my god. Think like that That is not a 2v2 that I had on my radar. You know, the Silas-Zed combination, as Camille is another choice that you could make. This steers Gen.G away from team fighting a little bit and allows their 1-3-1 to be devastating.
But it's just so much dive potential in this top side. This feels like the sort of dive top side you see in solo queue.
Yeah.
You just go like 20-0. I do think, you know, ultimately the Cassante can do a pretty good job appealing, as can the Vex, but I would not want to be playing Varus in this game. This is a hate to be an AD carry game if I've ever seen one. And honestly, it might end up being the sort of game where you buy a Zhonya's on Varus, even though that sounds awful, but what else are you going to do?
Yeah. Zhonya's, you know, as much health as you possibly can, and then just hope that maybe you can hit a spell, because otherwise you're going to die in a heartbeat. But my God, like, I felt like it was going to be DK that are the team known for cooking, and then it's Zed jungle immediately out of nowhere from Canyon. You know, absolutely love to see it. Really nicely put together here, but I don't necessarily know who is going to be the winner. You can see Kalista Renata, obviously the prize jewel here on the side of Gen.G. A lot of power there. The answer in the Varus Nico felt like it was a follow-up punch, but then the Silas, it still feels absolutely deadly.
I think it's so hard to predict. You know, a lot of champions we don't often see in pro play. I do think the bot matchup, the priority, I think, is favored towards D+ in the early game. And I would be scared trying to play Varus in the late game against all this dive, so they want to make things happen early.
Let's dive onto the Rift for game number 3.
시간차의 확보자 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the final game of this. Yeah, obviously it's going to be right now it is a 5 versus 4, as the piercing arrow is going to get a bit of extra damage here from aiming.
Got to get that mana flow band stack.
100%. That is a early advantage there, as neither team actually going to be able to find too much of a lead.
That's one thing, is in this game, you know, the poke Varus, there is a lot of squishy targets on the enemy team. The tankiest person on the enemy team is a Camille. So the value from the burst damage that D+ have is kind of absurd. If aiming doesn't immediately die in every fight.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty big if.
I do think that, like, yeah, whoever's playing with tempo is going to be the team with so much of an advantage. The opening salvo, it's whoever takes first turn.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you get the coin flip, and you are going to win the game. It's very similar to the new Pokemon card game. Although that is turn 2 that you really want to get that big advantage. So there you go. We'll see who's going to win those 50-50s. And honestly, as soon as you do have that advantage, you need to make sure you never give it away, but also you just have so much control.
Yeah, this is what I am a bit concerned about, though. You know, they prioritized that Nico. I felt like the Talia pickup would have been bigger, but this is why you prioritize it, because the Renata does really well into melee champions, very good at disengaging them, very good at just harassing them with autos, but there's not really a situation where Nico lets you auto-attack here.
Yeah, right now going pretty well. Having a look here at this matchup, of course, Vex just likes it if you're dashing around her. Her Doom and Gloom passive will stack up, and she'll be able to do a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, as Kane is bullying Xiu here just a little bit, but the Hex Tech sweep is going to be dodged there nicely.
Also, the fear, the fact you can just do the AoE fear on all these mobile divers really can shut them down quite effectively.
And Showmaker has been someone that's utilized Vex more than a lot of other people. I think him and Chovy have been the ones that have experimented with it here in the LCK. Well, not a lot of others really feeling like the Vex is an optimal choice, but it's often in this matchup, you know, or matchups like these where you're against these melees that want to be playing aggressive, and you can sort of tame them utilizing the Vex. Chain Lash coming down, Showmaker avoids a bit of the damage.
I remember seeing a decent amount of play when LeBlanc was last meta, and I think it was when she was last meta, and it was often played into that as a matchup. Because when she dashes in, you can kind of just fear her and put a full combo in.
Yep.
But yeah, Silas obviously very dash heavy, a lot of value there. Canyon has hit level 4, does finish the clear pretty fast as you'd expect from a Zed. With that extra damage he gets to jungle monsters once they're under half HP from the passive. We'll clear out ward bot. Not sure if you'll see a window to really gank here though, especially as Lucid is following shortly behind. And actually, if Showmaker moves here, I mean it's a Zed, it's hard to pin down, but
can be a little dangerous. Gets a ward off himself as Chovy actually positioning really, really nicely to try and capitalize as Lucid going to land some daggers. And Canyon just utilizes the shadow, gets himself out of there. As the doggo is going to soak up some of this turret damage. That is
This is cheeky
devastating.
Canyon, so I think the thought process here was Canyon was like, Lucid's going to head topside and think I've protected the bot side scuttle.
Yep.
Grab top scuttle, go to bot scuttle. So Canyon was like, okay, I'll sneak down and steal away bot scuttle.
Yep, good vision actually here for DK. They've invested so much towards this bottom side as once again Canyon going to be spotted on said vision.
You know, weirdly enough,
going to be able to stop it.
you don't really think of Neferi in this way, but she actually does a decent amount of poke for a melee champion. So if you fire like the Q at them and hit both, which means in a situation like this where Ruler and Duro are really low, it's actually scary having
Speaking
the
of
Neferi
really
nearby.
low, look at this. Keen tanking this full wave.
This is just top laners limit testing.
Yeah,
you know?
top laners that know they have biscuits, man.
And
biscuits
also
make them feel so immortal.
Know that the jungler's on here right now. I think that's a really important factor here. They're sticking around for those extra minions. But I think Shiwu understands that the last time they saw Canyon was a little bit ago. Actually, I think they see him on Raptors now, but still is going to back away.
Yep. They also know that bot laners are coming.
Yeah.
It's about that time. And so Keen going to be able to finish this one up. Does manage to get that cannon there. As obviously the drama of the cannon minions the most important thing. Thanks, Jonah Strong. We are going to see the end of that. Good position here for Duro. Trying to make sure that he can catch anyone that happens to face check.
So taking stock of the game, we have a pretty sizable lead in the bot lane as expected with aiming over Ruler. Both teams, actually I said both teams, they're not opting to swap to the top side.
Yeah,
they're opting into the skirmish over the grubs. So looking to prioritize the dragon instead, potentially. It's once again early Chemtech. I mean, I guess it wasn't last game, but we had in game 1, which means so likely to be better as a result.
Yep, could imagine so. Beryl just pretending to be everyone here as he shape splits and tries to tell Keen to back off. It's going to be acquiesced for the moment as the dragon is going to be started up. Grub's going to be here in 10 seconds time. As you can see, a Gromp probably next on the menu, then a move up towards those Grubs for Canyon, although, no, not the Gromp. Straight over to make sure that they can answer the initial objective take. Shiu playing pretty aggressive here. Does manage to get some damage down and a grass proc onto Ruler.
Yep, and
okay, it was Dandy that played it last. There you go. Of course, over at Harmer Life Esports coaching right now, but he managed to win more than 10 years ago.
it's surprising that it didn't show up.
Oh, so that's why you play Vex.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it was Faker that played it into LeBlanc, like you were talking about before.
Yep, a lot more recent. But yeah, I think the thing with the Zed is, I'm pretty sure on release he originally was a jungler, and then people started playing him in the lanes instead.
I always thought that he started off as a mid laner, but I could be wrong as Hextech Ultimatum comes down and Keen is going to flash away. Lucid going untargetable means that he's not going to be in too much trouble. Never mind, Keen moves back actually. I think he still had the bleed on him and so was able to make sure that an extra few shots went over towards the doggo. That was a very cute play.
I think originally, if I'm remembering correctly, originally people were playing him in the jungle and then it was to swap to solo to mid lane.
That might have been the case, but
I'm remembering that correctly. But yeah, and then he came back because they gave him some extra jungle monster killing capabilities. But didn't see play in the LCK, surprisingly enough.
All right, we're going all out onto Canyon, who does have a shadow over the wall.
I thought Showmaker might look to snipe with the ult there. Doesn't end up going for it, though. Ult used by Shiwu there, and obviously not that much value really gained from it. But in terms of value, we're seeing some power plays picked up here by the Gold King himself.
Yep, that's certainly high value. 400 gold the lead. Over Ruler at this point in time, level 6 for both of these bot laners who have been glued to one another so far this game. Very, very even as far as the experience.
A lot of power in those level 6s, specifically for Varus and Nico. Not the easiest game to land them, if I'm going to be honest. I feel like everyone on the enemy team has some way of evading it, and then Ruler has cleanse. Like even Duro has the ult from the Callista, so might be hard for it to stick, but we will see.
This is so interesting, right? Because right now there is not a massive lead for either team. DK are ahead by a few hundred gold, but it doesn't really matter. so much of this is going to be about how the execution is going to work later on into the game, and the way these two teams are going to like try to win later, like the win conditions, are pretty different. I think that playing for side lanes, playing for split push and pick here for Gen.G is going to be highly valuable, and then Rule are going to be able to keep Duro very safe when they're playing for mid, things like this. As Pop Blossom, Duro just caught out of position. Fate's Call needing to be invested here.
Yep. So end up getting that big cooldown from Ruler. It's a pretty long cooldown, the early Fate's Call.
But Pop Blossom and Chains of Corruption both invested.
Yeah, I think we're fully aware where Ruler was and that he was going to be in range and have the 6. I definitely think they obviously went for that with the kill, but it's still a long cooldown to be unavailable, and Dura had to reset. They should be able to get another plate here.
Showmaker as well, bullying Chovy, as we can see here. Should be yet another plate as he collects that one. So that's going to move the gold to about 1,000. As, wow, yeah, it's a full wave. So that should be another plate like you were talking about. Aiming not actually able to get in range as the minion's not able to take down the second last one just yet. Still, that is right for the picking.
From the Gold King, not just to walk up and auto it and then die to a handshake.
He has certainly done that before. There have been aimings of the past that would have made that error.
No, that's growth. That's development.
It is indeed. As Keen pressuring Xiyu now. We know that this matchup is going to get more and more scary for the Cassante. As Chovy does have Rod of Ages now complete. Showmaker looking for probably a Ludens to start this one off, from what I'm seeing in the inventory.
So, pretty quiet game so far, considering, you know, a lot of the champions picked are very snowbally.
Oh, we're going all out. Let's see what King can do to this one as he just hook shots his way out. Of course he does. So
yeah, this is the second time that he's ulted, and it's like, well, sure, but you're against a hyper-mobile champion who just does that.
Yeah.
You can see the thought process, but not really working out.
Yeah, the theory is there. Otherwise, not really too much more. So
I mean, if Keen missed the wall,
yeah,
then the play would have worked.
If you could somehow like get in front of him so he doesn't get off the wall as effectively or something like that, then maybe, yeah, there's an angle, but not quite. Very even are our two junglers here. Both of them just glass cannon, all damage, no CC. And Canyon will be able to grab this crab. Looks like it is going to be some more grubs to go over to Gen.G as well. As, all right, Beryl finding an angle here as Duro, remember, no Fate's Call to save him. Does still have Flash.
Yep, cooldown nearly up, but you can see it takes such a long time. Aiming and Beryl both have their ultimates, but they're not often a fight for these grubs. Instead of trading objectives again, so did Chemtech, now the Hex Tech.
And remember, this is not one of those times where you're like, oh, it doesn't matter if they get the grubs. 6 grubs is bait, and blah, blah, blah. As Chovy has found a Pop Blossom, and he's also found a Showmaker. He does get the fear off, and he needs to be able to one-rotation this Vex if he wants to kill him, because the amount of CC that he has in response is pretty high.
Yep, absolutely. See the value, though, having that Pop Blossom to add into your combo as the Silas pretty big, but with a 1-stack Rod of Ages, just didn't have full damage. Now it's a Cloud Soul.
Ooh, love that.
Good amount of movement speed value, although it is obviously that post-nerf Cloud Soul.
Yeah, still going to get you zipping around the map pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I feel like, you know, it's nice for the ult, you know, the on ult movement speed.
Yeah, yeah,
like, pretty nice for Beryl. Even though you don't get much time to use it, just that little bit of movement after you initially press it can go a long way.
Feels good for aiming as well, because he presses his ult button and can run the heck away from people and kill shots and things like this.
Yeah, definitely.
That could be high value.
Yeah.
And he hasn't taken cleanse or anything like that, as of course a lot of the things that he's going to be dealing with are uncleansable. One thing that is cleansable that he doesn't have it for is the hostile takeover. So anyone standing next to aiming may do that instant die thing that we kind of saw yesterday.
To be fair, he doesn't have that much. I mean, there's a lot of damage per auto, but he doesn't have that much attack speed.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit less. But yeah, so 6 grubs for Gen.G, which again, as you said, the 1-3-1 pressure from that can be pretty big. But right now, I think D+ pretty confident in how the solo laners are holding up in the matchups.
Ooh, if you transform as Nico into Neferi, do you get little doggos? Do you get even more doggos?
I was wondering that at the start of the game, because if you don't, then surely it's just immediately obvious.
Yeah, right. And so, but there has to be more doggos, right? Because that's the best thing, is that you just get more doggos on the Rift.
That's why we're all here, right?
Exactly. We're here for that and the Cho'Gath skin from last game.
Yeah. I mean, last game we had the Corgi.
Yeah, Corgi as well.
Yeah.
Man, it's so good. Oh, we don't have the hot dog Neferi though, which is another absolute banger of a skin. I don't think he's playing it.
I thought he was. I'm sure I saw him with it earlier.
Really? Did I just not see it? Am I just assuming that he doesn't have the hot dog?
There's no way they're not using the hot dog Neferi skin. Every game since that's been out, I've seen hot dog Neferi.
Really? No, we didn't. We saw yesterday was like the arena Neferi skin.
Ew.
You know, the, what is it, like Borderlands / Akami Neferi.
I mean, it's a good skin, but it's not the hot dog Neferi, you know?
It is not.
It's not peak. We'll see. I'm pretty sure it's hot dog Neferi, and if it isn't, I'm going to be...
It is. It is. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. We've had some great skin choices.
I wouldn't be able to take that betrayal from Lucid, I'm going to be honest.
Yep.
Especially on Chronicler's birthday.
Indeed. All right. Q. Now up against Chovy here, who does have the ability to steal away a all-out if you would like to.
Yeah, and also
that he doesn't want to.
The itemization from Shiwu early doesn't tend well into playing against an AP champion.
No.
Although I don't think Silas is that much of a threat for Xante this early in the game.
Little suboptimal. Now, both of these teams just feel so incredibly happy to just scale until later in the game. I can imagine that Gen.G, probably because they've got a Camille, who in a side lane, as we can see here, is just going to be a menace. First turret going over to Gen.G there, and they are one objective away from locking down Feats of Strength entirely. No one's very close to Feats of Warfare. Did you know that?
Oh, I just noticed, yeah.
Okay, our latest First Blood, by the way, is around 16 minutes into the game.
We might beat it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Vex, I feel like I don't know. I feel like it's hard to judge the scaling a little bit in this game. There's a lot of picks where it's like, it's not so much about about just getting to the late game, but it's like they're very strong when they're snowballed. Like, I feel like a Vex from behind is underwhelming. Neferi from behind, Kalista, Zed. So, I think it's not about just farming up, it's about being ahead of the curve as well. Which right now, everyone is kind of just following the curve.
Yeah, everyone is...
Not even a curve, it's just a gradient. They're just heading gradually upwards.
Yep. Slight lead for Canyon and for Keen as far as the top and jungle are concerned, but then there's the lead for aiming and barrel as well towards the bottom side of the map. So no one really being able to gain any ground. Rift Herald going to spawn, 16 minutes on the clock right now. And Showmaker in position to go for something here. Remember, if Gen.G stack up, that AoE fear can be really scary.
TP in the bot lane? I guess the thought process is if he stops Chovy TP, then it doesn't matter.
We could get an all-out and then an all-out as the response. That'd be really funny. Chovy instead just going to steal it away and then backs away as well. It's going to be his turn now to reset. His teleport just barely back off cooldown. And the Rift Herald going to get started here by the hot dog.
I think D+ it's going to be really risky to fight this now with Chovy having TP and Shiwu not having it. Shiwu can just get this turret, but that even more puts emphasis on the fact that Gen.G could TP in their mid lane to contest this. Looks like the priority is the Dragon, though, instead.
Yep, and that does make some sense. Shiwu down here as well. It does mean that if they do then transition over towards the Dragon, then they have their Cassante already pushing up this wave and taking that turret on the bottom side. 500 gold the lead here for DK as that turret does fall.
Did you just see Ruler's Cleanse got burned? You saw in the picture-in-picture by aiming's ult, but aiming no longer having ult for this fight. They are looking for this Dragon. It's getting low. Lucid's trying to find a look in.
Yeah, Lucid is in a bit of danger here is what it kind of feels like to me. Of course, can go untargetable and keep himself safe as he doesn't get the smite. Shiwu now dives in on top of all of them as he tries to get out. There's the Pop Blossom onto 3 somehow from Barrel with the first kill. Gonna go down already. Keen gonna get bailed out pretty quickly, and there it goes. Down goes the Vex, and aiming in a whole host of trouble. Chovy looking for his first one as Canyon getting on in there. Barrel going to be his target as Lucid jumping on top of Ruler, but Ruler gets over the wall with a gorgeous flash. The handshake says top of the morning to you, and down goes the hot dog. And it's just that bottom lane left alive, but are they going to be alive for much longer? As Chovy out of turret range, and that is going to keep him alive here as Gen.G, they grab themselves the Feats of Warfare, even though they didn't need them in an instant.
Huge fight win for Gen.G. They stop the Dragon stacking and get kills exactly where they want them, you know, 2 on the Zed, 1 on the Camille. And here, awkward spot to try and contest, but against a Zed who has that percentage HP damage on the passive, easy to secure. The ult that comes out from Duro is massive. And then yes, look at all this damage that goes on a Keen. But the bailout comes through and they don't even finish him off. They don't even get him into the bailout. turnaround comes through, and then you see aiming, fires a Q, tries to hit Keen and Ruler and misses.
Oh no.
And then once again, another attempt to pick up Ruler at low HP. Lucy just isn't able to connect again onto the Callista, and looking rough for D+ fans.
It really is. And we haven't even really spoken about it that much. There was a rule in the LCK before Ruler left. And I used rule without intending any puns. I apologize for that one. And that was, you just never give him Callista. That is absolutely illegal. And he barely played it because it was banned every single game, even when she wasn't as high priority as she is now. And so this is certainly a dangerous option. Was put behind in lane. The problem is that now we're not in lane anymore. Now he has access to the Fate's Call and he can play out the team fights like he does so incredibly well on this champion. It's continuing to be the case. Chovy also with just all of the agency in the world as his doggo's needing to be pulled out as Chovy gets in there on top of Lucid. Aiming's going to be around and Chovy takes that as just a reason to steal away his ultimate. Blue buff, I believe, was secured, and it was by DK. Is now Keen looking for an angle.
Aiming no flash.
Yeah. Hextech Ultimatum comes down. Pop Blossom in answer though, and it lands onto 3, but over the wall goes Chovy and helps pick up the bottom lane. The Vex now coming in and finding some value. They get 2, and Duro goes down as well. It's a 1-team fight already, but can DK get more? As we're getting the resets, and Showmaker gets on top of Ruler. No cleanse is going to cleanse him out of that one as the Nefiri Bleed takes down the Callista, and DK ain't done yet.
Huge overstep there from Gen.G. Look at the dive aiming under the tower. And the thing is, against a Vex, the difference between getting that initial kill and not getting it in the previous fight, the momentum they found, and now they get a chance to throw down that Herald mid. And just when things looked like they were slipping away from D+, they bite back.
Oh man, this... I wasn't expecting the back and forth. I thought that from that one fight for Gen.G, it would just be a whimper, but instead...
I wonder if they actually thought it was Nefiri there, because Beryl's ult was massive and completely negated the dive. They might have actually just got it mixed up at that moment, but then Showmaker getting the ult resets, able to chase again and again and again. Here manages to get Nefiri as well. It is cleansed, but it doesn't really matter in the long run.
We are seeing a lot of X value.
Yeah, and actually,
this game.
When you play the Nico and you copy, I saw it there, it does have the little dogs with him.
Yeah.
It does look, well, the little hot dogs. So it did look like Lucid, and I genuinely think that's might have been what happened is they saw it was just Lucid, and they're like, okay, we can dive this. I didn't expect a Pop Blossom to come out, which was massive from Beryl. And even though Eamon did go down, I think that's kind of how this game is going to go. You're going to die. How much value will you get
as much damage down first.
Yes.
And that's precisely what he's going to be looking for. Of course, does have the Ghost Blade now as well for trying to avoid as much as he possibly can. But I agree with you. The more like he can move Gen.G out of position, the more they have to overextend to finish him off. That's going to be the question. It's not like, is he going to die? Because yes, he is. It's about how long it's going to take and how much value he can get beforehand.
Yeah.
As Xu playing a little bit aggressively here. You can see now 2-1-2 on the Cassante as a result of that last skirmish. And has about a 700 gold lead. Is now Chovy caught in a side lane as Lucid going untargetable. It is going to be a bit of value here, but unfortunately, that ultimate not going to do anything to save his life. And now the mid laner is dead for Gen.G.
Don't do it, don't do it. It was a good pick.
Arakan is not the answer.
No, definitely not. Dragon's up, head down towards there. Great play though, finding that pick on a Chovy, and the damage between Lucian and Showmaker pretty high already, able to shred through that bulkier Silas there.
Yep, and that is going to be Shadow Flame almost completed.
Okay, this is a straightforward play, so I just want you to watch the animations. The little hot dog thing that comes out, the hot dog again when he pops the W there.
And it's just mustard flying around.
I admire the skin. That's what we got out of that replay.
Yep. Oh, it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. Canyon looking for an angle, but he won't find one. So this Dragon is going to be soul point for DK. There's still only 300 gold in the lead, and now Lucid just might be dead as he pops into the brush and like ships in the night. Oh God, Canyon actually not able to get over the wall, but then just blows up the camp and then walks away. Everyone misses everything.
There is a huge farm lead for Canyon right now, and if you look at the items, he has that Black Cleaver complete already. Okay, well, we did just see Lucid pick up the Spirit Surgeon, so it doesn't look as bad now. Still, big farm lead, about 1,000 gold ahead. But playing into the Neferi, it's actually really hard for the Zed to look for a 1v1 because you have that on-target ability on your W. You can just negate his ult. You know, if you get the timing right, like you can with like the Sandra, Zhonya's, or various other things, if you time it right, the death mark doesn't even apply, and then you just lose so much of your damage from your all-in. So I think Canyon not really interested in 1v1ing Lucid. Maybe perhaps as a certain Archer-based character, he's more inclined to try and 1v1.
By the way, would you say that Shadow Flame is Vex's signature item?
It does feel like it.
Because, like, you know, all of her abilities are shadowy.
I do feel like there's definitely some items where you feel like you can link them with a specific champion.
Like Zhonya's and Morgana.
Yeah.
It's okay. Lucid looking for Ruler. Ruler is very close to the Ruler spot, but he's got a bunch of friends this time around. There is nothing in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Chovy is going to take the Neferi ult. He might have been trying to take Barrels, but if Barrels stays as Neferi, whose ult does Sylas steal when he uses Hijack?
You asked me. I swear we've seen this before, but I honestly forget.
Because I don't know whether they were just sharing pixels and he clicked the wrong dog, or whether that's actually how it works. That if you are pretending to be a champion, then that's the champion whose ultimate you steal. Sylas questions, man. Sylas questions. Everyone loves them, don't they?
Yeah. I wish I had all the answers.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of the items linked to champions, you know which item I think is really linked to a champion?
What's that?
Blade of the Ruined King. Can you guess which champion?
Oh. Is it Viego?
Oh, spot on.
Wow, how did I guess that?
Yeah,
it might be because I know all about all of the lore of League of Legends ever.
Yeah, if you didn't do those lore readings,
yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't know. People are probably like, really?
And if I didn't play through the entire video game that he had made about him and about all of that when they were coming out, as well, which I totally did.
Yeah.
That's something that Chronicler did do. Do you know what he didn't do?
Wait,
no, it's his birthday.
Isn't Eclipse just like a Draven axe? It does look like one, kind of.
Yeah, it's either that or it's a Katarina dagger. But it feels a little bit more relevant for Draven. As Canyon moving down towards his bottom side as Sheer. There is a Hextech ultimatum problem that he has. Deathmark going to come on through and they will not put their backs against the wall, so he had no way out. And down goes the top laner. On the other side of the map, no opportunity for a cross map here as they wouldn't be able to do Otacon in time. And Keen has teleport.
Yeah, I mean, Canyon making good use of that Black Cleaver. Shredded Shiwu there, and the true damage from Keen going pretty big.
Yeah.
A lot of high-value objectives on this top side of the map, and you can see teams contesting control with that vision that's set up there. But Keen, ever a menace in the side lanes on this pick.
And it's going to mean that the gold lead is starting to become significant, right? 1.5k, and I guess it's not that significant, but it's the biggest one we've had so far.
Yeah, 6 grubs, though, on Camille. I think the one thing to say, though, is we have Soul coming up in a minute 30, Baron and Atacant alive. That was a good play.
Chains of Corruption comes down. Where is the Callista? There she is.
Gets the Mikhails and the Chains of Corruption. That's big.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, obviously that pick was great from Canyon, but like, that's probably the last time you're going to get an opportunity to go bot lane and pick a target. Because with the Atacant and Baron up, playing a dangerous game anytime the jungler moves that far south of the mid lane.
Yeah, this control ward down very low. I believe was worked on a little bit earlier there by Lucid. Does go back, takes that one down. So Voracious Otacon up and available here for both teams. And now Canyon getting jumped on by Lucid. Gone untargetable momentarily, but he does have that shadow over the wall, so he's going to be fine.
They want to force the TP from Keen. Gen.G to test the patience, because if it gets low enough, then you do TP in, but it's Camille. You can TP a bit late and instantly have impact. Don't want to get forced early.
Well, Ruler coming on over. Shapesplitter will be up.
They've committed the TP. I think D+ just back off.
Yep.
It's still 12,000 HP.
Just get out of there, Shiu. Just standing in the front line, making sure that he can play gatekeeper to the rest of Gen.G. They want to make sure that it does actually reset as Keen. Looking for that flank angle, looking for that opportunity. The rest of DK staying stalwart, seeing what they can do. As Gen.G a little bit split is what it feels like, but if they time it correctly, it can be devastating here for DK. Duro still down very, very low, and there's no Fate's Call. Remember, Pop Blossom finds 3. The Otacon is taken by Gen.G, though they have the extra life. As now, Showmaker taking so much damage. Into the backline goes Keen. It's a DK disaster, and Gen.G just roll over the top.
Decimation, it's so hard to contest the Otacon against the Callista, against the Zed, the execute value. It's secured by Gen.G, but even if it wasn't, they just demolished them in the fight.
No chance whatsoever. We know the danger of this Arakan, and Gen.G, they are the ones that learnt it the most. They see another team make the mistake and they capitalize.
I think it's just so difficult. You know, they're trying to force their way into the pit. You see the Pop Blossom comes out, but even though it hits a lot, the follow-up's not immediate. The Sphere, again, big value, but in the meantime, Chovy and Keen are just running rampant.
Yeah.
Keen in particular is so strong right now, because Camille's kind of just hit critical mass, and they're just not able to cut through him quick enough. You know, I said the tankiest target on the side of Gen.G is Keen, but he's feeling like he's unkillable at this point.
Yep, and Chovy's getting tankier and tankier as well. Has himself some Merc Treads that he just purchased, immediately upgraded. And I don't know whether the DK Dragon Soul Dream is going to be alive for very much longer, as they do take down the second Cloud Drake for Gen.G. As Lucid just wanted to get something out of his own jungle. Handshake not going to stun him up there as his own dog's being used against him.
The thing is, with like a Neferi, a Vex, and I mean, all the composition of D+, they got a lot of burst, but when you're behind like this, it's going to take everything in the kitchen sink to kill some of these bulkier targets.
Yep.
And the thing is, even if you kill someone now, they're just recalled. So, oh, Chains of Corruption misses.
Yep, and also Keen has a Guardian Angel as well, so you not only have to kill him once, you have to kill him again. As Gen.G splitting, they have got Canyon in the mid lane as Lucid looking for the angle there. Canyon might just be dead, and yeah, he's not going to be getting out of this one. So the recall or the withdraw going to be procced. The rest of Gen.G now focusing on taking down this inhibitor turret on the bottom side as Keen looks to dive in. Pop Blossom used defensively here against Chovy as his Chains of Corruption are going to miss. And still the inhibitor goes down. Still Chovy is fighting. Still he realizes that he's just got a withdrawal. So he's going to be able to proc that as Shiu going down so incredibly low. And there is that true damage from Keen to execute the Cassante. Gen.G, they take what they were looking for and they only have to send a few people home just for a little while.
You know, since the nerfs to the Arakan, I feel like we've seen less and less voracious Arakans have a big impact, but I think Gen.G did a fantastic job making the use of it here. Chovy hitting barrel here, forcing out the Pop Blossom, which is one of their big team fight tools, and then they take the inhib, damage starts to come through as well, but it's so hard because even if a window opens up, the Renata, this ult, makes it so hard to follow up on any low HP targets. Keen takes out the Cassante at the end. The damage is done. They got that inhibitor.
Yeah. Looking very, very dire for DK here in this game. 9,000 gold plus the lead here for the Tiger Nation. And they are just going to move now towards the top side. Baron still up for another 10 seconds time, but I don't even know whether they need it to get a siege happening on this turret. Yeah, that is a control ward. He's decided that he doesn't want to kill it. As if they teleport, then maybe that is a chance to just kill all of them.
Coach Kim will have some notes on that one.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. As now, DK wanting to get this defense working as Ruler's going to get Pop Blossomed. Ruler diving on top of him, or attempting to, as Chovy is the problem. He's got a Pop Blossom of his own, and they take down aiming. Canyon, absolutely absurd damage as well, and he just gets himself out. The death mark was just so good. And, wow, Cassante was there. Okay, Shiu very, very far north, but he is also going to be eviscerated. 5-0 and 6 for the Zed jungle of Canyon. And they're going to be able to take another inhibitor. This might just be the end of the game right now, and Gen.G looking to stay undefeated here in the LCK. And DK staying defeated against Gen.G despite everything they were able to get done in this series. Showmaker goes down yet again. Canyon on about 0 health, but he doesn't really need too much. And Duro diving on into the fountain. The Nexus will fall. And the fate of DK is to continue to be just this close to beating Gen.G.
Oh, I mean, it started off so well. Game 1, I feel like you really saw that momentum from D+. You saw crisp gameplay. Game 2, messy. And I think Game 3, there was moments you saw what the comp was looking to go for, but the execution was hard, and D+ just had so many threats they really couldn't deal with. I think aiming got put in a really rough spot in this game, and there just wasn't an answer to bail them out.
And the bailout was, in fact, on the other side of the rift. It felt like Duro was caught so many times, and just Fate's called back. And it wasn't enough to just get that cooldown for DK and find an advantage. They were never able to push it any further forward. Canyon, yeah, the polar bear himself looking pretty good on the debut of the Zed jungle here for 2025. And Showmaker, you can understand, looking a little bit forlorn, looking a little bit lost as to how to feel after this one, because they played really, really well.
You know, I'm feeling a little forlorn, a little lost, and citing my POM right now.
Is it Canyon or Keen? That's
feel
probably
like
where
that-
I'm putting
It's
it.
tough. It's tough, you know.
From game one?
I don't think we talk about
Yeah.
game one.
Game two.
Game 2, the Gwen was good. Lily had a lot of value. I think, you know what? I'm feeling pretty keen on my vote.
Aha!
Because I voted for Canyon. No, I didn't. You'll have to find out. You know?
I think I probably would have gone Canyon, but I don't actually know. It was a difficult series, right? Because I think that there was like the clear standout in game one, that was Xiu, that really pushed the game over the line. I think Keen was the largest part of the problem, but he was bullied for a lot of the game, right? Found himself out of position, was chain killed in side lanes, things like this, so that one's a difficult vote. Still, we're going to check out some of the highlights from this one. And for me, if there was player of the game, that's this Zed jungle that worked so exceptionally well further and further into the game. He had so much of a farm lead. He stayed so relevant.
Yeah, I think also, though, the Camille getting a lot of value. I feel like
Very
it was this top side, these 3 divers just brute forced a lot of these later fights where they just dive into you and you just didn't have the damage to cut through all of them, you know? You can definitely burst one target and then with resets maybe move on to the next, but not when you start to fall behind. This was the misplay from Gen.G where you saw that kind of happen. You saw the theory behind the composition from D+ in this one, especially with the Renata ult going down so early, and then this chase through potential to follow up from the Vex. But this was the last good fight we had for D+.
It was, and I'm glad that we had it, right? We got to see what the point of the composition was, how it's supposed to function. Ultimately, this is where it all fell apart, though. Pop Blossom was decent. The Shadow Surge to follow up was fine as well, but it's the Chovy-Keen combination that just have too much of a health bar for DK to do anything about.
Here's that final fight, and it just feels so sad. They put everything on a ruler. The engage in theory is good, but they just don't have the follow-up, don't have the damage, and then in return, Chovy just the same combo to aiming, and he just dies.
Yep. Chovy does, in fact, die himself, but the game was well and truly over from that point onwards. Gen.G really just cooked better, and this is what DK was so good at in the LCK Cup, and Gen.G just found the answers.
Yeah, I will say at least for one thing, you know, Wolf was talking about not getting his hopes up. Anyone who didn't have long with them at the top, you know?
Yeah. It's true, and I don't know whether you're necessarily feeling the same kind of depression that we felt in the past, right? Where DK in a game 3 have just completely fallen apart. This was still a competitive game until Gen.G got that snowball rolling, and with how these compositions are put together, it becomes extremely difficult to do anything about it.
Yeah, and if there was any doubt before, there definitely isn't now. The Gen.G are very much our strongest team right now. They're first in the standings as a result of this, but also HLE beaten, T1 beaten. They also beat Nongshim, and they've now beaten D+, which are 4 of the other teams who are in the top 6 of them in the LCK Cup. And I would say those were the top 5 teams in the LCK Cup. Yep, them and Gen.G have beaten all of them already in the split.
And theoretically, according to the standings right now, the next team that they have to prove themselves against is BNK. That's how that goes.
It is literally, that is their next match.
That's kind of ridiculous, as it is going to be Keen that picks up the player of the match.
Just put your hand over the screen and cover the top game.
Yeah, you could even probably half cover the second game
if we
as well.
think about the greatest Scion of all time.
Yeah, that's true.
Seems a pretty inspiring KDA, if anything.
In fact, we're giving him POM for all 3 of these games. Because he's just done exactly what he's supposed to do. It's absolutely perfect. Speaking of perfect, just the following of the script could not have been any more phenomenal here for a DK versus Gen.G match. It feels sad, right, when it's just Gen.G beating them up.
Yep.
This, so much closer, absolutely fantastic. And now it is time for us to hear from Keen and his thoughts on the win.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Kian on the side of Gen.G, who just secured their 18th win in a row against D+ Kia. Let's hear from Kian. Congratulations! What a banger series, and Gen.G comes out on top. You did so well today. How do you feel?
첫 세트를 좀 약간 힘들게
First of all,
졌어가지고 이 세트
I think we had a really rough time in game 1, and after receiving and giving feedback, I think we were able to overcome and come back and win in the end. You know, even in team fighting and skirmishes and laning phase, you did so well. And Gen.G has reached 18-match winning streak. So what are your thoughts on this?
저는 18년승에 대해 어느 정도
You know, to be honest, regarding the 18-match winning streak, I feel like Chovy really set everything up for us to reach this record. So I think I'd like to give him a lot of credit for this. And T plus Kia came very prepared today in game-wise. And it looks like they focused on denying mid-champions and utilized a variety of new picks. So how did you think of all the pocket picks? I feel like the picks that we saw earlier on were somewhat predictable, but Vex was definitely not on that list. But in the end, I think playing it out, it didn't really give us much trouble in the end. And in Game 3, we saw you debating between Gnar and Camille. And why did you end up going with Camille in the end? I feel like I could have played either one. But just considering the enemy draft, I felt like instead of playing Gnar, Camille had a lot more to do, and I would have more action and more influence on the map with her. And with how strong top side of the map is, how would you rank each lane from highest to lowest impact?
사실 탑은 상체 중에서 영향력이 그나마 가장 낮은 것 같고.
To be honest, yeah, top, I would say that it doesn't have a lot of impact in top side. So I would say mid lane has the most impact right now. So you're able to get your POM after 71 days. And just to keep this momentum going, what is your resolution? We're on a 4-winning streak currently. We will make sure that we are prepared for the next match to keep the winning streak going. And would you like to say anything to your fans?
방금 말했듯이 계속 열심히 준비 잘해서 연승.
As I've already said, we'll keep preparing and work hard to keep our winning streak and momentum going. And we'll make sure to win the next match as well. And that's the end of the interview with Keen. Congratulations on your win again, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation, as we do have one sad birthday boy who is very good at predicting. Yeah, he fell for it again. But he like, kind of did, but he also knew it was coming, and he still had hope. So how does it feel, Chronicler?
Not great. Not great, Valdez, because I want it to be wrong, you know? And I know we joke a lot about me being the predictions guy, but I feel like I know DK well enough to know that this was coming the moment that I saw the Vex locked in. And it just...
His overall love for being correct was actually overshadowed by his love for D+. and it overtook... when the Z lock-in came in, he was like, wait a minute, is it playable? Then the Vex was such a strong pick. And yeah, watching Chronicler jump out of his chair and get extremely hyped and punch towards the ceiling and then be in the fetal position between multiple moments in this game was quite entertaining for me.
There were a lot of moments in this one.
I knew. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They played well. You know, they didn't collapse game 3. Actually, Wolf was saying that they did much better than we expected.
We predicted it to be a blowout game 3.
It wasn't a blowout.
It was pretty interesting.
They were pretty good.
They were pretty good. They still lost to Gen.G for the
18th
time in a row, so that's kind of disappointing. We did have the one... well, we're going to take a look at the votes here. There was a casting vote, which means the tiebreaker vote, and essentially there were more votes for top here amongst the guys who break the tiebreaker, so it does go the way.
Wow, I'm with media and the fan vote. Oh my god.
Yeah, so because I went for the ruler vote, which doesn't make a lot of sense if you think about it too much. But for me, ruler was the only one that I think played well every single game. and I don't always value consistency, but that Sion game for Keen, for me, was way too much, as apparently I'm not as funny or original as I'd want to be, because Wolf had made this joke.
You've made so many of these jokes.
Yeah,
I'm not even the first one.
Yeah, you know, it's a classic, but I think that Ruler actually played well every single game. Even the Ezreal game, I think he was great. I think his Jhin team fighting was amazing. He's the one that saved Duro a million times. His Kalista was actually... with Kalista, it's been kind of rough so far in general in the LCK, so... but Keen getting it, I think, makes sense. I just couldn't get over the Sion game.
For me, I voted for Chovy, and I never regret voting for Chovy. But I also felt like he had a fantastic performance in Game 2, was very solid in Game 3. It's one of the safe votes you can always have when you know it's a split.
Okay. Wolf, do you feel worse about it now that you saw who else?
Yeah. I will be honest, I do feel worse now that it's literally only media and the fan vote that voted for Chovy. I do feel worse. But my other vote would have been Ruler, though, because I agree with you. I think he was the most consistent. I think Chovy had some really high highs. If it was POG, 100% Canyon gets it.
Oh, that's free. Yeah, and for Game 2, it would have been... it would have been Chovy.
It could have been Shiu. Sorry, it would have been Shiu if D+1 won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised King got it, is what I'm really trying to say. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised with the Keen as well. I think that the Gwen was good, but Ox was not surprised. You know, he highlights actually the Gwen game, and I think this is a little bit of Gwen is very strong, and he could have done a little bit more potentially, but it was a close game and they were behind, so at least able to come back.
He did also have that was kind of you are crazy. He was crazy.
Wow,
in that game on the... I also think his Camille game was really good, but on the Gwen game, he was kind of crazy. I think KD8 doesn't really tell the whole story. I didn't think he did a lot of carrying in the fights. Can you stop being too good? Except at Sion. That's
he played into a Jace and he was focused, so like I'll give him a little bit of credit. I think that people who are thinking maybe I don't want to vote for Keen because of the Sion in Game 1, like there were some asterisks there. I mean, he was just a Sion in the lane.
You just do it, Atlas said, and just put your hand over the top game, and then you look at the other two, and it's an amazing choice. So that's why Ox did go for it. We can take a look at the one fight that really did matter in this game, which was the Otacon fight. Very close one, actually. DK started this, and then Gen.G ended it.
The big thing is the counter engage that comes through there from Chovy and from Duro, because the engage was actually great for DK. Showmaker and then Neferi and Barrow in the backline, but they needed just a little bit more oomph, and a lot of their team wasn't able to actually join that backline fight, and that was the fight that decided the game, right? Like, up until that point, I think Gen.G was favored, but it was close.
Yeah.
After that, it was done.
And it was a situation where Gen.G made the right call to start the Otacon, and it forced D+ in the situation where they have to hyper-focus in on and try to go for the engage and the secure of the smite at the same time. And that counter-engage from Chovy and Duro just split the team in half, and from that point on, especially with the Otacon buff over there for Gen.G, it was a super easy cleanup.
This feels like Otacon is baiting all of our teams, even after it was introduced in the beginning of the year, and we still have teams, you know, starting it up, and even game states where it's like, oh, we have good positioning here, we just took a really good fight, DK was like, we got this, and then they're playing up against Kalista, they give up the pit, and then they have to engage like that, so... I don't know what it is about Otacon, but all of our teams, it's a very strong buff, yes, but, you know, starting it up and then losing the fight, we've seen that so many times.
I think the cause is highlighted. They thought that Keen would teleport earlier, because I think they just wanted to get to the Camille teleport, but then by that point, the buff was already too late, didn't get to stack up, as I think DK, they definitely still earned their spot.
Yeah.
But Gen.G has also dispatched handily of every single competition, except Bro.
Except Bro.
Except Bro, who did 2-0 them in LCK Cup. That did still happen.
I do think, though, that it's really interesting that D+ would have actually been in first place had they won that match. And once again, just like LCK Cup, starting off strong with some pretty creative drafts. Gotta have to find some consistency, though.
Well, against Gen.G, it seems like we're just not going to see that for a very, very long time. We'll see about the next matchup. But speaking about the next matchup for today, it is Nongshim up against DRX. Don't miss it. We'll be right back.
makes me stronger.
네, 많은 분들 기다리신 것처럼 삼각됐습니다.
누가 이겨도 안 이상할 만큼 절정의 기량이 계속해서 나오고 있는 가운데 근데 이왕이면 승리하는 쪽이 그 기분을 좀 더 오랫동안 누릴 수 있거든요.
네, 과연 어떤 승부가 펼쳐질 것인지 가겠습니다. 경기 보시죠.
이런 거 한번 끌어볼게요.
아, 뭐야, 이거 걸렸다. 아, 좋아. 나만 있겠네.
잡았어요.
나이다.
아, 잡을게. 내가 잡을게.
나이스.
아, 좋다.
빼주고 간다.
빼야 돼. 아, 이러면 너 살아.
일단 얘는 작긴 했다.
너 먹을?
나 올게.
죽어라도 쌈 봐야 돼?
하나 주고 싸움 볼 생각하면 좋겠다.
빼주 노플.
야, 세줘.
뺄게. 릴리아 플리라플.
할만해.
오케이.
나 버려. 나 좋은 거 같은데? 나 그냥 버려.
릴리아도 노플이야, 형, 이거.
오케이. 위로 뺀다, 얘네.
릴리아. 뒤. 노플.
나 쳤다.
사이 조심.
제가 노플이야.
이득 봤다, 그래도.
지금 한 마리 먹어서 신경 안 쓸게.
한 밀어놔서 먼저 쳐볼게.
아, 오케이.
나 미드 한번 해야 돼.
치마하다, 우리. 하고. 우리 치는 중.
야,
빠졌고.
뚫는단 마인드로 가자.
뚫자. 이거 쫄지 마. 여기 시야 있으면 쫄 듯. 아, 노스킬 탈리아도 스킬 없어. 나 맞았어.
텔 타기 했다 이거.
나 탈게, 이거.
릴리아 일단 봤어.
볼래?
릴리아 봤어, 일단. 릴리아.
잡지 못해.
시시 여기 되긴 했어.
나 프레인 있고.
천천히 해봐.
살짝부터.
대교만. 해봐 돼. 나 10초.
야, 두명
자.
앞에부터.
텍스.
나 붙지 않거든. 살짝부터. 사태.
시시 따박이 했는데.
설치 잡았고.
천천히 나가볼래 이거?
애매.
난 해줄 거 없어.
야, 잠깐만, 나 저녁만 먹을게. 좀만 봐줘. 없네.
야, 이거 전령
상대 거야.
못 먹었다.
상대도 못 먹었다, 나이스.
바텀이 찰만하다 이거.
일단 봐볼게.
싸움 크게 날 수 있어.
잭스는 상황보다 집 눌러.
우리 바텀 거의
나
깰만하고.
메칼 있어.
야, 보자.
네, 미칼 있다, 바드.
야, 이거 적당히 시켜줘야 돼.
미칼 줄게. 잭스. 천천히만 봐줘.
천천히.
힐.
까비. 깨비.
이거 나 조냐 살게. 근데 나 노플이라 바드가 이쪽 노릴 거거든.
하긴.
조냐로 한 턴 더 벌면서 빨면서 써야 돼.
좋다.
바로 친다.
바로 치면은 자리 괜찮아.
우리 이거 싸움 볼만하네.
한테 노플 농구이고 그냥 싼 걸 것 같은데 얘네?
갈게.
한 번 더 되나? 이 정도?
불씨 별 빠졌어.
살려. 바드 노플.
야, 공만 줄게.
맞아.
잘 봐줘.
잘 봐줘. 나 이거 되긴 하는데.
야, 끌어봐.
떨어졌어. 와줘.
갈게.
간줘.
이거 봐.
잠.
야, 잭스.
노플.
야, 중력장 바꿔봐라.
바로. 중력장 많이 깎았. 이거 지금 미달라인 하고 빅토르 이라인 먹고 바론을 갈까? 우리 바론 진짜 개빠르긴 하거든? 이번에 할만할 듯? 쳤어.
지금 했다.
꺼냈고. 불치 여기 일자 조심.
만천이긴 하거든.
쳤어. 빨라 얘네.
나 뚫을게. 여기 살짝 싸움 나고.
천천히 나 불렸다. 야 잭스.
맞을게.
괜찮아.
야, 잭스 반격 빠졌어.
내려갈게. 불만 싼 릴리아. 야 바로 먹었어. 야 빼면서.
빼면서.
괜찮아.
오케이.
끝에 맞아, 끝에.
나 좋았어. 자야필.
캐틀 노플이야.
나 캐틀 노플이야.
이거 봐줘. 끝내.
끝내지 못하고 그냥 용 받을 듯.
막을만하다.
나 궁 막았다 이거.
다행이다.
바다한테 뺏겼네.
가비요. 다음 라인 따자. 우리 탑도 라인 들어온다. 미드랑 같이 들어와. 이거 3억대기야 여전히.
다시 잘 막아내고.
오케이.
앞에서 지울게.
아래 릴리아. 더블 올게. 내가 더 막았어. 잭스. 천천히. 캐틀 노플.
천천히 해볼게. 나 괜찮아.
딜러 좋아.
괜찮아.
그쪽.
나 군대.
딜러 노플. 쳐볼래 이거? 가볼게. 나 디테일 되거든. 디테일 볼게 형들. 나 뒤에 텔탔다. 살려야 돼. 까비. 아깝다. 와, 나이스. 야, 끝 아니야? 야, 끝내. 해봐.
해야 돼.
가자.
해야 돼 이거.
빅토르가 승리 됩니다. 달려주세요. 아이다. 까비. 나이스. 아니다. 뽑으네.
makes me stronger.
화이팅!
팀 화이팅!
DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here as we get ready to dive into our final series of the week. This one being a big one, especially now, as the Noodle Boys are taking on DRX. Hold your horses, okay? Hold your horses. We're not going to reveal. I know it's already been revealed on Twitter, things like that, but
I'm calm.
Okay, good. He's going to be very excited very, very soon. Let's dive into the standings and have a look at where everything sits. This is the most interesting part for me because after that last series, DK have now slipped down to a +4. And with a 2-0 victory here, Nongshim could end the week, not in first place, unfortunately, that is out of reach, but even with D+ Kia, and both of these teams will have then only lost to Gen.G.
Alternatively, if DRX managed to get 2 of themselves, they could equalize with Nongshim and end up tied 6th. So a lot of movement in either direction.
Very true.
Could happen from this.
And why would we be surmising that perhaps there could be a DRX victory? Well, let's jump into points of the match and try and figure out a reason, shall we? Nongshim, they advanced to the playoffs with a 3-1 victory over DRX in the LCK Cup. That was in the play-in stage, of course. And DRX honestly didn't have the greatest start to the year.
Yeah, a little bit rough. I feel like they had moments, really. I think particularly the solo laners really showed up at times, but weren't quite able to translate it, and especially not able to push through play-ins. But this is the big news.
There we go.
He's back. He's back. 240 days, and it has felt so long. Plat has returned. I'm very happy. I'm hyped.
By the way, this is Orcs' 3rd best support in the LCK, who hasn't even been playing in the LCK for a very long time.
Yeah, you know, there was a lot of controversy around me with some of my all-pro votes towards Platter, but I really rate this player. I really think he's legitimately good. I think previously the team had some struggles that went down to him, and I hope we see that from him today because I think DRX are strong solo laners now compared to last year, and I'm really hoping Platter can put something on show today. He's been having a fantastic time in challenges. As you saw the stats there, undefeated on Rel this year, 9-0.
Yeah, he has been putting on a clinic, and he always kind of has. Like, Platter is just really, really good. We don't even know necessarily what his best role is, as he's played AD carry really well and support really well. That's just how it's sort of done. But you saw Teddy and Lahens having a bit of a yap there before they made their way out into the Lol Park stage. I think that really evened out the walkout advantage for me. It felt like they were giving each other back the same that was given. So I thought that perhaps there was an advantage for Gen.G moving into our first series. This time around, feeling a lot more even.
Absolutely. And you know, I think it is an uphill battle for DRX, despite Nongshim getting dismantled by Gen.G in the most recent match. That's just kind of Gen.G. I wouldn't hold that too much against them. And so far, that is Nongshim's only loss.
All right, so they managed to knock down the doors of Breon and the DN Freaks. Then it was kind of a beat up when he went into the door of Gen.G. And now they're going to see what they can do when they're looking to take down DRX.
There's a reinforced door, maybe, or like the chair under the doorknob.
I felt like the black eye really did make it. That was exceptional. Thank you for the artwork there. And Rich gonna have a tall order against himself here today as King and the World Champ, looking to take to the stage as well.
I actually have a winning strategy for Rich.
What's that?
Pick Gwen, and then Kingen will pick Diana.
Oh God.
It's that simple.
It's so simple. Why did I even think it was gonna be a problem? Do you know what needs to happen? DRX needs to leave it up, and then Rich needs to beat him with Diana top. That's what has to happen. That's the true joy.
That would send a message.
It would. Would also mean that Platter wins his first game in the LCK, which I imagine will make Orcs very, very happy.
It would.
As speaking of happy people, Yukal, the walking mascot, the ball of energy here for DRX. We'll see how many fun reactions we're going to get out of him here today, because this could be an explosive series. This could be a weird series, because we've got craziness sort of all over the place. You got Yukal, who's making ridiculous plays all over the map, and then you've got Lahens. You don't even know what he's going to play.
You really don't, you know, and I feel like Nongshim coming back, just the manner in which they got beaten by Gen.G, I feel like they're really looking for a target to take it out on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is it was definitely a rough one, but we're seeing that there are a lot of teams that have just tended to lose against Gen.G. The good old regular season Gen.G. adage is a thing that does make sense. Yeah, yeah, it's a tough one. Song here for DRX. Let's see whether he can lead them to a win here up against the Noodle Boys. I think it's so fitting as well. Even in our opening, you've got Nongshim followed immediately by DRX, even in the cinematic. With the noodles behind Nongshim and the dragon behind DRX. It all just fits.
That is
it all
sick
works.
dragon.
That's a very cool dragon.
Very shiny.
That's Loka. She's a content creator and is the DRX ambassador.
And a great artist.
Which is pretty cool.
That was my own that I added personally, because that is...
Thank you very much. No, that is not information that you gleaned from GSUN. That is, in fact, your
own opinion.
Yep, absolutely. So, Lilka, let's see whether she is going to be able to give them all of the power necessary for the dragons to take flight. As the Noodles also looking to try and take flight. In order to fight one another, they're going to need to both be in the same sort of space. So if the dragon takes flight, the Noodles are going to be flying as well. It may not look as majestic.
I feel like if they're going to fight, maybe like a ground worm sort of situation, you know? They play the ground, the dragon plays the air.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
That could...
But also Noodles are like long, and maybe so it could just be a really long noodle.
That's what I mean, so it's on the ground, but it reaches up.
Oh,
yeah.
Like coils up. Yeah, that makes sense. Like a snake.
We're working it all out.
As this isn't a snake, that's a dog. Or a hot dog. As the Neferi going to be banned away from Sponge. And Neferi ban on the blue side is just kind of confusing to me. I don't know whether you necessarily need to worry about it. The Neferi we've seen, like, I really don't want to see it again. I feel like it's bait.
It's been doing a lot of losing.
It has.
More losing than winning. Sejuani ban coming out from DRX. Jace coming from Nongshim. You know, the big four top laners at the moment are Gwen, Rumble, Jace, and Ambessa, but Jace kind of has favor in lane against the other three.
Yes.
So, he's a more volatile pick. Definitely takes skill to handle him, but it does make me think potentially Nongshim setting up for maybe a power pick in the top lane, maybe a Gwen first pick.
No, they need to pick the Diana, otherwise the counter will be left up.
Oh yeah, true. What if Rich picks Diana in the Gwen? That would be terrible.
Yeah, so that'd be a disaster.
King will be like, this matchup's unplayable.
Imagine just like banning Diana here. It would be that would be a decision of all time. Could be just the Rumble to be taken away here, and then Kingen sets up for a Gwen.
Maybe even like an AD carry. If there's something you if you want to first pick the Gwen, like if you ban like, oh actually going for Talia instead. I was saying if you ban like Varus, maybe DRX ban Callista, and then you get Talia or Gwen. But yeah, they go for the Talia ban. Definitely a high prio mid. I feel like we have, like as I said, the big four for top. The big three for mid right now are Ahri, Azir, and Talia.
I think it has to be Gwen. If you want an honest game of League of Legends, I think that Gwen needs to be addressed.
I think it's the safest one to go for in this situation.
Callista is going to be... okay, Rich. How's your Diana, buddy?
Yeah.
I'm going to check.
A big pick to give over to Kingen, considering his performances out in the LCK Cup. And we'll see what DRX want to respond with. I think Varus being open, definitely the priority. And look at the Azir as well for Yukao.
Yeah, okay. So instead, just going to go down the Xin Zhao Azir route.
Yeah.
To ignore the Gwen situation for now.
Ignoring the Varus as well is interesting to me. I will say, Xin Zhao plus Gwen, that was the old school circles composition where you couldn't hit either of them, so maybe wanted to deny that. And Nongshim, I think matching jungle mid here would be pretty safe. But honestly, I think you probably want AD carry. So maybe mid AD carry makes the most sense.
Ooh, Poppy.
Going for the Poppy instead, so not really what I expected. Does have some flexibility though, could go in the jungle, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So you could flex that towards the jungle if you would like to. I mean, the Aurora, an option into the Azir.
This could be jungle mid, in theory, but the Poppy is a flex, so they're keeping their options open. And they will lock that Aurora in. So that's one thing though with the Poppy jungle, if it was Poppy jungle, doesn't do that much damage. Obviously is AD, but not a ton, and you have double AP solo lanes is my only concern now. DRX, I think top lane makes the most sense here. Just if you want to secure something against the Gwen, if you don't have like a Diana up your sleeve, I think you pick top now. You can pick Rumble, you can pick Ambessa, you can pick Jax. Looking like going for the Ambessa we saw played last series in Game 2 by Shiwu into Keen's Gwen.
Didn't work out so well, but Ambessa is one of Rich's better champs when it comes to like solo queue performance and things like that as well.
So very happy to take the champion. It's just unfortunate that the matchup is a Gwen, who just kind of runs the rift.
I think you get to a point where you can dueler. We kind of saw that happen in the previous game, but
whoa, that was like a disco.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
There's like a super lock-in button that we didn't know about that the teams have just learned about now.
Yeah.
Slam the golden button and it just...
Yeah, Teddy was like ready to ban and then like inputted the Konami code and then all of a sudden it was disco. And it was, oh man, that was so cool.
I wish we did that every time.
Yeah.
When all the picks are being done and we just go...
I'm just sad that we're not in there or like still. As I believe, I think the draft kind of blew up because they weren't ready for the Disco Inferno.
It was blinking, so, you know, it makes sense that it might have blown up.
Yeah.
It was a little... Maybe Bro responsible? Their tagline is blow it up.
True. So they may have actually just blown it up. So we are going to get back into the draft as soon as possible and make sure that everything is A-okay, and we're not going to have any exploding drafts, which is generally for the best, I would say. As pick Heimerdinger.
You know, not sure it'll happen, but you gotta ask for it. If you don't ask, you'll never get.
Well, that's exactly right. And I think you gotta shoot your shot when you have your chance. And he had his chance. And there are still 2 picks for both teams left up and available, right?
Yep. Is presumably the... I mean, I don't know. I think definitely for the side of DRX, it's a bot lane. Nongshim, I think the Poppy's probably going to support, so maybe jungle AD carry they still need to secure. Interesting, we've seen the Varus go through to this point, considering it's often like a first ban. So we'll see if that gets banned out in the second rotation. I would presume so. It is DRX with kind of the advantage because they get the first pick and the counter pick in this next stage. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on that.
Yep. That last fan sign, by the way, was pretty cute. It said Volley Bear? No, Teddy Bear. Because they were a Teddy fan.
That's cute.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cute. Thanks for the translation there, G-Sun. Yeah, I wonder whether we're actually in the draft yet. We're going to be speedrunning through it, obviously. So getting back to exactly where we were before, as it was just awaiting some bans for both teams. Having a look at it though, like, I don't know. Leaving Gwen up is such a risk.
It is. I think this is a problem that, you know, a little bit in this situation where red side just has a lot of things to ban. You're going to have to let something through. It is fearless, so there's less pressure after this. But it is a big hit to take if you do leave over something of just massive value, like the Gwen. We've seen Gwen just carry games.
Yeah.
And like, yes, the Ambessa can do fine, but I think Rich is going to have to work hard to shut down this Gwen pick. And the thing is, like, the Azir and the Zins out are good picks, but it's like, you're playing Azir into Talia. You know, there's scenarios where you can struggle to really make that impact with the big shuffles because of the Unraveled Earth. And right now in the current meta, I don't think either of these picks...
Whoa!
We have flown through.
Yeah, jump scare bans as all support, as the Elise, Nautilus, and the Braum taken away.
Yeah, so they're thinking it's still potentially that Poppy jungle, banning supports away from the hands. Braum ban comes through, which, I mean, indicates maybe it is a Poppy jungle. They're looking for something like an Alistar or Leona. Are they okay to leave the Varus open? To be fair, I think Varus struggles a bit in this composition. Very hard to do damage into
Lulu.
And they ban the Lulu away.
Feels bananas to me.
Yeah. Toying with the idea of the Rakan here for Pleta. Not the easiest game to play a Rakan into, especially with a Poppy on the other side, but to be fair, as any engaged support can have fun into a Poppy.
It also might kind of force at least a consideration of a Xayah out from Jiwoo, which does mean that they will be pretty short range and just not going to fall for it, as it's going to be Ashe Renata locked in here for Nongshim, and they don't waste any time getting to it as well. I feel like this rounds out this roster really nicely.
I think you have to go like an Ezreal. I don't think you can go Xayah here. The enemy composition is so much disengaged. MF can work. You need something with a bit more range in it. If you opt into something short range, you're just going to get mangled. It's already going to be a pretty rough lane, although Rakan does have to sustain in his Q to kind of mitigate a bit. But, you know, DRX come out in a situation when the bot lane matchup's a little rough. And I remember we were talking while the draft was down about Azir into Talia. Talia was banned, so it's Azir into Aurora. I didn't know I was talking about that.
I did get a little bit confused.
I got a little bit confused, and then I confused you.
Yep.
That's what object permeance. If I don't see it, I forget it. Anyway, so I mean, I think there's some power on the side of Nongshim, particularly this Gwen and the bot lane matchup. On the other side, DRX, I mean, I think they've just got 5 strong picks in the meta. And if they get to team fights, there's a lot of strength there. We'll have to see if they can navigate these lanes and don't let this Gwen get out of hand.
Yeah, the problem for me is 100% the Gwen. I think what they did in the bottom side of the map is perfect for making sure that this Gwen can succeed, right? Just add more utility, more CC, so that the Gwen can just start popping off in these team fights. She's going to be extraordinarily valuable. But DRX fans with bated breath are waiting to see whether they can even out some score lines up against Nongshim, or whether the Noodle Boys are going to be able to equalize D+ Kia with a 2-0 victory here today. That would be absolutely absurd. This is a team that has been middle of the pack at best in the LCK, and they will be equal second at the end of week 2 after being first at the end of week 1. It's kind of nuts, but I'm looking forward to seeing whether they can get it done here as we jump into the Rift for game 1.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
The one very fun thing here, Ox, is the fact that Nongshim literally did just pick all their champions and didn't switch.
Yeah, always interesting when that happens.
Yeah, it's very cool. Whereas 2 switches were required on the side of DRX.
Oh,
I know.
that's not as clean.
It's not very clean. And this is, you know, Pledder's first game back. And probably wanted to keep it clean.
Yeah. And definitely the back foot in this lane matchup. It is one of these situations where Rakan, so a buff he actually got when it was like the Ashe support meta was his Q healing is insane now. And you could actually play into matchups like this. Sounds horrible playing a melee champion into Ashe and Renata, and it is, don't get me wrong. But if you land your Qs consistently, you can mitigate a lot of the damage, and MF has good trading power.
Yeah, so you just like heal it back even if you lose the trade.
Yeah, the healing on that ability is really insane. The problem is you have to try and play against it like Soraka, right? When you play against Soraka, you really work hard not to get hit by Qs, and that's how you win when you're landing poke. So G1 Lehens, it's honestly so important not to get hit by the Q. More important than it is to necessarily get the poke down, because if you get like 2 autos down but he hits a Q, like you don't even actually necessarily win the trade.
Yeah.
So very, very vital that you just don't let Pledder get free Qs off.
Well, I don't think Pledder hit a Q because he just took a whole bunch of damage and there wasn't very much healing as a result.
Yep.
Teddy has been sort of allowed to chill out in this lane. We've mentioned a lot the experience situation, which is the most important part, and I think he's got all of that at least.
Yep. You did see there, Pledder missed a Q, unfortunately, and they pushed up immediately on the back of that. He does have his shield, does have his Q back up, and might miss 1 minion, gets a Q there.
It was actually 2. I think one was a little bit too far.
Oh, that one's still alive!
Oh, okay, yeah, and that minion is confused.
It's a trooper.
There we go. So it looks like Teddy might be able to get that level 2. Does need 1 more minion to go down, as we are just going to get bored of that whole situation and head towards the mid lane. Ucal just dealing with it as best he can as Gideon just wandering on up. And Sponge, I think, is just going to have to play defense. Ucal, unable to leave, was dealing with that minion wave. And Sponge just going to head over towards his Krogs. And already DRX seem to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I feel like it's a hallmark of Gideon's style that even though he plays these tank junglers, like Sejuani is one he's really fond of.
Yep.
He will look to gain an advantage in the jungle and find camps and challenge. It's not just like, I am playing Sejuani, I'm a team player. Now fighting against Sponge. Sponge has to be careful. He's already lost in terms of HP. Stun doesn't connect, though.
Yeah, you saw that. It was actually very cute from Sponge. He was waiting so that he could kind of be inside the wall to make sure that Gideon had the least amount of time to react to the audacious charge. But obviously, Gideon just knew that he was going to press the button. So had that one at the ready.
To get a reset coming out from G pretty early on. Teddy and Pledder have done an okay job navigating this lane, all things considered. They are trying to push out in return, though. And this is a very early swap from Nongshim. You have to see those swaps come out for the grubs, but this is a good amount before that.
Kind of crazy as well. Lehen sticking around. Kingen going to turn up. That's a great handshake. It's now Kingen dashing forward. Is Teddy going to be okay? That's the question. Already the heal is now down, and the teleport will be invested. As, of course, Rich kind of wants to come down anyway. But Lehens, if he gets another handshake, this could be real dicey. Still, he's taking a fair bit of damage as Pleta sticks around to make sure he helps out. But there it is. That's the handshake we were talking about. Pleta able to grand exit, and he will now go back home.
It's super costly in that situation, and just a bit of an overstep from Teddy ends up getting punished. Rich has to TP down, and again, it's where he wants to be, but it does mean he has to burn that TP to go there a little bit faster than maybe he'd hoped.
Yeah.
Although, actually, I say it's where he wanted to be. He was actually walking towards top lane when he teleported, so I don't think it's bad that he's here, but maybe they weren't intending to swap initially. Kind of got a bit caught off guard.
Yeah, Rich might have just thought that they weren't going to go for a swap this quickly.
Yep.
Often this is kind of the time. It's normally like about now, right? Like on this next wave. Teddy able to move on up though, as they did get word of it very, very quickly. Kingen was going to be coming over here, so Ju up towards the top side ahead by about 10 CS. And the resulting gold advantage is minimal at best, right? It's not too much of a big deal here for DRX fans. As Lehens moving over just to make sure this Zen is going to have as much pressure on him as possible. Gideon going to come in as well. And Yukal once again caught dealing with minions. Aurora just doing the right thing, right? Like, this is what we expect of this champion, is to just keep as much lane pressure up as possible in the early game. And it's working. Gideon's playing off it really nicely. Not going to be able to steal away that Raptor, but keeping the pressure up as much as possible.
Feels like though Gideon's spending a lot of time trying to challenge in the jungle, is actually falling behind in farm, because it's been trying to deny Sponge and just spending maybe a bit too much time, but now has 3 camps to head to in his topside jungle. Meanwhile, Sponge is heading straight to that dragon.
Yeah, I might actually just be able to finish this one off. You can tell that there's not a lot of people paying attention to that area.
Early Ocean actually really a strong one, not only because it means you're not getting an Ocean Soul, but just the sustain in lane is where you get the most value from it.
Yep. As Ju now possibly caught out of position, as Pleta is going to short the hop, unfortunately. Does manage to land the Gleaming Quill, though. Gives them that health back. But there is no one else here, and Ju is just wandering up towards the lane. So that can be a little bit of a worry here for DRX. That's okay. Finally, the knock-up is going to connect. Make it rain coming on down there, as Teddy was really frustratingly minion blocked throughout. That is what it looked like to me. Sponge going to be able to take down that dragon. And heading towards the bottom lane, as we can see here. The rest of DRX then just going to be moving on back. And Rich and Sponge, can they kill the Gwen? That is the question. Teddy also is in trouble. Gideon going to clear out of control ward. They know exactly what's going on as the cleanse comes on through. Arrow comes down at the same time as Pleta just trying to shield up Teddy, and he does so. Jiwoo and Lehens so incredibly low, but Gideon, all he needs is a heroic charge, and Jiwoo stay out of double up range. That would be embarrassing if that was to happen, and he wants it and doesn't get it.
Nearly finds Lehens there, pretty close. And, you know, it wasn't a great situation, but it is Lehens who ends up getting the kill. I think that's considering how that play started, I think it went about as well as DRX could hope. Not ideal, though. Obviously, a bit of a CS advantage built up now for Jiwoo over Teddy. But a scrappy dive ends up coming out, so Pleta stays away in this situation because Teddy has cleansed. They want him to be stunned. But then the W from the Poppy just means he can't do much for the start of the play. Saves him for that Ignite and that extra auto damage with the E, but then they kind of realize Teddy's dead, and then Teddy finds his window. And look, Lehens, the shield actually saved him. If he hadn't shielded at that time, could have just died. So I think, as I said, scrappy, but Nongshim getting what they wanted, and DRX, it didn't go as badly as maybe it could have, I think, is the consolation.
I think, I don't know whether his barrier was off cooldown, but it looked like that was also playing a part for this at the same time. Not his barrier, sorry, his Guardian. The shield.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was standing pretty close to Jiwoo at the time. But definitely the W was pressed, so that's likely the one. Oh, it's W handshake. It's Q, the logistics protocol.
Q is the handshake, W is the bailout.
Yeah, and it's E.
Gives you the res, and E is the shield that I don't know the name of.
It is like logistics protocol or something like that. Emperor's Divide here as Fisher is just pushed back. Does immediately answer with his own ultimate, which is then able to get him to safety. Certainly a pretty useful thing into the Azir, but I wasn't expecting that. Yukali just pressed the button.
Yeah, trade of ultimates there. Hard to make it stick onto an Aurora.
All right, in goes Pleta.
Yeah, some aggressive trading here. One thing is that Jiwoo is now level 7. compared to Teddy and Pleta both being level 5. So a big XP advantage generated here for the AD carry of Nongshim, although Teddy does just hit level 6 now.
Teddy's really having a rough time, as Fisher is also really struggling. Yukal with those Sand Soldiers, as Jiru just throws an arrow towards Pleta and Teddy. They're not going to die, but this is that pressure we were talking about, continuing to mount here against DRX. Teddy will always, you know, be able to find these bullet times, find the angles to get some value, but right now, they are just bleeding gold towards this bottom side. Even that double up, which I felt like with them being so incredibly close, he should have been able to get some value. Still not going to be able to do so. As Rich wanted to dash into the mist here to try and offer a bit of a trade towards Kingin. No one finishing their first items just yet, and Gideon wanting to stop Ambessa from doing all of the things that she wants to do, which is dash all the time and forever. And she's just dead. No way out. No option, and Kingin gonna grab even more plates on top of this.
This is just a strength of the Poppy when you're diving champions in the side lane. There's almost no way you can easily stand without getting stunned at some angle, especially if the Poppy has flash. So easy to set up. They are potentially looking for something here, but Nongshim will back off.
Yeah, I think Lahens and Jiu just sensing it, as I think they saw a ward go over that wall, or something like that. Not entirely sure, but they certainly knew.
Yeah, and I mean, even if maybe Rich sensed that a play was coming, not much you can do, and especially on a champion like Ambessa, a lot of your survivability is linked to your mobility, which the Poppy just denies. Didn't really get a chance to press buttons there, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. It was like, yeah, I was waiting for it as well, because Ambessa, she just wants to be able to dash around. That's how she's annoying underneath the turret if you're trying to dive her, but what if you also chain CC her and she's just dead?
Yeah, now I see a scenario where will be 6 grubs for Nongshim, which is pretty dangerous for DRX, considering we have this Gwen in the side lane already causing a lot of issues.
Yeah, and there's not much of a good news story, right? Outside of the fact that Yukal is farming quite nicely here in this mid lane, that's where the gold gap is the smallest. But 6 grubs, I think, will be utilized so effectively by a champion like a Gwen in a side lane, as Gideon Lahens now will spot Rich, who does get that ward in, so not going to get caught off guard too badly, but with you now moving over, that could just be more plates going over, and Rich has no avenue in.
Yeah, this is really bad, especially the 6 grubs. The plates can go down so quickly.
Well, there's the first one of this particular push. Only 2 more remain in this lane. Hex Flash gets Gideon out to safety, and the next plate will go down thanks to the grubs and the burn. And Sponge just can't engage onto a Poppy because he's a Xin Zhao. He has 1 dash, and that 1 dash gets a W.
Oh no, Rich.
Oh dear. Oh dear. There's the initial ignite as they throw down the ulti there as well. He gets a whole bunch of shields, and Pleta comes on in to help him out. But I could imagine that was a bit of a jump scare for good old Rich.
The Ignite committed as well. They really want to shut down that healing. They thought that was a full kill able to come through.
Yeah, they pressed every button outside of their flashes.
Yeah, but unable to find him. Big lead though at the moment for Nongshim. And really all DRX have to show for it is a singular dragon.
Yeah.
And it's Ocean Chemtech as the first 2, so Soul will be a good one.
And we do have Sponge moving on over. They have a lot of vision towards the Dragon Pit as well, so certainly a possibility they can grab themselves at least 2nd dragon of this game, but it's going to be traded for the first Terror Blood, which will come on down.
Yeah, and with this first turret, Nongshim just need a kill or an objective, and they will get feats of strength.
Yeah,
spoiled for choice a little bit.
Feels a little bit inevitable when it comes to that first one, but you know, feats of strength aren't everything, and there are some scaling options here on the side of DRX. I just feel like the Poppy and Gwen, they just present so many issues here for DRX to deal with, because them together make for such a deadly combination. Gwen, I think 1 versus 3, if she gets accelerated, is something that she can even manage. And so Gideon hits a couple of people with his ult. They don't even need anyone else there, and they may just win.
Just the fact as well, when you're behind against Poppy Renata, it feels so suffocating. So many of the champions on DRX need to dash in to make the impact be felt. And it's very hard to do so against those 2.
Yeah. So a lot of flash is going to be required, you could imagine, especially to get Yukal in position to make these Emperor's Divides actually dangerous. And right now you can see that Fisher does have a gold advantage in this lane as well.
Just feels absolutely suffocating. 4,000 gold is now the lead. Kind of out of nowhere is what it feels like as Rich finds a great trade against Kingin, all things considered. And Pleto looking for a bit of a knock-up as the quickness comes on down. Fisher just going to escape by diving to the other side of his circle, and that's going to work out nicely, but Lehens needs to flash the Emperor's Divide, and they seem to just have the answers as Rich gets a public execution. Gideon cannot tank this up for too much longer, but the flash out from Kingin will save his life, and they're going to look for an inner turret off the back end. This is so clean from Nongshim.
Yeah, so much gold going to come through from this as well. Over onto that Gwen. This Gwen, we said it needed to be answered, needed to be dealt with. It has not been.
1,000 gold from plates to 0 as well. DRX have not been able to get any movement in any lane. It's been Nongshim this entire time. Absolutely absurd. This is just a shellacking. I was expecting this to be a little bit closer here between these two squads, especially after, you know, how Nongshim were manhandled by Gen.G.
I mean, Rich lands the ult on a Gideon. I'm not sure really what else you can do in that situation. The Gwen just does so much damage. Once you're held still, you're just kind of dead. This value from the Poppy, absolutely massive here.
All right, Teddy going to be clearing out this wave. Licking their wounds, DRX for the minute. Next dragon going to be a Mountain, as Mountain Soul is the one that we have up and available here today. Would be really nice if DRX could get their hands on that, but unfortunately this is sometimes what happens, right? This is if the 6 grub play actually works, right? If you use the grubs to actually get you priority and then you get it, even if you lose the first couple of Drakes, the next ones are yours, you know?
Yep, and those first 2 dragons are basically meaningless if you can't convert to a soul. Do you see DRX setting up in this area? Look for Lehens. Lehens has no flash, so I think he's a great target to take out of the fight quickly. But if you commit everything onto a support and have nothing left for everyone else, you will lose.
Yeah. On the top side of the map, it is an Aurora taking on this Ambassador this time around. The Gwen very, very close towards this bottom side Dragon Pit. 2 minutes until there is any objective down there, though. And Gideon now moving towards top side. Top side is also where the Arakan is going to be. It's going to be voracious this game. Not quite enough action, as only 3 kills at 16.5 minutes.
And Lehens is playing this defensive position, covering Kingin. He knows the play is going on the top side. He knows that DRX don't want to match, so he will mitigate the pressure they can apply.
Oh man, and you saw it, like Pleta turns up, he's like, aha, now we've got him, sees Lehens and immediately says, don't got him.
Yeah. Frustrating to play into, and this is kind of the position you're in when you are at this deficit. You can't match Nongshim pound for pound. You have to find numbers advantages, and Lehens just been in the perfect position to deny.
Well, Teddy's standing on a ward here. Sponge in the area as well. Ju with arrow up and available, but Cleanse is there for Teddy. They could trade the cooldowns if they would like to, but with the back coming on through from Gideon, I don't think Teddy would even need to worry about it too much now that Pleta does set up shop in the area. Teddy now looking to go back. So does have his Swifties and Bloodthirster now complete. See whether he's at least got another BF sword or something like that to add to his inventory as we move towards this next dragon. 50 seconds. As no, it's just 2 long swords.
I think DRX have 2 choices. They can either stall the game out and get to the point where this 4K gold lead doesn't mean as much. But the problem is Atakan's coming for a couple of minutes and Baron in 7. That's not a lot of time.
Yeah, gold lead not also looking like it's shrinking.
Yeah, and the other alternative is you just all in on this fight around Dragon. You're at a massive deficit. I think you have to play pretty much perfectly if you're going to win this. But do you prefer a quick death or a slow one?
Yeah, I think a quick one sounds better. You know, let's risk it. As now Kingin moving on underneath this outer turret. The Rift Arrow going to help knock that one down as the deficit is even larger. And the risk is even greater and the payoff even sweeter if DRX do go for the fight. I'm trying to sell it. This is looking so doomed though, Orcs. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think they need to find someone slightly split away from the rest of the group. I think if you're just diving everyone into this backline with a Poppy Renata, you just lose. You need someone off on a tangent.
Oh, that ward. That ward's high value. As Fisher dives in, they knew exactly what was coming. Hostile takeover does nothing as Sponge able to get them out of there with the ulti. This is a lot of cooldowns now eaten. Rich comes in, immediate interruption on the quickness, but still able to get a couple of charms as the arrow finds no joy. The Ambessa gets out of there immediately, and the jungler is dead. Oh, the wallets, Ox. The wallets are just so heavy. And even though Nongshim have missed the majority of their buttons, it doesn't matter. Their mere existence is enough to push DRX away.
Yep, they can just kind of stand there and do a little bit of damage, and it'll make all the difference. Oh, they found maybe Fisher.
Hostile takeover comes in. That's the Drake being picked up as Rich is going to flash away. Heroic charge from Gideon says good night to the Rakan. And Rich, yeah, he just realizes he's not going to make it out. The bailout was also still ticking, I believe, on the Aurora, and isn't able to find any joy there. And that was what we wanted. We wanted to send it, and look, win some, you lose some, eh?
Yeah, and I'm just... This Poppy, you know? Like, they burn some big tools at the start, and then quickness comes in, the W comes out from Gideon, the follow-up's not there. The ult comes out from the Poppy to disengage the play, and that entire engage is gone. And then in this ensuing play, they look for Fisher here. Whereas Fisher look for them. Rich catches, connects, but they just don't have the damage to fall through. And then once again, Poppy charges in, and they all just have to flash away.
Yeah, it was actually Jew that had the bailout, so Fisher would have died if there was enough damage available from the Ambessa. Either way, it is looking very dire here, as Rich not quite at 2 items yet. Kingen is well and truly there for now.
I mean, they're doing the Atakan now, and
Fleta's going to have to face check. The arrow is going to come in after the handshake, and he does take a lot of damage. They're not going to overcommit, because the Atakan is the option by Sponge. Atakan is just going to be taken here by Nongshim. And this is the problem with a Poppy that gets ahead. You just get to press R from Fog of War anytime you want.
Yep. And this game is feeling dire, you know? There's been games before where you've had a big lead, but you're like, hey, maybe someone will make a bet on their hair, and we'll be able to turn it around.
Do you think even if I bet on this that there would be any chance? I don't even think it'd be interesting.
This is what I mean. This is the sort of game where I don't even think there's that caveat. There's not like the...
Yeah.
I just think they're so behind with a composition that's...
To be fair, I did think my hair was safe that last time as well. As Sponge and Rich are going to get this one turned on them. They thought they did a fair bit of damage there to Kingen, and in fact, Kingen does have the Atakan buff, so it doesn't even matter if he dies. Snip, snip, goes the Gwen, and Kingen's just playing a game of inches here towards the bottom side, and it's working. Jiwoo might actually get recalled, and so his withdrawal should be...
they still have a kill, you know? They got a recall, that's it.
Yeah, it's 8-0.
It is not going well, and I feel like at this point, you're kind of thinking about game 2, you're thinking about what went wrong. At least this is fearless, so you don't have to deal with some of these factors.
Oh, Teddy may just die. Needed actually a little bit extra there, as Teddy was able to utilize his lifesteal pretty effectively. Going into the stealth, and Fisher should be dead now. No, not dead. He's going to be withdrawn now.
I mean...
400 gold?
Yeah.
Pulling it back.
You know, if they get 20 more of those recalls, they would be even. Yeah.
Not sure whether... That didn't make it sound very possible, Ox.
No, because they can only get 5. Well, this is some Gwen magic, and we questioned the leaving the Gwen open. I think we've seen, generally, Kalista be a lot more counterable.
Yeah. This is when I thought he was probably going to die, and it was going to be still doomed anyway, and he didn't die.
Gwen is immune. I think that is the lesson we're learning here.
Yes. And DRX unfortunately are not immune. Oh, get over here, Sponge, as he does throw down the ulti, so that keeps him alive. Kingen, I was going to say he's in trouble, but he's probably not.
Big damage.
He definitely is. He's going to try and get bailed out, but it does not work. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the Ambessa.
That's a real kill.
That's an actual kill.
They're on the board.
Oh my goodness. That is infinity% more kills than they had 25 seconds ago.
Yeah. Oh, Pleta's out. He's gone. Well, it's something. And actually, Teddy now has a gold lead over Jiwoo. I think if you actually just cover up everyone else,
yeah,
it looks pretty good.
Oh god, the jungle situation. I didn't think it was that messed up.
It's pretty messed up.
Yeah, 3,000 gold is just a pretty ridiculous lead for a Poppy to have.
Yeah.
Have a look at the attempted engage.
Good ult from Sponge to buy some time, and then Jiwoo just gets a little overconfident here, especially because I believe the bailout was on cooldown. Actually, no, it wasn't. It gets used here. Yeah, steps up, bailed out, but that's just not enough when you're that far forwards.
The public execution into immediately getting Keeper's Verdicted is very, very funny. As Pletter is just going to run his way out of here. But now the quickness is on cooldown, one of the most important buttons that DRX has for any sort of attempted engage. Not going to be available for the next little while. Maybe they've got a bit of confidence put in them here after that last little skirmish, but Nongshim moving over towards the Dragon Pit, and this is neutral territory now. It's not Nongshim overextending. This is just going to be the Drake picked up. Second mountain here for Nongshim.
Oh man, mountains with a Poppy who's this fed.
Yeah. And gonna have even more armor, so Rich and Teddy are gonna do even less damage.
Yep. It's also the Sundered Sky, Dead Man's Plate, like Captain America, launch a buckler at the head.
Yeah.
Dome them build. It's pretty fun. Not for the other team.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you're a DRX fan, not fun. But if you're a Nongshim fan and you love noodles, this is really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, throwing the plate, you know, it's like they finish their ramen and then they just like frisbee the plate at them.
Yep.
That's how the Poppy's playing it. That's why Gideon's so good at it.
Exactly.
Ooh, once again the bowling alley. As the Baron is going to be up now, and bounties are there. That's pretty much telling the tale of how things are going for DRX. As out goes Sponge once again. Is that targeted, Gideon? Okay, Teddy finding a bullet time.
Did some damage.
Yeah. It resulted in losing the red buff. Okay, so Keeper's Verdict is on cooldown. But so is the bullet time, and that is basically all of what Teddy can do. But now quickness is back up once again. Kingen gonna have to back away. Or I don't know whether he necessarily had to, but he did back away.
Feels like they're trying to pincer them in, get them to come into Baron, and then have Kingen collapse. But that Azir tower that's up will make it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, we don't know whether the Baron has been started. It has. Sponge, I don't know whether that was where we wanted
That's
to
so much
check.
damage on the jungler as well.
Yeah. All right, we started it. As it's Lehens and Gideon. So actually, have they started it? Not entirely sure. Sponge almost just gets killed. Yeah. So Fisher knows that there is no one that's going to come over here. Jiu finally turns up, and that's going to help them with a bit of extra damage for taking this one down. Kingen should be able to just execute it, basically, from approximately 3,000 health. And that's what we're seeing right here. Wow, this Gwen does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Baron just going to be secured for free.
Not seeing many outs in this one.
Yeah. No. I mean, an out is losing the game and hoping that the next one goes better.
Yeah, yeah. And knowing that Poppy cannot be picked for the... Or Gwen.
Yeah, there you go.
Picked for the rest of the series.
That could certainly be a positive. 9,000 gold is the lead. 2.5 minutes of Baron. And we'll see whether they can break over the base on that one. Sponge going to be able to get a red buff, blue buff for his team. That's pretty cool.
Seeker's Arm Guard on both solo laners of Nongshim.
Okay, let's go digging for some good news for DRX.
Okay, I'll let you start.
Yeah, I'll start here. They are still in the game.
Are they?
Yeah. Their base is intact.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, yeah.
They have these cool 3 control wards in their red side jungle that make a triangle.
They got the first 2 Drakes, and so therefore it's not Mountain Soul for Nongshim already.
Yeah. Teddy actually has some items in his close to Infinity Edge.
There we go. They don't have an Azir. That's a negative. They don't have bullet time either, as the arrow is going to hit onto Teddy. He does try to Captain Jacket, as that is a nice ulti from Sponge. They've eaten a fair bit of the engage, but it's only a 1-person grand entrance. And Fisher is now looking to try and answer it. Hostile Takeover finds no joy at all, but it just buys space. They're able to get themselves the inhibitor. Rich is fighting against Kingen and actually doing pretty well in a fair fight. But I don't think that Nongshim have any intention of actually having a fair fight here. They don't really need to, as Pletter gets taken down to half just as an afterthought by Nongshim. Still, they hold them off. They do manage to take an inhibitor, but they're not pushing for the win or anything like that right now.
Yeah, it feels like more silver linings. They've still got 2 inhibitors.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see if we play this fight. Ult just doesn't do as much damage as you'd hope. Hen's kind of tanking through it. And then here, they kind of fire everything at Teddy. Ult comes out from Pletter and is able to catch Fisher, but not enough follow-up, not enough damage. and it's kind of just flashing away and hoping we don't die.
Yeah, so what it kind of feels like here. And so now we're going to see another attempted pick, and it's Gideon. And so DRX realized that 3 people are not enough to...
Is 5?
To kill the Poppy.
7? How many do you need at this point?
Yeah, a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Or just maybe a lot more time.
Or maybe just stronger people.
Yeah. Or a game 2 in a fearless draft scenario.
That could be good.
That would certainly help to deal with this Poppy issue right now. And it's not because Poppy the champion is that broken as well. I mean, she is very, very strong. But Gideon has played extremely well and is so fed in this at this point of the game. And they're looking to turn it onto Sponge. Arrow going to sail by. Not really going to get anything at all. But Nongshim, they could just walk back into Fog of War and go for that play again.
Yep. I mean, they could just head to the dragon, pick that up. 3 dragons, 3 mountain dragons, more importantly. Very strong. And yeah, I mean... Oh, Fisher. I think something that's been talked about a lot recently is how bot lane, how priority is really important now in the early levels, particularly when you're playing... now we're playing standard lanes again.
Yeah.
I think kind of taking the Rakan of 4 instead of leaving counter pick for support was a mistake, especially if you're just going to pick MF anyway. But also, just this like playing Rakan, Xin Zhao into Poppy Renata is like a nightmare.
Yeah. This is the problem. You already saw that the Poppy existed.
Yeah.
And so it's already going to be a really hard time.
Yeah.
Maybe just an assumption that the Poppy was going support. So they wouldn't need to deal with double as bullet time going to come in. Lahens will be taken down immediately. Good knock up there from Sponge, but he realizes Gideon is not a correct target. Clutty going to be taken down as Kingen looking so dangerous, but Rich as well is doing a fair bit of work. Kingen goes golden. My God, the needlework is absolutely terrifying. And there are 2 inhibitors down, remember? So Super Minions making their way towards the base. It is a 2-for-1 trade. And Nongshim with a man advantage are looking to try and end game 1 here. 31 minutes in. And in goes the public execution. I just don't know whether it's going to do anything. And in fact, there's a reason for that, because it didn't do anything. Yukao goes golden, but that is just to watch this Nexus turret go down. That was a cute little shifting sands. And there goes the Nexus. Goodbye. Nongshim with a game 1 win over DRX. And DRX very happy that now a new draft has to be employed.
I feel like Kingen's probably sitting there thinking, I really thought Diana could beat this?
Yeah, or he was thinking, you dummy, Diana was up.
One of the 2.
Yeah.
One of the 2. But a rough one for DRX. I think there was definitely a lot of things that didn't do them favors in draft. I think they could have definitely given themselves more odds there, but it's not purely down to draft. I think really Nongshim just had such good control of the game. Immediately from minute 1, there was a lot of pressure, and it feels like they never really let up.
Yep, not a lot of options in this one for DRX. And yeah, I think really the biggest silver lining is the fact that they cannot face another Poppy this series.
Yeah, I think they will appreciate that.
Yep, Gideon was really, really good though. We have to say, like, this is a Nongshim that I think are starting to really form into a team that's quite formidable, securing themselves on the top side of the standings pretty comfortably in my mind.
I think the loss to Gen.G looked so severe that it really made you question, but that's just Gen.G.
Yeah, and Gen.G will do that to most teams. Probably not DK, but like that's just because it's always close. They have won 18 in a row. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space. Gonna break that one down, then we'll have game number 2.
타고 갈게. 나 밀렸거든. 아 살짝 어떻게 살짝 천천히. 야 그거. 나야 짜부터. 아 질것 같아. 아 이겼어. 가자. 가자. 아직게. 오케이 잘했어. 나 끝이겠네. 뭐야? 야 끝내자. 아지를 높을 놓고. 할 수 있냐 이거? 야 이거 근데 할만해. 끝내. 끝내. 아 애쉬 바텀 가줘 바텀. 야 날릴게 얘들아 이번에 궁으로 타워 쳐 얘들아. 아지를 높은 노공이야. 나 이거 더블 키고 한번 쳐볼게. 미포 노공. 아직게 맞아. 야 하나 빼야 돼. 보자. 타워. 아지를. 타워. 아지로 와줘.
네, 많은 분들 기다리신 것처럼 삼각됐습니다.
누가 이겨도 안 이상할 만큼 절정의 기량이 계속해서 나오고 있는 가운데 근데 이왕이면 승리하는 쪽이 그 기분을 좀 더 오랫동안 누릴 수 있거든요.
네, 과연 어떤 승부가 펼쳐질 것인지 가겠습니다. 경기 보시죠.
이런 거 한번 끌어볼게요.
뭐야 걸렸다. 좋아. 나만 있겠네.
잡았어요.
나이스.
잡을게.
나이스.
아 좋다. 빼주고 한다.
빼야 돼. 아 이러면 너 살아.
일단 얘는 작긴 했다.
너 먹을?
나 올게.
죽어라도 쌈 봐야 돼?
하나 주고 싸움 볼 생각하면 좋겠다.
빼주 노플. 야 세줘.
몇 개. 릴리아 플레이러플.
할만해.
오케이.
나 버려. 나 그냥 버려.
릴리아도 노플이야 형 이거.
오케이 위로 뺀다 얘네.
릴리아 뒤 노플.
나 없다.
아이 조심.
자야 노플이야.
이득 봤다 그래도.
지금 한 마리 먹어서 신경 안 쓸게.
한 밀어놔서 먼저 쳐볼게.
아 오케이.
나 미담 해야 돼.
치마하다 우리. 하고. 우리 치는 중.
야,
빠졌고.
뚫는단 마인드로 가자.
뚫자. 이거 쫄지 마. 여기 시야 있으면 쫄 듯. 아 노스킬 탈리아도 스킬 없어. 나 맞았어.
텔 타긴 했다 이거.
나 탈게 이거.
릴리아 일단 봤어.
볼래?
릴리아 봤어 일단. 릴리아.
잡지 못해.
CC 여기 되긴 했어.
나 프레인 있고.
천천히 해봐.
살짝부터.
되게만. 해봐 돼. 나 10초.
야, 두명 가자.
천천히. 텍스.
나 풀지 않거든. 사태부터. 사태.
CC 따라가긴 했는데.
사태 잡았고.
천천히 나가볼래 이거?
애매.
난 해줄 거 없어.
잠깐만 나 전용만 먹을게. 좀만 봐줘. 없네.
야, 이거 전용
상대 거.
못 먹었다.
상대도 못 먹었다 나이스.
바텀이 찰만하다 이거.
일단 봐볼게.
싸움 크게 날 수 있어.
잭스는 상황보다 집 눌러.
우리 바텀 거의 깰만
나
하고.
미카엘 있어.
야, 보자.
네 미칼 있다 바드.
야, 이거 적당히 시켜줘야 돼.
미칼 잭스. 천천히만 봐줘.
천천히.
힐.
까비.
깨비.
이거 나 조냐 살게. 근데 나 노플이랑 바드가 이쪽 노릴 거거든.
하긴.
조냐를 한 턴 더 벌면서 빨면서 써야 돼.
좋다.
바로 친다.
바로 치면은 자리 괜찮아.
우리 이거 싸움 볼만하네.
사태 노플 농구이고 그냥 싼 걸 것 같은데 얘는?
갈게.
한 번 더 되나? 이 정도?
불 빠졌어.
살려. 바드 노플.
야, 공만 줄게. 잘 봐줘.
잘 봐줘. 나 이거 되긴 하는데.
야, 끌어봐.
떨어졌어. 와줘.
갈게.
이거 봐.
잠.
야
텍스 노플.
야, 중력장 바꿔봐라.
바로. 중력장 많이 깎았. 이거 지금 미달라인 하고 빅토르 2라인 먹고 바론을 갈까? 우리 바론 진짜 개빠르긴 하거든? 이번에 할만할 듯? 쳤어.
지금 했다.
꺼냈고. 불치 여기 일자 조심.
만천이긴 하거든.
쳤어. 빨라 얘네.
나 뚫을게. 여기 살짝 싸움 나고.
천천히 나 불렸다. 에이 잭스.
맞을게.
아 괜찮아.
야 잭스 반격 빠졌어.
내려갈게. 불만 짠 릴리아. 야 바로 먹었어. 야 빼면서.
빼면서.
야 빼면서.
괜찮아.
오케이.
끝에 맞아 끝에.
다 죽었어. 자야필.
캐틀 노플이야.
나 캐틀 노플이야.
이거 봐줘.
끝내지 못하고 그냥 용 받을 듯.
막을만하다.
나 궁 막았다 이거.
다행이다. 와.
바다한테 맡겼네.
가비요. 다음 라인 따자. 우리 탑도 라인 들어온다. 미드랑 같이 들어와. 이거 사먹대기야 여전히.
다시 잘 막아대고.
오케이.
앞에서 지울게.
아래 한번 막아줘.
릴리아.
더블 올게. 내가 더 막았어. 잭스. 캐틀 노플.
천천히 볼게. 나 괜찮아.
딜러 좋아.
괜찮아.
그쪽 있어.
나 군대.
히트 노플. 쫓아볼래 이거? 가볼게. 나 디테일이거든. 디테일 볼게 현대. 나 뒤에 텔탔다. 살려야 돼. 까게. 아깝다. 와, 나이스. 야, 끝 아니야? 야, 끝내. 해봐.
해야 돼.
가자.
해야 돼 이거.
빅토르가 승리 됩니다. 달려주세요. 아깝다. 아이다. 까비. 나이스. 아니다. 포근해.
Hello, and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Nongshim up against DRX. It wasn't much of a game, though, as Nongshim pretty ruthlessly just kind of destroyed them. I'm still Valdez with Chronicler and Wolf. Any thoughts first off on that first game?
Is Gideon a top jungler in the LCK?
Yes.
I think he might be. He's just been so consistent all year long. I wish I had a cowboy hat and like a lasso to say Giddy up.
You can't say yes. But it's fair. Yeah, I think Gideon's a good top lane or top jungler.
I think he probably would be good as an off-role top laner as well, but I think he's a top jungler.
Yeah, I'm willing to count him. I don't know if he quite
sphere.
No, I think they're still for me the top 4. But I also think Gideon is pretty far ahead. Like, Cuz had like what, 1 good series thus far, but he's, I think, very far, as we saw in this game, ahead of everyone else that might come to mind. Because he was the big instigator, and the reason that this game was really just done very, 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 very quickly, even though the kills didn't necessarily blow up. And the thing we wanted to highlight here specifically is obviously, as Wolf and I were talking about, the Poppy and the fact that we've been saying this, you can just pick it early because it can still go jungle.
Yeah, it's a strong flex pick, and it's an incredibly powerful pick when you have power lanes like Gwen into anybody, but especially into the Ambessa where you can get some advantages there. Play through top side, they got control of bottom lane as well, can dive basically any champion, and I think it was a big mistake, excuse me, a big mistake by DRX to put Pleta on this Rakan. Made the game incredibly difficult for him to play out into the Poppy.
Just then Gwen. Like, Kalista has looked so much more playable than Gwen. Gwen completely takes over every game that she's in, and there's no counter. Like, I think they feel obliged to pick up the Ambessa here, even though you're, again, picking up face spin to Poppy, because Ambessa, when it comes to power level, is one of the best top laners we have. I also think the Rumble drop-off is justified. We haven't talked about it too much yet, but I think the pick hasn't looked that great.
Rich has been super comfort on this pick. I think that's part of why they locked it on.
But then
for him.
we all saw how it went, and the Poppy just really did a number on them.
This game really was about the Poppy and what Gideon was able to do. So that's our one highlight. It's just going to be highlighting exactly what Gideon was able to set up in this game.
I mean, it's just, again, setting up dives, and, you know, it's super easy to set this up when you have control over the lanes and the tempo advantage they had here. And Gideon's individual play is quite strong, but it's not about like his Poppy mechanics. It's about being at the right place and understanding pressure. Similar situation here. Talk about the Gwen advantage into the Ambessa. Boom. It's just that simple. Poppy, very simple to play if you know when to go in. And Gideon, he kept going in onto poor Rich.
Yeah, Rich really didn't get to play the game. Even here, when he doesn't get slammed into the wall, right? He does actually get the ult off. It doesn't matter. At this point, he's already way too far behind. And Gideon playing extremely proactively. We've seen, this goes back to what, like mid-2023. Poppy jungles just take over games very, very consistently. It was a really big thing at MSI, even at Worlds in that year as well. And then obviously there's been some changes to Poppy to try and not make her quite as prevalent. But I do truly believe that we're seeing, particularly with lane swaps gone, the ability to just consistently dive. Poppy's one of the best champions in the game at doing this specifically, right? And like, particularly when you have a strong bot lane,
I also remember there were some tower changes that were supposed to really at least cut down on the dives, right? And we're really going to change things there. Poppy doesn't really care about that. And not just Poppy, but we've seen a lot more teams just say, okay, we can still dive nowadays.
I think part of the problem, too, in drafts like this is when you have such a strong top lane matchup, and you get that advantage, it allows you to lane swap first. You get to go to top first. You can hold that teleport advantage, and then you have the control of the top lane. You stack a wave, Poppy shows up. Like, having that topside control and a very playable 2v2 just gives you so much power, and I think we're seeing our best teams really know how to utilize that pressure, and it didn't have to be this. Like, if there was a counter to come through from DRX, they could have flexed the Poppy over to support.
To me, this is a big test for Nongshim as well, because I think thus far, when we saw them face up right against the top tier teams, the match that they had against Gen.G was very different from what it was at LCK Cup. Unfortunately, I think many of us were expecting at least a little bit of competitive vibes going on. There was not. There was no vibes. Well, unless you're a Gen.G fan. But if Nongshim dispatch of DRX handily here with a 2-0, like, they can be contesting for 4th, because then their direct competitor will, I think, end up being DK, who obviously right now is in 2nd. But, strength of schedule and what we've seen from the teams could create a really cool race. And again, you really want to try and hit top 5 in the first 2 round robin, something we're going to keep going back to.
I'll say briefly on the flip side, if you end up losing this series, you get reverse swept, you lose a few more of those, then you might actually be in danger of dropping out of the Legend group. So really important game to win. I think one most of us expect Nongshim to win handily, and it's a great start so far.
Yeah, I really feel like also on the side of DRX, you know, subbing in Pleta, he's a engaged support, had to play into Poppy, did not look good for him. I think they're really struggling nowadays. Ucal isn't quite as hype. He's not having the same impact. Their support is not getting it done. Ondil gets swapped out, so a lot of moving pieces for them, and Nongshim looking very strong nowadays, especially with this guy in the jungle. So guys, we're going to throw it back to the cast. Atlas and Ox, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that honestly pretty depressing game. And we're hoping that we're going to see something different. And you know what? It's Fearless, baby. So don't you worry, we are going to be seeing something different regardless. As this DRX fan looking desperate for a victory here, and they are absolutely adorable DRX players. Can they actually play up to the level of that artistry? That is the question, Ox.
Some great art there as well. Honestly, this series has been a banger for the art we've seen from the fan side.
Very true.
I think that is the big takeaway. DRX now on the blue side, which obviously blue side we've seen pretty heavily favored so far. However, blue side, red side, some of the fumbles they made in draft, that's on them.
Yeah. And I do think that it all went wrong at the very beginning. And so without being able to fall into that pothole, I think everything could be all right. Let's see whether DRX can tidy things up moving into the draft here, as the Sejuani already taken away from Gideon.
Yeah,
I think Gideon and Sponge both rely on this pick quite a lot, so a pretty important ban this series.
I think Gideon, I feel like he has so much consistency and value on these tank junglers. I think that's where he really shines. Not to say he can only play tank junglers, but it definitely feels like getting him off those gives you more of a chance.
Yep. The Skarner, speaking of those, is still up and available, so maybe something worth considering. But the Vi going to be taken away first. A mainstay in the ban phase. We've seen her banned every single game so far today, maybe even every single game this week. I'm not entirely sure. I think we did see 1 or 2 slip through. She has been a resident of the ban list. Rumble going to be taken off the board now as well.
Yeah, this kind of puts emphasis on like a Jace ban. You know, we talked about the big 4 top laners. Rumble, Ambessa, Gwen. Jace is the one left open and available. So I think unless Nongshim are happy to give that over and play something into it, no, just ban it away.
I mean, this is Rich's highest Mastery Champion by like 100,000 points or something like that. It's pretty absurd.
Yeah, I think it's a valid ban, and it means you move down to the next tier of top laners, which are still fine, but just not as obnoxious as that initial tier. Things that are still open available, Kalista, Varus, which just got completely ignored in the last draft, interestingly enough. Are we going to get banned out? Talia is still available, as well as... Actually, it's...
Nefiri.
Just Talia out of the big mid laners. Nefiri could be banned, I guess, if you're worried about it.
I don't think it would be. Yeah.
Maybe the Kalista ban, I think, makes the most sense here. Because one of the things... maybe Kalista... I wouldn't ban Talia, because if you ban Talia and they pick Kalista, you're going to feel bad. Well, they banned Talia, so... DRX, surely you pick Kalista here. You know, you've just cleared up a lot of the... Like, Poppy's gone, Talia's gone, Vi's gone. Like,
Renata is gone, so it does make it a little bit more difficult to pick the Kalista.
I honestly think, like, we see so much Kalista run out. Don't get me wrong, it's good. But Kalista plus engage support was the OG. It's still very powerful. And they just go, no, we want Neferi.
Oh, God. The first pick Neferi. I want to see the win rate on first pick Neferi, because I imagine it's not very high.
Yeah. Well, I presume Nongshim will just take the Kalista in return.
Yes, they will do that.
Yeah, the other thing as well is Ashe was taken away in game 1. You know, the AD carry typically
Yeah, so
play.
Ashe and Poppy both gone in game 1.
They get a tank jungler for Gideon and the Skarner, but this also means, so one of the things you would think also that could play into Kalista is Varus. But you obviously want to play the Poke Varus. Poke Varus into Skarner sounds a little rough.
Yeah, it's Teddy, so maybe a Caitlyn angle could come on through here. You just lock Caitlyn Karma and call it a day from there. Save your solo lanes until after the next ban phase. Put a little bit pressure on them to ban both top lanes and mid lanes, but never mind. It's going to be a victor for you, Cal. Certainly comfort for him.
Yeah, so see what they take third here. I think if you have priority on an AD carry, if it's something like the Varus, maybe you have to take that now in fear of it getting banned away before the next rotation of bans.
Yeah. Because I think if it's Varus, Caitlyn, or something like that being banned away here, it doesn't feel like many good options.
I'm just interested, do you go the Poke Varus? I think maybe it depends on the rest of the composition. If Skarner's the only tank, then maybe. But if it ends up a bulky composition, you're going to feel bad trying to cut through it with the Varus. And Fisher toying the idea of that Yone did obviously get nerfed. Now doesn't cleanse CC when you recast Soul Unbound, but still had a lot of great effect. We saw Zek have a fantastic game on it.
He did.
And will be taking that one. And Fisher's had some good games on it in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, he certainly has. I feel like Fisher has had all of the great moments and all of the bad moments on the Yone. I feel like you get one extreme or the other when it comes to Fisher. And we'll see whether this is going to be a better one this time around. Honestly, Fisher has just been getting better and better in the LCK thus far. I think he started off with not a lot of expectations. Yeah, it has since just continued to exceed over and over again.
At least ban makes a lot of sense. You do not want to give them other options to pair a range support up with the Kalista. I wonder if they even ban the Nico as well, to be honest. I think you want to keep the matchup melee support honest and fair, especially since Nongshim have counterpick for support if they want to lean on that.
Yeah.
Talking over what they might ban here.
Oh man, it's Lehens as well. So there's a whole list of other things that could come out alongside this Kalista. I do think that Kalista Nico is actually really powerful. We've seen it often picked into the Kalista because of the amount of Renatas that are around. But Kalista Nico was a really, really powerful lane. I think one that T1 really found a lot of value with a few years back. So could be an option. Aatrox's going to be banned away, and then the Nico will actually be respected.
Yep.
But like Lehens can now just play Shen or something if he wants to.
But I still think that's better than giving him at least a Nico, because if you have the options of those and you pick a melee support into him and they pick the, you're just gonna have a nightmare lane. At least if it's a melee support, I think you're not gonna get bullied out as hard. And to be honest with the Varus, you could actually bully out in return. So they're gonna go for the Nautilus here. Honestly, I feel like you could just go Leona, you could go Rel, you could go Braum. I think these are all fine picks into the Nautilus. I think you're actually pretty happy they went Nautilus for, giving more weight to Kingan's counter pick. But it does mean that Pleta has the opportunity to pick. And I think if you go Braum, I think maybe you go on-hit Varus this game because you are into a bulkier composition.
Yeah.
You don't have the long-range poke, but the thing is the enemy comp is coming into you. It's short-ranged. I think it actually works out well. The only question is, what are they going to take in the top lane?
Just play Nah, you know? Maybe it's just try and play something that's more difficult to counter. Renekton does that as well.
Yep. To stun a lot of value into the Kalista. Obviously, you have to get to her, but it is point and click once you do.
Yeah.
And now we'll see what is picked up for Kingan in the top lane. Nah, Jax are options that are available.
Kennen gives you some magic damage.
Yeah, especially considering they banned... Aatrox tends to be pretty good into range top laners. Like, Kennen could be a really strong one into Renekton.
See what Kingan does want to do here. Instead, it is Cassandra.
Okay, that... I mean, if it wasn't already solidified by the fact that they have Braum, this solidifies it has to be on-hit Varus. And honestly, I kind of like DRX's composition more. You know, they have the strong backline into a short-range composition. Nongshim need to engage onto the DRX comp, who have a Braum, who have a Victor, who have a Varus. You know, yes, Nongshim looked way better game 1, but they also had a worse draft.
Yeah. No, I felt like draft was the biggest factor in game number 1 as well. I think that often leads to a lot of these games that feel extraordinarily doomed because the win condition is hit so incredibly quickly and the draft is very difficult and unforgiving to play out. This time around, I think you're exactly right, Orcs. I think blue side has been used exceptionally well by DRX.
And you know what? I think it's that 4th pick support the teams are doing.
Yeah.
Like realistically,
I mean, this makes more sense, right? Because you're not like counter-picking for AD, which feels like completely wrong.
Sure. But also, like, I feel like you could have just taken Gnar or something. Or, I mean, you ended up with K'Sante. You know, you're not using that counter-pick. Like, if you picked Kennen, fair enough. But you're picking K'Sante, into Renekton. You're just picking a Stabilize. Like, I think support counter-pick has a lot of value. And in this situation, they're not really making use of it. Although, in fairness, with Kalista, you probably want a melee support. And they did ban the ranged options that do pair well with her.
Yep. It is another hot dog as well. You love to see that one. As DRX take to the Rift one more time against Nongshim, see whether they can bring it to 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series.
Yep.
And if this is a DRX win, we will go the distance. It will be all of the games. And that is fantastic, because as soon as you say go the distance, it makes you think of Hercules.
It does.
And that song is
a banger.
An absolute banger.
100%.
Just makes you feel good, you know? The vibes of that movie, absolutely fantastic.
It's such a great film.
It really is. Like fantastic lines such as, "Hey, wanna buy a sundial?" Love that.
Peak.
I wonder whether people still do that, you know, where they walk up and they say, "Do you want to buy a watch?" Because that's what it's referencing. Like in
yeah.
Does that happen? I was in New York in 2022. They never did that.
You know what? We actually know someone from New York.
Oh yeah.
His name is
Brandon
Valdez. Yeah.
Valdez, sorry.
Yeah. Notorious New Yorkie.
Well, if you ever get a chance to talk to him, or if he is ever on this broadcast for any reason at all, I wonder whether he could tell us about whether he's ever had a stolen watch attempted to be sold to him.
Yeah.
Because that's what I want to know. No, he's not here. Never mind.
Oh, he's hiding. Yeah. Maybe he's trying to source a stolen watch right now.
Yeah. If that is indeed what he's doing, hopefully G-Sun can keep her eye on the other camera to see whether he does come back to give us any information about said stolen watches.
Yeah.
Because I always thought that was a very funny line. And that's just it. Anyway, let's have a look at this bottom side of the map. As no one's. Oh wait, there he is. There he is. Did you buy any stolen watches, Valdez? Can you let us? Oh, okay. So no stolen watches.
Maybe Brendan was the one stealing the watches.
Oh, we'd probably get more shakings of the head there. Even if it was true, he probably wouldn't want to give that one away.
Yeah, definitely did not. Good move there, Brendan. As your legal representative,
Wouldn't he choose Mao to be his legal representative? At least he has a law degree.
Yeah, but, you know, Mao is the sort of lawyer if you haven't done anything wrong, right? I'm the sort of lawyer if you've done something wrong. You know?
Wait, what? Don't you only need a lawyer if you've done something wrong?
No, that's terrible advice, Max.
I'm not a lawyer.
No, that's the point. You should, even if you... Look, this is how people mess themselves up. They're like, I'm innocent, I don't need a lawyer. And then they end up... Come on, man, this is... Did you ever watch Better Call Saul?
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah, well, that's where I lean on my lawyering.
I think those at home are probably looking to hire you over me. I'm just looking to hire Mao over you. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's because you're innocent, you know. Whereas Brendan isn't, so he's definitely looking for my services.
I mean, really, aren't we all innocent until proven guilty?
That's a good line. I'll use that in my next case. I do want to state that legally I'm not practicing as a lawyer because I don't have a law degree or...
I'm not practicing either because I've perfected. All right. Well, we had some stuff happen throughout the map. None of it being too pivotal, but just a look at some of these crabs. And Fisher as well taking a fair bit of damage here. Is he just going to die? The answer is no.
Yukal doing
charge up that Q.
Yukal doing well in lane. Unfortunately, teleport still exists. So not gonna really get achieved much off the back of that. But bot lane's been looking good. Mid lane's looking good. Top lane's good. All three lanes are looking good. And this means Gideon can't just charge into Sponge's jungle. And in fact, Sponge is going to charge into his jungle.
Oh no, there's a hot dog. And the lawnmower is here. The natural counter to a hot dog is in fact a lawnmower.
I've never seen a hot dog win against a lawnmower in my life.
Neither have I. However, I've never seen them do battle, so I have no proof that it is actually a thing. And as a lawyer, I need the evidence.
I'm sure there's some YouTube video out there. Maybe it doesn't have a lot of views, but someone's like, look what happens when I throw hot dogs in front of my lawnmower.
Yeah, is it like a Will It blend? It's like Will It lawnmower?
Yeah, probably. Someone's definitely done that.
Yeah.
I hope it's doing successfully. I hope it's got millions of views and...
I mean, some of the most successful channels aren't necessarily the ones that you expect.
Yeah.
Like Matt Armstrong, for example. The guy that just buys wrecked cars and rebuilds them.
You know what's the one I've seen quite a bit recently? People who get like dirty carpets and just like...
Oh yeah, I've seen a few of those.
Clean them. Yeah.
And what's the other one? Like the building random stuff in the jungle.
Oh yeah, that one.
Oh,
yeah.
Those channels really went too far.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is. It's like I'm not someone who regularly watches them. But everyone's watched a couple, right?
Yeah.
And you're just like, why does this resonate?
Yeah.
It's something.
And also, you know that it's probably all a scam.
Oh, for sure. You know, I've heard that with the carpet. Yeah, I don't want to accuse all of them. I'm not, guys. I just want to say, preface, I'm not accusing all of them.
All right. We're gonna say that Lehens wasn't accusing Pleta. However, he's gonna get angry at him regardless. Winter's Bite stacking up. Gideon here just a little bit late. They are gonna be able to get a shove out here to make sure that they can switch the lanes a little bit earlier than that of DRX.
Yeah. So, the point I was making is I've heard some of these carpet channels, they will purposely dirty the carpet.
Oh no.
So they can clean it after, and dirty in specific ways to give a satisfying video, rather than a honest, natural carpet they plucked from the wild.
Yeah, I think that that's actually okay, unless you're going to preface it with this carpet is, you know, from ancient times and was found in the bottom of
they always say,
river or something
you've got to
like
say that. You've got to be like, yeah, this carpet we picked up from the local...
Yeah, that feels disingenuous to me. Don't like that one
people
so
just
much.
do that? Just go on the internet and lie?
I know. I don't think that is a thing that they do. But that's because the people I see on the internet are League of Legends fans, and they are always honest.
Yep. Also, League of Legends commentators. I don't think I've ever lied in my life. I said anything untruthful or wrong.
Yep. And every time I have lied, it's either in jest or for a good reason. Okay, Rich is going to ruthlessly be a predator, and it's going to do absolutely nothing at all. Nongshim still with control of these grubs.
I do want to talk
first one as Sponge wanting to secure this, but getting good smite. Gets out, makes sure that the hot dog has to grab the last one.
I do want to talk about how we got to this point, because despite the fact Teddy and Pleta initially had pressure, Gideon came bot, helped his bot lane get the crash, they reset first, and they actually got prio on grubs because of that. So despite the fact we had triple lane prio from DRX, Gideon makes a smart move that allows him to get first move on the grubs.
Yeah. Excellently played. It's going to mean that the gold is completely even after what you were talking about there with DRX having a lot of control. And with the 80 carries and supports in mid, we do have just that 1-3-1 style of situation here, given the fact that we have some junglers still milling about. Fisher does have his Berserker's Greaves, recurve bow there as well. Level 6 here for Jiwoo, which does give Lehens a lot of license to go in. There's an all-out onto Rich as he slices, dices, acting all cool, and he's just going to play some b-ball outside of the school. Not dying. Not right now.
Yep, trade of ults. I feel like there's so many times we've seen a Cassante trade ult for ult with another champion and then just not really lead to anything.
I feel like he also kind of put himself in an awkward spot when he then tried to like get in front of the Renekton so that the Renekton like didn't have a good place to go, but then he gives him a slice target.
Yeah.
It's always awkward.
I mean, in fairness, he kind of just walked through and then you know, but
yeah.
I feel like he did kind of just give him the layup.
Still, Fisher is going to attack Yukal here. He's going to go back before the Gravity Well does anything there.
Something to mention is that Nongshim's composition, very low damage, and all of that damage is AD. You know, it is just Kalista and the Yone who are really pumping numbers. So armor can have crazy value. Yeah, that was a very Lehens move.
Oh, to throw your lighter at him, you love to see it.
Yeah, but you know, it's going to be this like Bruiser Victor build. Varus can go a little bit more tanky in his build with the on-hit variety. So I do honestly think that Nongshim might struggle in the later stages of this game if DRX starts stacking up that armor.
Yeah, feels like another sort of snowball type situation here, where right now, no snowballs really rolling in any direction.
Normally you need a Nunu for that.
Yeah, it's very true. Sponge, ooh, he had an idea. Throws one of these hot dog daggers over towards Gideon. What are the daggers in the hot dog skin?
Are they like mustard or are they like...
Do you throw like, yeah. It's like,
I guess you
like
spray them.
Packets.
Yeah. All good poke on a Jiwoo.
Yeah.
Does have cleanse, so they can't really commit to a dive that easily, but the poke is making an impact. So plate's being picked up.
Yep, plate money going to be the big deal here. Still 4.5 minutes before they go down. There's Rich here in this bottom lane, even in farm alongside Kingen. In fact, completely even between these two in that small moment of time. And Rich just happily being a crocodile.
Yeah. Can you believe Renekton is actually getting, I know this is like, I don't want to spoil it, but next patch he's getting buffed.
Oh my goodness.
Morgan on top.
And that's why we don't predict Bro this week. We wait a little bit.
Yeah, good call, good call.
And we still pay the Bro tax, because the reason you pay Bro tax is to get buffs like this. That's your tax dollars at work.
If you're wondering, hey, I've paid so much Bro tax, but Bro are losing, it's because they actually invested them in the patch note team.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, this is the thing. Even though things might be on the down now, that doesn't mean they're not going to come up sometime in the future.
Yeah.
You just wait. 2067 is going to be our year.
They're ramping. They're scaling. So far, not too much action in this game. And I think the positive sign is, even though it's only small advantages, the gold being in favor of DRX puts this game in a much better stead than the last one.
Certainly does.
Not saying much, but it's something.
And I think the fact that DRX feel like they're happy that for this game to go a little bit later as well is kind of important. As Sponge going to move on over, there is so much vision here for Nongshim towards his top side as Yukal does make it into this brush first, but Pletter's going to get engaged on. He's a Braum though, as there's another. It's just his signature move now, the old flash from Lahan. Sponge going to be able to flash out of there, gets himself a shield, and Pletter just being the hero here as Teddy trying to get on in, but he's going to get stunned up. Jill going to be going down for first blood though, and Lahan's going to be the next one. There's the stun, there's the kill. And Sponge was basically dead, and then ends it off by stealing away the second kill of the game.
Oh, gotta watch out for Gideon. He's still very healthy.
He is. Doesn't have a massive amount of damage.
Yeah.
This is the scary part. Sponge able to jump on over, and maybe Gideon going a little bit too fast. There it is. Pletter going to grab his first kill. And Fisher just walks up to them in melee range. The ulti used onto Pletter. He's so incredibly tanky, and Fisher just has no damage. Yukal going to come in and says, that's my lane opponent, and that's my kill.
The value of the Braum in these skirmishes, they just keep funneling in the auto attack stacking passive, and everyone on DRX happy to just stack it up. You know, you see this play, and initially they go on a Pletter, and this is kind of subverting expectations for Lahens because he does the ult reposition. The problem is Jiwoo also got subverted. He was running towards Pletter, so he's not there to finish off Sponge. The blast cone keeps Sponge alive, and then the passive gets stacked up. The Q unfortunately misses from Pletter, but it doesn't matter.
Nope. And Jiwoo, what are we doing here? Why are we here? What's happened? Yukal's going to get another kill. Lahens is moving down. Gideon and Lahens don't have a lot of damage together, but Sponge is not very healthy. Never mind, Pletter comes in. Stand beside Braum, as Lahens is just going to walk away. Fisher moving in, spells the disengage from DRX, and they are now 5-0. This is a shellacking just on the other side.
Yeah, and really, the lack of damage point there, very fruitful. These tanks alone, so hard to cut through. Even the Neferi, the Eclipse shield is like such a big blocker.
Yeah.
When it comes up to you being able to punch through her. They focus down the carries, and there's nothing left to do. So we see here, Jiwoo isolating alone, does manage to hop over the wall at the end.
It's a bit of a why.
Yeah.
You know?
Dangerous rotation to make. Would have taken a little bit longer for another route. Okay, Rich
is Rich gonna be okay?
I don't think so.
Well, he has the Dominus. Decent amount of fury there as well, as he wants to slice and or dice, and he's just not going to be able to. Gets a Ruthless Predator down and then is just dead. Takes some time, but they get there in the end.
Yeah, didn't really get to click his buttons much there. A lot of CC coming through. Nice kill for Nongshim to get themselves on the board. But in the meantime, Teddy and Pletter are going to do some damage to this mid lane tier 1.
And Dragon also hasn't been started yet by any team at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe DRX realized they got those 2 early dragons in the last game and it kind of backfired.
Yeah. So dragons are a bad thing. That's what they've decided here.
That's the takeaway.
Yeah.
Learn from our experiences.
And no team has picked up an objective at all, as we've traded grubs both times evenly, as everyone's able to get at least one. And so 3 apiece. And as far as objectives are concerned, no one with any lead to speak of whatsoever. Oftentimes now, you can see a team that does have some objective control. It's just not really a thing. All right, Winter's Bite going to connect there as UCal moving on over. They should be able to stun up Lahens. One more auto is going to do it. He's pretty tanky. They don't have a massive amount of damage here with just a Rod of Ages completion on UCal. So it is Lahens able to walk away.
We'll just force him off. And it just feels such a difference between game 1 and game 2. Simply in the team that has actually got the advantage, but you can see how the pressure being felt and so hard to find windows to step up. I think as well, one of the issues is often you think of like jungle support being able to move around and set up kills.
Yep.
Gideon and Lahens just don't have the damage to do that. You need like an extra person.
Well, they can walk around to set up kills. They just need someone else to do the killing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the important takeaway.
And it shouldn't be Kingin, because that took way too long.
That did take a lot of time. And it's only going to get harder.
Yeah. Fisher here towards the top side. Seems to be getting harder and harder to lane into UCal at this point. As UCal's just following him around. Death Ray going to come on through, and Fisher is going to say, all right, I guess I'll leave.
He is struggling.
Understandable decision.
Yeah,
Hail Arrows doesn't land.
Once again, forcing Lahens.
Oh, there's a good old flash. Fisher actually able to get out of there. I don't think the bleed's going to be enough. Gets himself the shield. And so Sponge now has his flash on cooldown. That could be something. Ulti also down for the next little while. Doesn't mean all that much.
Yeah, a little bit of an ambitious play. Maybe hoping Fisher wouldn't react in time, but he still had flash, so I think a bit of an overcommit there. Oh, Rich does have the Black Cleaver.
Yep, all out coming on through here as the Dominus already down, so trading some ults. Meanwhile, there's a fight towards the top side of the map as well. Sponge going untargetable. In the meantime, Rich is just cutting down Kingin. Nowhere for him to go as Sponge is going to get pulled back. He's got a big old shield though, and this is what you were talking about. There's no damage down there. However, Jiwoo does have some, especially with Fisher alongside, as Sponge will finally die. Thrown, well, not
Wait, he's still alive!
Maybe he's going to be able to get the kill, and now Lahens has nothing!
They have no damage!
Oh no! Sponge getting so much health back as well. Lahens is definitely dead. Jiwoo's also going to go down. This is the disaster you were talking about. It was written on the wall by your friend Orcs. And Fisher just says, well, I guess I'll just try and kill mid.
I think in another scenario, another draft, that would have been the throw moment from DRX, but managing to clutch out, Sponge playing the limits of his character, and Nongshim finding the limits of theirs.
Yeah, and unfortunately a little bit too limited. This wasn't for Rich. Absolute monster Renekton performance. I think Morgan would be proud of Rich here.
The thing is, level 11, the ult does so much taking damage, on top of the fact you have the fully stacked Black Cleaver just burst through him at the end. I think Kingin really not anticipating that. Yeah, not ideal. And then here, okay, 2 tanks hitting him. He was nowhere near. Teddy actually nearly kills Fisher in the 1v1, but your carriers are dealing with the Varus. And you just see Sponge, the Eclipse shield, getting so much value. And the sustain coming out as well. And here, Gideon can't even hit him. So low, and then gets the untargetable before he dies, and then gets the shield again.
Oh my god! And so much extra healing coming in immediately afterwards.
Yep.
Oh god, okay. And Jiwoo as well was never really going to have too much hope as the rest of the team comes over and finds him. Rich now facing off against Fisher, but this is a 1-1-0 Renekton now. And that's a big advantage. Fleta gonna move in. He's the Braum. I think they're pretty happy for them to engage onto the Braum, as there is the Chains of Corruption. Gideon gonna get stunned up, and yeah, Nongshim may not have enough damage. DRX have plenty. Fate's Call comes on through. That was an interesting interaction as Rich, he's getting ruthless if ever I've seen it. And Fisher is just gonna delay the inevitable, is what I can see. Q was actually used there by Rich, but he's got another W.
Oh.
And Fisher is almost dead. There's the flash, just to make sure he goes down.
Yep, and rest of DRX pushing through mid with this Rift Herald, and you can't really engage onto this. If you engage on a Pleta, he's just happy to take that opportunity.
He was clicking forward the entire time, and 3 people were discovered in the brush. He's like, aha, this is what I wanted.
It's not just Braum, it's Celestial Opposition Braum. It's like the initial damage is mitigated by the Celestial Opposition, and then you put your wall up.
Yeah.
And it's like, well...
And then you press lock it.
Yeah.
And then like getting through a locket shield sounds really difficult for Nongshim's composition at this point in time especially.
I mean, we always complain about engage form, but the answer is just stand in front of them and they'll engage for you, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just shred through Gideon at this point. Sponge, it's the second charge of the ult, so it's going to time out anyway, so not really a waste there. And here, yeah, he kind of just goes what I like to call crocodile mode on him.
Yeah. And Fisher as well, like, he knew that he was gonna die, and so just tries to make the most out of the Unbound Soul.
I don't think he needed a flash, but he just wanted to guarantee it. Like, I think he was in range of his Q after the E, but, you know, it's whatever. He gets the kill, secures it. And it feels like night and day from game one. 7,000 gold lead in 19 minutes. I can't remember what the exact lead was in the first game, but I think it was somewhat similar.
It was very similar. I think it got to about 9K by 25 minutes, but it was a slow burn in game number one, and DRX never felt like they had any hope. This is exactly the same feeling in every way.
Yeah.
I don't see how Nongshim is supposed to claw their way out of this. Right now, they are thinking that Otacon could be the way to get it done. It's Ruinous this time around. They do want to pick some flowers.
Wait, they're just not aware, though.
Huh.
They see it. They see it with the minions. They got to move up. They should get here in time.
Yeah, they saw a Callista bouncing around.
It's only Callista damage on this, by the way. This is so slow.
Yeah, I mean, it's only Callista damage that they have, basically. Fisher will turn up, I guess. As now a teleport in from the Renekton. Sponge taking a fair bit of damage. Remember, they're softened up by this Otacon. And Yukal just standing on the side. Jiu is going to try and push him away, but he trades poorly. And Pleta, he catches two with the ult. Yukal going to be able to take down the 80 carry. That is 50% of the damage. And Lahan's going to go down as well. Down goes Fisher, 100% of the damage now dead. It's a triple for Yukal. They'll take themselves all the flowers. And yeah, DRX, they're 9,000 gold in the lead now. This game is over.
Can't even criticize Nongshim for going for that play because the game was pretty cooked before then. It is now well done. But, you know, they had to try and make a miracle play, and DRX responded in time. I think part of the problem is that they're just so slow at doing this with only the Callista on it. Yukal gets great poke on a Jiwoo here off to the side, so immediately the Callista's low. They then get this ult that catches Lahen's after the flash. They finish off Jiwoo with the frontliners distracted. And then over here, Teddy playing it really well, flashing Fisher's ult as Rich just stands on top of him. Doesn't even get to finish him off because Sponge just does the job for him. And I felt like everyone was doing little different bits in that fight from DRX, but everyone got the fight they wanted.
Oh yeah, absolutely gorgeously played. 15-2, and Pleta hasn't died. Man, this Braum has been a masterstroke on the DRX side, but everyone has just found their own individual success in this game on the side of DRX. It's like, it felt like a complete collapse from DRX in game one, and now it's a complete collapse from Nongshim in game two, but it also feels like the other side of that is true. All of DRX is stepping up in this game to make sure that they come out on top.
It's just crazy that, genuinely, if we had names off and you had to ask, like, you know, you would assume that the team who won game one and game two was the same team.
Yeah.
That's how far ahead they've looked in both games, but it's just been different teams finding a draft that works for them and finding the advantages in the early game. They are now at that 9,000 gold lead at 22 minutes, so a little bit faster pace than the last one, but who is really counting at this point? DRX, only one dragon to the name, so really it's not been the priority this game, but I don't think we're going to get close to a soul, so it's not too much of a concern. They will look to push and take this tier 2 in the bot lane. Fisher needs to get out of there. Level 16 Rich, by the way, to a level 13 Fisher.
My God. 2 items are completed here for Rich, as well as he finishes the Sterix Gauge. And I think that he's sitting on a bit more money on top of that at the same time, as he tidies up this wave and is now going to look to go home. Bounties now online as the gold lead stretches just shy of 10,000.
Yep.
And oh, that first dragon was taken 4 minutes ago. So there we go. Second dragon going to be up in a minute's time. And I don't think we're going to be worrying about what the soul is in this particular game.
If we get a C, maybe we don't, honestly, at this point.
Sponge jumps towards Lahen's. Lahen's is just out of there, and that's understandable. We've got 2 minutes until the Baron is even on the map, as this game has been accelerated to no end. And so DRX now setting up for it, kind of wishing that that they were at that kind of stage of the game, given the lead that they have.
Yukal also level 16, and this is kind of the cheat code combo where you get Seeker's Arm Guard, where it's essentially you have the active of Zhonya's without investing all the gold, and then a 10-stack Medjai's. It's like he's got almost 4 items. I mean, they're not as good as 4 full items, but it kind of feels as close as you can get to 4 items while not actually having them.
Yep, I would agree. Functionally, it is a Zhonya's.
Yeah. with I think maybe even a bit more AP.
Yeah. Well, Chains of Corruption going to connect here onto Gideon, but he's pretty tanky. As we're looking for an a Q out of King, and they don't find it. Fisher and Rich at it once again. As now no Unbound Soul and no ulti, as Rich able to get in front of him. Stun comes on through. I think Fisher is still going to be able to walk faster than Rich.
Yeah, it is hard to catch the Yone, but Sponge is coming down. We'll take the camp on the way.
Yeah, one slice coming on through, and there is Teddy on his way down as well. In goes Sponge. No ult for Fisher, and my god, the damage. Okay, it's a 607 Neferi now.
Yeah, Sponge just picking up a kill. You know, he killed the Wolves, he kills Fisher, he kills Gromp. Probably couldn't even tell the difference in terms of difficulty.
Maybe he doesn't want to risk the Wolves.
He sees, he consumes, you know?
Yep. Oh man, that was absurd amounts of damage from this doggo.
Yeah. That's one of the things as well with this composition from DRX. You know, some comps you're like, okay, if we outplay this, if we dodge this, dip that, you know, maybe if like a poke Varus doesn't hit his skill shots, they can just auto-attack you at this point and they win. They have a lot of targeted damage in CC.
Yeah.
Honestly, if DRX just auto-attacked and didn't really use abilities, I think my money's still on them at this point.
And it's like, to make matters even worse on that front exactly, it's an on-hit Varus. So that's all he wants to do.
Yeah, he can just shred through, which I think was 100% the right call.
Yep.
You know, we've seen teams go the wrong direction in terms of what Varus they are playing. Here they definitely picked the right one, especially paired with the Brawn, but also into this triple tank front line. He will shred already at this point.
Ooh, Fisher getting on in there. Don't know whether he wants to. And Yukal just going to continue pushing through this top side. The Baron has spawned about 40 seconds ago. And look at all this vision that they set up earlier. Fisher going to have to try and get out of here as 50% of his health just gone. As Sponge is just trying to be frustrating. Gideon throwing some rocks at him, but I don't think that's going to deter this hot dog from getting this work done. Teddy over the wall, just going to help with these Krugs. DRX, they can move back to the Baron whenever they would like. They have a monopoly on vision here towards this top side of Nongshim's jungle, and a hook going to be required to get Lehens out of there. Fleta still hunting, just making sure that they're not able to get a foot in and steal away a red buff, denying that one from Nongshim. Certainly going to be very important as well. Rich is on the bottom side, making sure that there's no split push available here for Kingin or anyone else that wants to be in a side lane. Fisher gets over the wall, knocks up Pleta, and Pleta says, engage on me, please. I would like that. Thank you.
Oh, they have found Yukal.
Yeah, see whether this is going to be an angle. The double knockup comes through from Pleta, though. He just flashes on top of his mid lane. They do not have any damage to take them down, and Rich gets over, finds the Unbound Soul, and Fisher has to flash away. Jiwoo getting taken down so low. He's out of this fight as well, and Kingin is separated from his team. Lehens executed as well, and they are picked apart and mercilessly destroyed. Sponge, looking for it, dashes forward, and there it is.
There's the hot dog.
Yep, Gideon crashes into the wall here, and Teddy just stands his ground. Not going to be dying here. Has the barrier also and picks up the double kill. DRX, they grab themselves a clean ace, and maybe they're going to forego the Baron and just look to end this game.
Looking like we're getting a 6-gamer today, all the way, full distance. Nothing that can be done to defend here.
Nope, lands is up in 1 second's time, but it's not going to save these Nexus turrets as DRX do exactly what Nongshim did to them in game number 1 here in game 2 to bring us to a decider in game 3. And Fearless dictates that it's not going to be this difficult another time for Nongshim as well, but they won't have Gwen this time around.
Yeah, I honestly think we've had 2 one-sided drafts so far in this series. I hope both teams sort of reevaluate and are able to have a closer game 3, a more balanced, fair one. But DRX coming out with a big punch. You know, was a little bit concerned after the game 1. Perhaps Pleta coming back on the stage might not go as smoothly as some might hope, but a good bounce back. And I think, you know, winning a game can sometimes be challenging, but bouncing back from a really rough game 1 can be even more so. And DRX did a great job. Some fans of Sponge who had a pretty fantastic game. Definitely some highlight moments on that Neferi. Neferi top damage.
That's nutty. That's a Varus and a Victor on that squad as well. And of course, it is on hit Varus, so it's a little bit different.
Redeeming the first pick Neferi.
I agree. And that was just a shutout. I know that I think a lot of people probably saw the draft and were like, this is a worry for DRX, but if they had found a snowball in the early game, it would have been equally as unplayable. DRX just finding every angle that they needed to in this one. Time for us to go to a short break, guys. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and we'll have to find out who actually the better team is going to be as we head to Game 3.
야, 쌈일 생각하자. 쌈 봐야 돼 이거. 나 여기서 끌릴게 이거 일부러. 나 걸렸어. 보자. 나칼 탔어. 야, 요네 평타. 요네 딜 못해. 야, 뒤에 산테 얘들아. 괜찮아. 산테 평타. 산테 옆에. 궁거리 주지 마. 우리 산테 볼게. 나 올라간다. 산. 바로 치자. 여기 와볼래 형들아? 야, 나 이거 축가. 요네 노플. 야, 게임 끝내까 보자. 칼리 딸 것 같거든 이거. 야, 왜 노플이야? 야, 나봐줘. 왜 노플로. 해봐. 나 가는 중. 괜찮아. 그랬어. 야, 밑에.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2 where Nongshim did take a little bit of a dive. DRX able to come out on top here on the second game. Not sure exactly how it was able to flip so one-sidedly to the other side.
I think it was mostly Sponge doing the diving actually on DRX.
Okay.
So obviously we've had so many series where the games are stomps, right? Game 1. And if you're not really following the teams, you're not following the LCK, you think, wow, this must be by far the better team. And there's no chance the other team could then just stomp them in game 2. But I think we have...
LCK and Gen.G in game 1, right?
Similar situation,
Why
right?
would you? We already went through that whole... We don't need to bring that back up. It's my birthday. Give me a break.
But I think that in the LCK right now, even some of our weaker teams are so strong and so punishing that if you get even a 2,000 gold lead at 10 to 15 minutes, you can just roll over the game because the punish just isn't going to be there. Remember in that draft 2 as well for Nongshim, they had an all 80 composition that from behind doesn't do a whole lot. So the game looked like a stomp, but it was supposed to be a stomp if they get that lead.
Well, I also do really want to... I think DRX played well. Let me be very clear about that. But there's also some decisions that were made that did not have to be made.
I think they played really well here. They kited for...
It's also just the target selection for Nongshim here is a bit of a mess. And then Sponge with the bait of a lifetime, actually able to sustain up a little bit there. And Jiu, I thought Jiu was back. I'm very, very confident that Jiu is in fact not back yet. He was back for that one series.
That moment too, I mean, all of it, like the Fury goes untargetable, flash over the wall. He grabs his support and he's like, we are killing him. Yeah, well, this is even, I don't even.
What are we doing?
Yeah, well dying.
Oh, Jim, you were so clean.
Fisher ended up finding himself 2 levels down, and Rich was having a fun time. This was...
It's Brom! It's Brom!
Yeah.
Why are you guys yapping?
Wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more.
No!
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. We did get this for the highlight pack.
What would you call this an attempted steal? Or
I don't think we need to give it a name.
A 1v1 to outplay attempt?
I don't think we know what we're doing. I don't think Gio knew what he was doing. As they go in and there's no damage.
Maybe it was a Nefiri learning experience.
I think that's...
The reason why I think we're having a lot of fun with this is because if we didn't just come off Nongshim having what... This was Nongshim and LCK where I think they played it a lot more fast and loose. It'd be a little bit better. But Nongshim used to play a beautiful game of League of Legends. And then you're even slightly behind and it's just like...
I guess
hands off the wheel. Let's see what happens.
A little bit of a defense for them, although the plays didn't work out. That some of them, especially that attempt to chase and the Fury, almost worked out. And when your comp does not scale very well, and you're already in a kind of losing position, I guess you feel priced into hyper, double, and then triple down in some of these plays. But obviously, when it doesn't work out, you look very silly.
And you're fronted, but like I know Callista doesn't have the reputation of crit skill, but in a comp like this, she can skill well. You have Cassandre, Skarner, and Yone.
I remember when Chronicler told me we were watching this fight that Nongshim win these.
Yeah, he literally
did
said
in
that.
fact say like there's no way
right here.
How did he think Sponge would die here? Chronicler, you're supposed to be the analytical commentator. We already witnessed him go untargetable and survive last time, and you're sitting here telling me that Lehens could have autoed him and killed him? I think he probably could have autoed him more time and killed him.
That maybe we, do a little bit of a drive towards the turret that is there instead of into the wall that we don't hit. No can do.
No.
They wanted a 6-gamer as well.
There was a chance. There was a chance.
It's my birthday. I'm getting 6 games.
We're
going
birthday.
straight into Park State.
Let's talk about the fearless bans that we have here. So we've already exhausted the Azir and the Victor.
And the Gwen and then the Fury.
Yeah.
And the Cassandre. A lot of big picks gone here. Pretty much every pick on this
Callista.
is top tier. Yeah, Varus, Callista gone.
Ashen
The 80
F.
carry pool is going to get interesting in the first 6 bans.
Ezreal is a big one for sure.
Yep, we're gonna probably see like Jace is gonna be banned. That one is a bit of a no-brainer. Vi's gonna be banned. But outside of that, I think there's a lot of different windows. And Teddy, in Bloodline game number 1 didn't quite get it done. This game, they looked awesome. Blood actually having a great impact on the Brom. But it was Sponge, right? And Sponge, we were talking about it earlier actually, to me is such an interesting jungler because I feel like he either has no impact at all or he's like like he's carrying games. If he would start every game with 2 kills, I think DRX would be the top of the standings. Well, they don't. But I think if he can maintain that level of consistency and learn how to play from behind, sky could be the limit for this team.
I think the most important thing for me going into this final game is Prio. Both of these games feel like they were really heavily influenced by Prio, and the junglers utilizing it incredibly well. So we'll see what Nongshim has planned for blue side.
It is going to be interesting to watch these drafts because it did feel like, you know, game one was a bit rough for DRX, but they turned it around. Great draft from the blue side. We are going to have Nongshim moving over to blue, and we'll see if that does help them out. But guys, we'll hand it back to Atlas and Ox right now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there. I could see that Chronicler's birthday went from being amazing to being a little bit less amazing, as Nongshim did not manage to win very many of the fights in the last game. But there is, of course, always game number 3. The 6-game banger here today to round out the second week of LCK 2025. You love to see it. Always want to go the distance. And as we said before, that Hercules song always saves it, no matter what.
It does. It's peak, honestly, as we discussed before. There is a DRX fan saluting. Not sure what the context is. He's still hoping for the Heimer.
Yeah.
I would love it. It'd be a banger, but might be hoping for longer.
Oh, wait. Can we get a Jinx? That's a little bit more likely, in theory.
I like the recalibration on signs is always great from the 2-0 to the 2-1.
We just saw him, like, in that moment, give up on the fact that Heimerdinger is what he wants. It's like, I want a more achievable goal. We've seen quite a few 80 carries already picked. Maybe we will just have time for a Jinx. That could be the case. I mean, Jiwoo and Teddy are both Jinx connoisseurs, so you never know. You might be able to get that one. And look at how happy Teddy looks.
You know what? I think the problem is...
What's that?
Normally we have 80 carries banned, like Varus and Kalista, and then we also have 80 carries picked, and that's when you get to things like the Jinx. But because Varus and Kalista were left open, we're probably not going to see any 80 carry bans.
Yeah.
And we'll probably just see what's left over being picked up in the rest of the draft. Talia coming out as the first ban from Nongshim again, denying that one.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, no, misclick.
It was supposed to be a Teemo ban, and unfortunately they fat-fingered it. And that would have been a costly mistake.
Well, Wolf just said in the space he was talking about Prio being important. You ain't getting Prio against a Teemo.
That's true.
Well, you can with some champions, but a lot of them don't.
If they don't pick a champion that can get Prio against Teemo, like Garen, for example, then it would have been a problem. Teddy's headset has stopped functioning correctly, and so we are just going to make sure that his audio is all sorted, and then we can dive back into this draft one more time. How important is it that Teddy knows what's going on in the draft, though, really?
As an 80 carry,
like, everyone knows what he plays, right? He's been playing for years and years.
Yeah.
May as well have just done it.
Yeah, could have just gone ahead. I think the thing that we're talking about is some of the big picks that are left open. So, Jace and Rumble, the 2 big top laners that were banned last game, but obviously are potentially open in this one if they don't get banned. The Vi still hasn't been played, the Sejuani, and the Ahri Talia. I think those, you know, well, those were bans in the last one, but those are all like the super high prio picks that I feel like are left open and available. In terms of 80 carries...
Whoa. That was a little bit scary. That's all right. Oh, can we read it? No.
Yeah, so in terms of 80 carries, there's still like the Ezreal, Corki, Jhin. There's still those which have been left available, so I feel like getting one of those priority carries.
Hello.
Pretty important.
Hi, everyone. The last sign did say Teddy, but that's all I got. That says Lehens.
Does it say Lehens, or is it Lehens?
G-Sun's in my ear just asking me to read stuff, and I know that that's Lehens.
Okay, that's good.
What's the next test? What's the next test? Bring it on. I'm ready. Show something. All right, here we go. Ikoman. Chua. I don't know what the first word is, but the last one is like it. That's DRX win.
And it's got a picture of SpongeBob.
Yeah, Beongjun. And I think that's Sponge's name. And I knew that Ji-sun actually cut me off, and she said that was Sponge's name, but that was I did manage to read that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it was Teddy's name.
I like this. We can just do like Korean lessons in the pause. I think that's really, really fun. That's Sponge.
Yeah.
I know that bit. Next one. This is exciting. I think we're doing like player shots and stuff like that. Ji-sun can't actually control what's happening on in here, like in LoL Park itself. So we need to wait for the fan signs before we can do the test.
Yeah.
A little bit further. But I'm really looking forward to what the next one's going to be.
This would be a lot less fun if we actually were proficient in Korean.
I know, but it's so much better because we have absolutely no idea what's going on. It's Gideon. I can read that one. I can read that one.
Logitech on his arm. Yep.
Size of what?
Size of
open bracket, close bracket.
It's left blank.
Yeah, what is it? Oh, wait, here we go, here we go.
Oh, that says Teddy.
All right, Teddy Bear, Whiting. And Body Bear, no. That's the volley bear, no. It's the no volley bear, it's a
Teddy bear. Teddy bear fighting.
Yeah, and that's bear is just bear. That makes sense. Sometimes Konglish really gets me. Oh god, this says Nongshim at first. And that's Sponge's name again, and then Nongshim again, and then that's a dude. Hey guys, these guys are really nice actually. Like I spoke to them because they're just on the edge where we walk up. And they said hi, and they were really lovely.
That's great. They just have an LCK sign.
Yeah, it's
always been SpongeBob.
Sponge fans!
Yes!
Always
LCK Sponge speaks.
And that's Kingen. And then Lehens.
So, I see Lehens.
Yeah. Kingen and Lehens are once again also here. Fisher, Gideon, and Jiu are also there. Man, this is taking a while. We are actually getting a fair bit of learning. We might be fluent at the end of this.
Maybe by the end of it.
G-Sun obviously now says
and the problem is, right, we haven't done enough. It's not going to sink in.
Yeah.
So we'll have forgotten all this by the next time.
Yep.
If we'd hit in fluency, it would have been sorted.
My favorite thing is I'm like reading the chat and everyone's like, I learned Korean from LCK. You didn't, but we did learn how to at least sound out some words, and that is very easy to do. If you do want to learn how to read Korean, much easier than anything else. Any other language, it is obscenely easy. So you can just spend 5 minutes on a Talk to Me in Korean video, and it works very, very well. Anyway, Talia and the Ari both
Do we just get like... No, the sound's different. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's instantly bucking the trend.
I mean, yes,
often
different from the last games. It's not different from the last draft because that would be illegal. We only got Talia.
Yes, so I think the thing that's interesting is Sion we have to see picked into Jace. And now I think DRX
have to ban Jace.
But if you ban Jace, Rumble's open. So they just go with the Vi.
Oh, wait, but then... All right, so it's getting either Rumble or Jace.
See, I actually don't think the Ryze was that good because I think if they banned... Jace, then Nongshim have to ban Rumble, and then you get Sejuani. But now I think Nongshim just banned Sejuani. I mean, so DRX banned Sejuani, other way around. DRX, I think you ban Sejuani, and you let Jace Rumble be traded. Don't give them Sejuani.
I think they always take the Jace in that instance, though. Is Rumble good enough?
That comes down to Rich.
And also, Kingen likes Rumble more. So the Sejuani, like you say, definitely the highest priority. I agree.
So it's Jace, and then you get the Rumble. That ends up being the trade.
And the funny thing is, I would much prefer Kingen to be playing Rumble, and I'd much prefer Rich to be playing Jace.
Yeah,
but based on the players.
They'll take the favor of the matchup.
Yep.
But still, Nongshim deciding they want to free up the top laners and move a little bit of a different direction with some of those bans. You're not pressured to take the Rumble right now. You can leave it to 3. Interesting to go for the Lilia here, considering... Again, maybe they want to go in a different direction, but I feel like if you're going to take the Rumble, you don't want to Rumble Lilia as that... I mean, the ult combo well, but it's a lot of AP.
Yeah, this is not my favorite either. MF has already been picked, so it is just going to be the Corki locked in.
So I actually think this Corki could be a really heads-up pick, because we saw it earlier flexed, and they have the potential to do that here. Potentially an 80 carry that you can bring out, or a mid laner that has an 80 damage profile. Oh, and Nongshim looking at the Nico Nocturne. That is a deadly combo. Orianna Nocturne, also a deadly combo.
This one can be messed up, and we haven't necessarily seen it be super effective. But the Orianna Corki, wow, a matchup. A tale as old as time. Almost as uninteresting as the Corki Azir. As there is that Rumble you were talking about. And it doesn't break the sleeps, so I guess there's that to talk about if the Equalizer does come down. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Does the initial damage break sleep? Do you need to be able to get the sleep to go off and they're just walking on the Equalizer?
So. I think it's just I think it's all dot, so I think it's fine.
All right.
I'm pretty sure you can just drop it on top.
So a fair bit of comboing between these squads right now.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where this Corki goes. That is the only flex that we've had from either of these teams. Whereas Nongshim kind of face up. And now looking at the bot lane picks. Again, I think DRX now going forwards in the draft to the advantage because they have counter pick and they have that 4th pick. I don't want to see what we've seen in the previous 2 games, which was the 4th pick fumble, or you blind that 4th pick and get counted. That being said, if they do ban Elise here, and then maybe something else ranged, they could end up in a position where they're not punished so hard. Maybe there's a scenario where you're in a blind pick. But there's still a lot of engaged supports left available, right?
Yeah.
There's still your Rel, your Alistar, Leona. I don't think you're locked into really early prioritizing something in here. Although Alistar does well into Leona and Rel, so maybe the Alistar's the prior. But if you take Alistar and they pick a ranged support, you're kind of cooked.
Well, the Ziggs is actually going to be the takeaway. That is odd. I wasn't expecting a Ziggs angle here, given the Orianna that was already in position with AP.
I think it's a Xayah. I think Nongshim should ban Xayah right now. Ziggs really good in Xayah, but also Xayah into Noct and Orianna, one of the few AD carries who can survive it. If you have a Noct and Orianna combo, you often want to ban Ezreal Xayah here, so I think they will take that away, and they do.
Nice.
A good move there.
And now the picker, I'd kind of like just a Rel. Like, I wouldn't mind it.
I think the only problem, if you take Rel, they take Alistar, and Alistar, Orianna, Nocturne.
True, Alistar's still up.
And Alistar's still good into the Rel. I think if you're going to pick a support here on 4, it should be Alistar. I like the Kai'Sa for 2 reasons. One, I mean, it's a crit. Actually, the problem is it's a crit Kai'Sa, but you can build a Zhonya's and feel less bad about it. This might be a game where you need to.
Yeah.
The only problem is your lane matchup into the Jhin feels a bit rough. They go the Zeri instead. Zeri, Alistar, really good pickups. And now, you know, Pletter's been fantastic on Rel, undefeated so far this year in Challengers, but a lot of people favor the Alistar matchup.
Oh, Blitzcrank would be fun.
It would be fun.
Hitting a Zeri with a Blitzcrank hook.
I think Rel makes the most sense with the composition. You need someone to set up the dive. You need someone to set up that AoE damage from the Lily and the Rumble.
Still just feels so hard, because like you were saying, like, the Rel locked in on 4 would have then been immediately answered. And I did sort of, like, I was thinking about Pletter being so good on the pick. But like you say, into the Alistar and into the options that Nongshim have right now, it just feels dicey. And you can see, yeah, I imagine that DRX is going to have to finagle their way into a positive position in this game. Maybe some funny business, maybe some shenanigans.
I think,
yeah.
I think Nongshim have a lot of strength, right? You have the combo of the Orianna Nocturne, you have the follow-up from the Zeri, the Alistar. That trio is so strong. The Jace also good in lane. A lot of positives for Nongshim coming out of this draft. I think they did well with their blue side. On the other side, you know, I think in isolation, the draft from DRX is fine. It's just, I feel like Nongshim have come out better. But like, you have the Kai'Sa Rel is a strong combo. You have the Rel for Pletter, which you know he's been very proficient on. And the Rumble and the Lily, if they get the ball rolling, you know, a lot of damage. If you're diving into like the sleep, the equalizer, you can definitely get a lot of return damage coming through.
Yeah, that guy's wondering where something is, but that is the extent of what I could read. Yeah, Nongshim fans, I think pretty happy that Nongshim went back on the blue side. I think that their draft, like you say, looks cohesive. We've seen Jace be so incredibly strong, especially today. Really does seem nigh unbeatable. She very early on certainly demonstrating how strong it can be. So now, in the hands of King in here, we'll see whether it once again has such a performance. It feels like there's some synergy here as well, as the color coordination looked pretty good across the board. This hodgepodge, a bit of a rainbow, is absolutely fine, and you obviously have to take Jackie Love's skin. Let's dive under the rift for game 3.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, man. DRX fans extraordinarily loud as Rich is almost just dead. He flashes. I feel like they were already kind of backing away at that point in time, as now Pletter dives in on towards Jiwoo. And the Ignite already employed, as Yukal's already here as well. And Teddy is going to join in. Down he goes, first blood, picked up by Yukal. And the woes of Jiwoo continue.
Just as I was saying, this is a really bad start for Rich, losing your flash in a lane that's already Jace favored. And then Jiwoo just flat out dies.
Hey, Jiwoo didn't lose his flash though, he only lost his life.
Yeah, I still think that Yukal definitely appreciating that. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time to recall and maybe pick up. To be honest, I don't think you can pick up much anymore from First Blood Gold. When they added the feats of strength. I was thinking of Cole, but I don't think you get the 400 anymore. It's only 300, so...
Yeah, I think you can almost... You get boots, you could get a longsword, or you could just decide to get nothing and just go back to lane.
So, yeah, good play from Pleta coming out to answer what Lahens did. Both supports being proactive level 1. I feel like the impact is going to be felt more, though. Despite it being a whole kill from DRX, I think the impact is going to be felt more from for Nongshim, because that flash advantage over Rich, you know, pinging with the electrocute on JC is looking to pressure this lane. You're going to feel that for the next 5 minutes, whereas...
I think Fisher's still feeling it.
I don't think you can really blame Jiwoo for this, though, because Yukal hasn't backed. He hasn't bought anything, you know?
yeah.
This is just Corky.
You can still blame him for Yukal having the extra 400 gold.
After he recalls, then you can blame him.
Yes.
So that's what Fisher should do, you know? If lane goes badly, just wait for the recall, and then when it goes badly again, then you blame Jiwoo.
Goes and picks up his orb, and that is going to eventually even out this trade, as Yukal is through most of his mana already. And honestly, I think Yukal can play kind of recklessly here because he wants to be going back as early as possible, right? To make sure that he has that advantage as soon as he can. And so trading with Fisher so that Fisher is more inclined to go home as well is certainly going to be important. So he's drank his potions, and he is
honestly
to maybe even look for one now. There it is. So Yukal going home.
Fillable tier. I feel like that'd be such a good pickup. Actually goes to Dagger instead and gets a health potion. So I guess he had a bit more money than I thought. But in this situation, gets the tier and is going to be able to push this wave in just before Yukal shows up.
Yep, Yukal is able to purchase a tier himself, but does not have that extra dagger worth of
I'm not really
stats.
Rating the dagger value that much in these early trades.
Hey, it depends. Like, if you get an extra auto attack off in said trade, then you've done an extra auto attack's worth of damage in the trade.
So true, actually.
Yeah. I thought I couldn't be faulted there. That being said, don't necessarily understand whether the value is going to be too massive. Teddy and Pleta still playing pretty aggressively here towards the bottom side. Jude still licking his wounds from that earlier death.
So a reminder, we got to see stats at the start of the series. Pleta 9-0 on Rel so far in 2025.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
So definitely his best champ right now, despite the matchup that is, a lot of people's opinion, favored towards Alistar. I do think we've seen really rough times where Alistar's completely bullied the Rel, but I do think it's not one of those matchups. Like last game, we had Nautilus and a Braum that never feels fun.
Yeah.
This is definitely, like, there's ways you can play around it.
Yeah, I feel like you have to... Yeah, and you have to really, like, make the right calls. It's about who has the right abilities off cooldown at what times and things like that to make sure that, you know, the Alistar can get ahead.
Yep.
It's just basically crash down and headbutt work well for Alistar.
Yes, they do.
You know, that's kind of it. Still going to have Shattering Strike to get a lot of value. And Pleta can set up for the rest of his team, and that's going to be the main thing, right? You can also play around the Alistar as Lahens and Jiwoo looking to try and turn this. They couldn't quite decide who they wanted to kill.
Yeah, you see neither support actually got what they wanted there. Pleta was trying to Q through Lahens and also hit Jiwoo, but was a bit short. And then Lahens was like, I'm going to go for Teddy, but wasn't quite in range. So they kind of just both ended up hitting the other support, and nothing really came from it. But I love that we're in game 3 and both supports are really testing, trying to prod and poke and find an angle to punish. They're not just kind of sitting there and farming and waiting for things to happen.
And now DRX, with their jungler present, looking to try and make something happen. There is the sweep on the ward.
I also think
able to grab that money.
It's actually interesting. The more you fight in lane, not only does it like get people's health lower, but also it makes it easier to set up for a gank. Because if you just play lane all passive, and then as soon as the jungler's there, you're like up in their faces, it's very obvious.
Yeah. As Rich getting taken down very, very low. That's using the last of the blue stuff here on King inside.
Yeah, I think Rich should be able to clear this wave out. Is close to level 6 as well, which is kind of a cheat for the Rumble that you can just use that to kind of clear away. Now, we have got the recall coming out from the Hens. He's making a move already towards the Grubs. That is going to be a little late, but does help secure the shove for Teddy.
Yeah, pretty late as well as far as any sort of swap is concerned. Oftentimes we see it at around 5 minutes or it's already 6 minutes.
This
both
feels
AD
like
carries are still bottom lane.
This feels like a bit of a security swap because they're already on the Grubs. You know, doesn't look like there's going to be any contest from our perspective, but it's just like in case they come over, I want to be there to back you up. And it looks like Sponge will just trade for the Dragon on the other side. He's actually getting very low on this Dragon, but does manage to finish it off. Chemtech again, so no Chemtech Soul, which always makes you feel good about the potential for a good soul. And Pleta is covering.
Yeah, is that going to be enough?
I think it will.
All right, well, Hebapolv is going to connect there onto Rich as Splitter gives away his position, but also tells Nongshim to get the heck out of there.
And this is like a flip of game one where we saw Platter trying to be proactive and then Lehens would be under the tower like, no, you have to leave. This is just the reverse, where Platter is the one blocking Lehens from playing the game and having a fun time with his top laner.
Yep, you can see both AD carries making their way towards bottom side, but it's going to be Teddy that gets there first. BF sword in hand, as well as those double daggers, and Jiwoo did manage to get to a BF sword himself.
Yep.
And you can see the gold lead between the two AD carries is actually not that big. That's because all that gold lead is on Yukal over Fisher, despite the fact that the CS is relatively close.
Yeah, seen a bit of a lead with Kingen over Rich. Not really a surprise, kind of expect it from this matchup. Ninja Tabby, plated steel caps coming out from Rich.
I think you can still say Ninja Tabby.
Still say Ninja Tabby?
You sound cool, like you're cultured.
Yeah. If people don't know that, then, you know, you gotta look in the... It wasn't that long ago, you know, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
It really was not that long ago.
Wasn't it, though? I mean, Ninja Tabby was... They would change... Like, what about the dodge version of Ninja Tabby?
That was a long time ago. Didn't people... Wasn't that like a thing with Jax?
Yeah. You take all the dodge runes and Ninja Tabby and you have like 50% dodge.
What a weird
That was
mechanic.
when Counter-Strike was way different as well.
Yeah.
Where you could activate it based on how many times you've dodged. Stuff like that. It was super strange.
Very... Past look at some of the League of Legends things is kind of crazy.
And you needed a specific rune page, and you needed to like spend currency on all of the runes.
I remember when you started to buy rune pages, because I had this rune page I saved up for, and it was full Magic Pen, and guess what champion I ran it on?
Who?
Tom Kench.
Oh, that'd be sick. Your Tongue Lash would do so much damage. And Rich is going to have to flash. He gets out of the way, and Lehens tramples him, but he is going to be able to make it back towards his turret.
Yeah, it was a trade of flashes there. Lehens does activate his Hex Flash, that's nice, but not able to actually catch Rich out. Was trying to set up his top laner. And now they're going to look for a dive onto Jiwoo. He does know it's coming, he should just back off. It should just be plates. But this is kind of the cost of Lehens making these roams top. Rich nearly has his ult. 8 seconds, this is so rough.
Well, there's the paranoia, and yep, he's just dead. So no way in. Just needed to sack that wave, I think.
Yep, and if his ult was up, he could have just ulted the wave, but it's just coming up now.
And he could have even like left the first few minions, stayed in Fog of War, and then pressed it. Maybe, you know, Gideon would have spotted him because he was heading towards that brush anyway. But still, just felt like heading over towards that turret was just a bit dangerous.
Yep, seeing some different investments coming out from the two teams. DRX trying to put some gold in the pockets of Teddy. Nongshim putting gold in the pockets of Kingen. And I know Rich feeling pretty rough right now on that Rumble. Yeah, the Magic Pen Tom Kench, level 1 Q, did so much damage.
Oh, yeah.
Back when he was a support, just whacking them with the tongue.
And also, like, that was a great rune page to have. Like, Magic Pen was the highest value because you couldn't get it from many other places.
Exactly.
It was like haunting guys in Sorks. Like, that was the only
thing. Is, like, a lot of champions, even if they're not necessarily AP heavy, like, you're not going to build AP on them. Just the magic damage, the flat magic damage, the Magic Pen had so much value. There's also, because that was when Ardent Sensor meta. Everyone had to buy all the gold generation runes because that was part of the tech.
Yep.
To maximize the Ardent Sensor rush.
Yeah, and then there were certain back timings that you had to be utilizing as well to make sure that it all worked.
Buying pink wards was illegal. If you get flamed by 80 carry if you ever dared to buy a pink ward instead of the Ardent Sensor.
Yeah, because your build was was their damage potential.
Literally.
Oh.
And the healing as well was the absurd thing, you know?
Yep. Oh, what a time to be alive. I made so many bad decisions, though, when it came to buying runes. As flash forward here from King and gets on top of Rich. The equalizer goes down as Gideon wants to come on over, and yeah, Rich is just dead. Sponge, not going to be able to find anything here. Even spins around on the spot. It was a cute pirouette, but not going to actually get you anything.
This is not good for DRX. Top laner going down. Not quite a solo kill, but Kingen just able to jump on him and force the play.
Oh, wow. Lehens just coming out of nowhere. Has the ulti available. Flash out from Sponge, tries to create some distance, but it's not going to work. And even the turret loses interest in the cow. Got a couple of minions left as well. As now teleport coming in. Pleta, can you find the angle? The Magnus Storm is up, and he flashes over the headbutt. That was so sick from the young support as down goes the cow. That's Rich on the board now as well, as they're even looking for more. Kingen going to be avoided, and the Void Seeker does not get there. Fisher's in the mid lane, kind of by himself, but Sponge grabbing his first item, and DRX, I mean, I think that was a good enough band-aid to get them back into this game.
Just tragic if the Void Seeker hit, or maybe if Teddy was a bit closer when the play happened. If he was able to kill Kingen, that would have been a big influx of gold.
Wow, as soon as he was in vision, he's like, we're killing him.
Yep. A little bit close before the Nocturne shows up, but then here, you can see Kingen, sorry, not Kingen, Teddy just a little bit later to move on the map. I think Sponge should have just slept. He was trying to hold it until later, until he could get all three. Just ended up kind of backfiring because he died first, and then Teddy is just a little bit out of range. The passive's on Kingen right now. Oh, I think it's a Nocturnal actually is the reason he can't ult in. And then the passive timed off. Wasn't the range. That's really unfortunate, but also credit to Gideon for essentially saving his top laner.
Yep, really nicely done. As Kingen looks for Yukal, that's a nice flash as Rich is coming over, but Gideon was chasing him down. There's a Dustbringer to finish it off as well as Gideon. What an incredible day this guy's having as well. Maybe not in game 2, but game 1 was all him, and he picks up a double here at the back end. 1.5k the lead just for the Nocturne. And Fisher is, I feel, the biggest benefactor, as he's just staying in mid.
Just chilling, farming. And I think, you know, something we've praised DRX for in the LCK Cup was the strength of their solo laners. Really dropping the ball here. Yes, Rich is behind. I'm not blaming him for being at a deficit with how Nongshim played, but him and Yukal just both got caught out there, opting into a fight against a super strong Jason that backfiring massively.
Yeah. And I think they see some of the shutdown gold being available. And they say no. Killer Instinct does push Teddy in, but the headbutt immediately gets him out of there. Pleta not going to be able to find the angle, as Teddy completely out of mana as well as Sponge. Now going to get discovered. There's the paranoia. Oh, God. That is just, that doesn't even need to be the good old combo there with the Shockwave paranoia. That is just dead.
Yeah, very...
Why?
I just feel like the top side of DRX kind of having a bit of a mare in this game. Some questionable decisions.
Yeah.
Some good plays from Nongshim that have forced them into questionable positions, and then some where I'm like, did you need to be there? Did you need to try and make that happen? And now, I mean, you look, there's 2,200 gold between top laners, 1,500 between junglers, 630 between mid laners, where basically nothing has happened. And now, the tower goes over to the Zeri, and the one place that had a lead in the AD carry roll, it's gone.
Yep. That's going to be evened out. And so Nongshim find themselves 5,000 gold ahead, which is an absurd advantage that just ballooned kind of in the last 3-4 minutes. That's what it feels like.
I mean, I feel like if a Nongshim fan took a nap after game 1 and woke up for this game,
they would wonder how game 2 got them here.
Yeah, and they'd be like, why is the series still going on? But also, wow, we're playing great.
Yeah, they definitely are. Still, they have to destroy the enemy nexus, ladies and gentlemen. That is what has to happen. Sponge is now looking to grab the second dragon for DRX, which I think is optimistic with a Nocturne. Paranoia unable to be used just yet, so that might actually give DRX the avenue in here. And Teddy comes on over, and that is going to mean Soul.
It's an Infernal Soul, which is...
yeah, so not Soul Point just yet, but one away.
It's nice, but you know which other game DRX got 2 early dragons and had a massive deficit? Game 1. And
that was the not good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, they never saw that Soul.
Well, maybe this is the different game. Maybe this is the one where it's going to work, as Pleta says. Yeah, it absolutely is. There's the Magnet Storm. He pulls Fisher over, and Yukal is going to be able to collect his second of the game.
Getting some good considering how far behind they are, getting these picks is actually really important in clawing their way back. Yes, they lose bot tower, but you know what? They were going to lose that anyway.
They certainly were.
So at least they're getting something, finding something to happen. Unfortunately, they don't get Fisher's flash. I think completely right decision. I think once the ult comes through from Pleta, pretty hard to flash and not get away from it, considering he sped up to you and then flashed himself. But it does mean he's going to have that up again if you try and punish him in the future. Now, Rift Herald is spawning, and I think Nongshim heading over there.
Yep, that's where they're booking it. Kingen and Lens making their way over, as we can see. Having a look picture-in-picture at the replay here, as it was a cute little flash to get out of the flash headbutt pole. And that is why a bunch of those buttons are on cooldown. It's not really on cooldown, though, for Lehens because he has Hex Flash.
It feels like Lehens has beef with Rich, and not just because he's playing Alistair. It generally feels like he's just been kind of picking on them in this game.
Yeah.
And it's been a good investment so far. We'll see what King can do, but a Jace Sisfed is a very scary prospect.
I do think that the Rumble only needs a couple of items to find relevance in teamfights. Base damages are just high, so levels will still be relevant.
Levels do go a long way, though.
Oh, God, look at the gold there. He's double his gold.
Not quite, but not too far away. That statement isn't unrealistic.
Yeah, it looks like that when you have a look at just the length of the bars.
Bar length? Then yeah.
Yeah. You're right, though. The math does not check out. But oftentimes when you do math on stream, that's exactly how it goes.
Yeah. It's the pressure.
Yeah.
It's like when you see people on like those, what are they called? Like the TV shows, the quiz shows, and they just make the biggest fumbles. You're like, I would never make that fumble. I'm like, yeah, but you're not on.
Yeah, exactly. If you had all of that pressure, it'd be a different story. Is the charge going to bypass the first turret because that was already dead? And now in goes Lehens, gets the headbutt back onto Rich. What do you have against this man? He still does get the equalizer down as another Magnetstorm comes in from Pleta, but he unfortunately just does not have any backup. There is no one else here to get anything done. Jiu just explodes with all that electricity and isn't able to get any of the kills on this Zeri, but the rest of the team certainly capitalizing.
Yeah, both supports looking for an angle to engage, and ultimately Lehens goes first, and Lehens' team is a lot stronger.
Yep.
They're able to follow through. 7,500 gold lead, right now for Nongshim. Massive. I think this might end up being the biggest so far.
Yeah, and every single game has been a complete blowout in every direction.
Yep. I think Rich just have to play a bit further back. I don't think it's a big issue if you get comboed, but getting knocked in is terrible. Then here, King is a bit split, but the Nocturne ult is so powerful, not only for killing Sponge, but also how is Kai'Sa supposed to follow up? She can't even ult to the target.
Yep. And it was once again another one of the Paranoia Shockwave combos. And that meant that Sponge had nothing that he could actually do in response. DRX still trying to get out on the map and make things happen, but honestly, their map has become a whole lot smaller than it was originally. Gideon not getting sleepy this time. In fact, I haven't seen a Lilting Lullaby. Feels like all game.
I don't think he's used it yet.
It feels like he's never really had an avenue to.
Yeah, I think he's waiting to try and hit multiple people, but he hits one person and then just dies. And usually the person he's hitting is Alistair, who... Not the most value for using it on Alistair, who can just press ult to remove it.
And we also have Artican spawning relatively soon. It's going to be Ruinous again, just with all the biffo that we saw earlier on in the game. As far as damage done in lanes, of course.
Oh man, Ruinous with Infernal is...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And Nongshim are theoretically just going to stack up 4 of them unless they win before that.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm seeing. All of the money is on the top side of the map. King in 4.1 thousand gold in the lead.
That's such a crazy lead. I mean, look, the items.
Yeah, he's 70 CS up and he's 404.
He's not even just like a whole item up. He's a whole item plus some change. You know, Dirk vs Amptome.
Yep.
It's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, and they're laning against each other, but actually, really, it's just Rich getting bullied is what we're seeing. Thankfully, he has an inner turret to try and protect him. But look at this. Look at how far up the vision is here for Nongshim. They have full control over the enemy jungle, and this is exactly how you win games. Like, look at all the camps that are available on Nongshim's side of the map, but they're never going to be claimed by DRX.
Yep. Yep. Just complete control, shut them out of the game, and keep building up the goal lead. We'll see Sponge able to get these Raptors.
Yeah, there we go.
Will we? Will we?
Well, Lehens is going to try to deny it.
I love how that Raptors take, it feels like a Dragon Steal, you know? It's like, that's how tense it is. Managed to sneak it out. It's like, good job, guys. We got the Raptors. It's like, okay, they're just taking Dragon. Yeah, they don't actually care that much. They just wanted more kills.
We've got pings coming on out towards this top side of the map. King in with a Shock Blast, puts Rich's health bar to half. And he is going to be able to grab a whole bunch of these flowers as well.
You know what? We see so many players just not pick up the flowers and actually walk past them.
Yeah, nice work.
Respect to King in for just soaking them up. 35 flowers now for Nongshim. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's pre-Artican. If they get Ruinous Artican, they're going to have so many flowers.
It's going to be like 60 flowers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, Yukal is just going to leave, and I don't blame him.
Ow.
Wow, even jukes and still gets hit. Feels bad.
It's a pretty big AoE.
Yeah.
Now it's the sort of time where normally we're like, hey, could they throw at this objective? I think DRX need to actually reach the objective for them to be able to throw at it.
Yep, and it's a 3-level lead in the jungle. Huh. That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sponge really has not done a whole lot this game.
He got that Raptor camp earlier.
That's true. He did get that Raptor camp. I apologize. There was at least that. This Otacon, I don't know whether DRX are going to be able to stop it at all. Even getting past this Orianna is going to be enough of a problem as Pleta takes half of his health bar from an attack dissonance combo. Was that a shock blast? Yeah. So Sponge loses half of his health bar as well as they clean up all of these flowers.
Flowers at least.
Yep, they did do that.
65, 66 now in flowers.
What the heck?
That's a lot. That's a substantial number. Oh, but DRX are 5.
Ha. 6. Oh, wait, no, 5. Yeah, you're right. Looking at the wrong stack. Yeah.
That's another thing with you controlling the whole map is you get more flowers.
Or all of the flowers is basically what we're
Well,
saying
not
here.
all, because DRX got 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah, all -5.
Yeah, all -5. It's an understandable pick.
And maybe those 5 were really pretty flowers, you know?
They might have been the better ones. Like
maybe they were Nongshim's favorite flowers, and that's why they're so upset about...
Yeah, and maybe DRX were like, we have the 5 prettiest ones, we don't need to get any more.
Yeah, but maybe Rich picked Kingan's favorite flower, and Kingan just that upset him greatly, so he decided to demolish him.
Well, that would explain it, because that's precisely what Kingan is doing to him this game, as we saw there, based on the gold advantage. 4.1 thousand is still there.
Yeah.
Half the gold lead is just this top side. Yukal transforms his Manamune, and I don't know whether that's going to transform his future. 9,000 gold, 22.5 minutes into this game, and DRX just not looking like they are even capable.
Yeah, Kingan has 3 full items, and Rich has 1.
Yeah, he's got a Fiendish Codex. How dare you? That's a completed component of an item.
They actually nerfed it a while ago. I don't think it gives as much AP as 2 tomes anymore. It's like 35.
Oh,
2 tomes is 40.
Oh no.
It's so sad. Oh, but no, I looked at the stacks in the bottom left and it said I saw the 6 and I was like, wait, they got 6. No, they don't have 6. That's Nongshim. Nongshim is 66. I made the same mistake you did after you made it.
Yeah. It's the cinders. You had a cinder problem.
Wait, yeah, we got the cinders and the flowers. It's double. It's the most stacking you can get.
Yeah, we are stacking a lot. We needed a Nasus in this game. Then we could stack like Nasus and Viga. That would have been the best.
That would have been peak.
Yeah.
Then maybe DRX would have had a chance if the game went on for 3 hours.
Exactly. They also needed to be the team that got all of the things that were stacking, because it's Nongshim that's kind of getting all of those as well.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. And it's all right. Pleta looking for another angle. Yukal coming on down here once again. And there are a couple of members on the top side. DRX could theoretically overload, try and make something happen. There's 1 minute until the Dragon. Not a whole lot down here for them to really fight for, apart from Kingan, who is, you know, a decent amount of money being represented as far as bounty gold. So there is at least that. And this turret is not long for the world as well, if they can actually get a wave towards it. So that might be why they were hanging out down there. Orcs, it just doesn't feel like DRX have much of a chance.
You know, I think it is.
Nancy, is that what it is? Am I just being too pessimistic?
Maybe a little, because we haven't seen the Lilting Lullaby yet. So.
Oh, true.
Okay, picture the scenario.
All right, I'm trying to picture.
5-man Lilting Lullaby.
Okay.
Into 5-man Equalizer, and they all just sit on the Equalizer for the full duration.
Oh.
Then
and Yukal also Valkyries over the top of them?
Yes, and pops his E. Then Pleta follows up with a 5-man Magnet Storm. And then Teddy presses Q.
Got
and then Nongshim turn around and kill them all.
I was waiting for that. And then it's Paranoia Shockwave, everyone's dead.
Yeah. Why did you call Valkyrie when there's Paranoia Shockwave up? Can I just ask?
Yeah, well,
that'd be the question.
Yeah, that would be an odd move. As Lehens is just going to get Sponge out of here. The Baron is getting taken down so incredibly low. There's the Paranoia. Even though the ward is there, it does not matter because they turn the lights off. And now they go in, but the flash does come through. Equalizer comes down. This time, it might be an opportunity as Pleta will be traded for the jungler, but down goes the Alistair as well. DRX, maybe they have them where they want them.
And here's ult.
Rich, yeah, Teddy goes in. He flashes out immediately, though, and now it's Sponge's turn. Can someone please get Sleepy? Never mind. Oh! Already used it, that shock blast. My God, and look at that, like Moses. Jiwoo splits the blue sea, I guess, because it's DRX.
I think Kingan remembered he had a gold lead.
Yeah.
Oh, it was looking good for DRX.
They
Until
still
it
won the
wasn't.
fight, but the Baron is still there under 3. So.
It looked good until Kingen hit a shock blast, and then it no longer looked good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a bit more hope now, though.
And also, you know how there was a lot of damage that didn't happen to DRX? That was mostly because they flashed a lot of things.
Yeah. Are you saying that Flash has a relatively long cooldown and perhaps they won't be able to do that again?
Yes. So they start to pump damage in Lahens. The combo comes in. It's a great flash from Rich. Turn it around. Gideon, he's on Nocturne. He's exposed now. They follow up, and
Pledder is dead.
Poor Pledder.
And the Dragon is too.
Yeah, couldn't flash out of that one.
Well, Voidseeker hit Lahens.
You know what? I think we saw enough in that replay when it looked okay for DRX. We stopped before it started to look not okay for DRX.
Yeah, I think that was good. And then when we went back to live, it looked bad for DRX as well.
Yeah. Teddy hasn't died yet.
There you go.
And you know what name they give Teddy?
The Fountain Laser.
Exactly. So if he starts doing 1,000 true damage per second, I think it's winnable.
Yep. He could also possibly use the Fountain Laser to help him not die when they're killing his Nexus.
Valid.
Yeah. May not actually help them with the outcome of this game, though. That's the big problem, as Yukal is looking to chase down Jiwoo, who just skates over the wall.
You know, I always thought the Fountain Laser built a rapid-fire cannon and could attack a little bit outside the fountain. It would go a long way.
It would. It would, in fact, go the amount of units that a rapid-fire cannon extends your range away.
Yeah, a little bit more useful. Like, you're protecting Boris, and that's it.
Yeah.
Clearly, Boris only pays for his own protection.
And honestly, like, Boris goes away when the game goes away. So if you extend that, then the game doesn't go away and Boris doesn't go away.
Yeah, if the game goes on longer, more gold is generated, and Boris makes more money. So, you could put a finger out a little bit, you know? He could do a bit more. That's all I'm saying.
And all right. Wow, that was a flash invested for what feels like just an extendo beam. As two inhibitors.
That was a Hex Flash.
Oh, it's just Hex Flash.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Splash is out of the fight. If you can really call it that.
Was he ever in the fight?
Yeah.
Let's see. They got to make a miracle engage attempt. Last chance.
There's an equalizer available for Rich. I mean, Pledder does have his Magnet Storm available. Doesn't have his Flash, but he can theoretically go for a Hex Flash or something. Headbutt pulled there from Lahens as the Magnet Storm is now going to be employed, but immediately, there goes the combo right on top of Sponge yet again. They don't manage to finish him off as double kill for Gideon to start this one off. Sorry for Yukal to start it off, but Kingen is actually just a monster. He's the entirety of this team right now in just one champion. He's down to 50%. Yukal does get his health bar back, but the Nexus is naked. And Rich, he also gets his health. That's a big one. And this is a big one as well. Rich goes golden, in goes Yukal, and Kingen gets a shield. Jiwoo, I don't know about that one. You had no more friends left as Shock Blast almost just murders Yukal straight up. But the Nexus, it's still standing, ladies and gentlemen.
They still managed to keep this game alive. I genuinely think, though, if Kingen didn't exist, DRX could win this game.
Yep.
Sadly, he does. They end up getting this trade because the Hen's just trying to stop the engage, and Pledder goes, whatever, let's just trade 1-for-1. You're worth more than me anyway, buddy. They go for this combo, and somehow Sponge, he gets to sleep off and actually survives. Yukal goes in to finish that kill, and then Kingen says, oh yeah, I do 1 million damage.
Yeah. He's done a bit of realizing that throughout.
Yeah. And then this gets a little bit scrappy, you know, despite the fact that DRX are really far behind. There's like a low mana bar on Fisher, the Zhonya's stops Kingen's damage. It's sad they didn't kill him. And then Jiwoo steps a little bit too far and gets toasted. 747 gold for Rich there, by the way.
Hey, that's pretty cool. That's a plane.
It is.
Yeah. So Rich can now afford a Zhonya's. As Gideon might actually get sleepy. There's an equalizer. This is a choke point as Kingen's their target. He's trying to get himself out. He's going to survive. That is so unfair. The Orianna also doing so much work here as he takes down Sponge. Out goes Yukal as well. And these wallets were already way too heavy. And then Nongshim decided they're going to drop them on their heads. Look at this. Kingen's like, no, we are so done with this game. And he's going to come on over and put the last few autos into this Nexus. This was an arduous series on both sides, but Nongshim, they stomped twice. And DRX only managed to stomp once.
Yeah, well, I think we said don't let Kingen get wet. Probably don't let him get Jace. Definitely don't let him get Rumble. Probably don't let him get him best either. Maybe just don't let him get a champion. I think maybe that's the solution. Because let him get Diana. Diana, you should let him have Diana. That's what you needed to do to stop Kingin, because he kind of went crazy mode.
The only man who stops Kingin is Kingin himself.
Yes, Cassante, not feeling it. But the other two picks, he was feeling pretty good, making a big carry performance. Obviously, got some help from the team to set him up there. And DRX, you know, they had two definite rough games, but I think they can be happy. They showed what they could do in that game too. It wasn't all doom and gloom.
Yeah. And I think Gideon, like the desk was saying, our space is really talking him up after game number 1. I think he is absolutely fantastic. Sponge having a very forgettable game on the Lilia. We know that Lilia can be a very, very promising champion. I think that didn't really work. It was kind of a product of the draft, perhaps, maybe?
Yeah, I think as well, I feel like Sponge, to me, is this player who, when he gets a lead, we saw him in the Neferi, but I think he often is quite feast or famine. And he's playing a lot of these picks where they are feast or famine, you know? Lilia went behind, just kind of eased the ball over, went ahead. Feels like she's super speed, demonic, can't touch her.
Yep.
And it just felt like this was such a one-sided series in every game. Despite it being a 2-1, it was just one team stomped, the other team stomped, the other team stomped. I think, like, if you think of the average gold lead at 20, it must have been like 8,000, 7,000 or something, which is insane.
On both sides. So blue side looking very, very powerful. By the way, Orcs, if you have anything in mind, you can add it to a player of the match comment, and that segues beautifully into our discussion of who could potentially be picking it up. I think Kingin's probably the obvious choice, but I want to give it to Gideon. Is that weird?
I think it's a completely fine one. I think Gideon is a pretty good vote. It is not the one I went for. His Poppy was really good. But you know what I voted for?
Kingin.
The boom boom damage.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. He kind of just went nuclear on them. There was some disgusting moments. I also love, like, the thing is, when you're fed, it is easy just to kind of dominate fights, but even that laning moment where he just jumped on Rich's head and stomped him, that was quite great.
Yeah, it was. And honestly, like, it's so weird thinking about, like, player of the match for this one, because you want to give it to the player that played well in all 3 games, but like everyone on Nongshim just kind of got clapped in game 2.
Yeah.
And so it's sort of hard not to think of, oh yeah, but this happened. And a lot of these Orianna combos to come through from Gideon and Fisher did kind of work out. That one, obviously, you could see there, they're like, oh, we nailed it, but then they just kind of died. So that's why this game extended for a little bit longer than it otherwise could.
Yeah, a little bit goofy, but at the end of the day, it is still a Nongshim taking a win. And the only team they've now lost to is, once again, Gen.G.
Yep.
Most analysts are saying rather good.
Rather good is exactly right. And Nongshim now, having lost a game here, have now evened out their scoreline with D plus Kia. So I believe they share second place at this point. If my math is
no, I don't
correct.
think. I think they're lower in game score because they got 2-1. You said they needed 2-0 to equalize.
No, 2-0 to get second.
Oh.
So they could leapfrog, but DK, they it was 1-2, so they didn't get the extra win.
Oh yeah, because
and so Nongshim only go up to 6.
We're doing that thing again.
As far as
doing
game
maths.
score. Yeah, so never mind. Yeah, no, the math is not good. The math is not good. Take it back.
We're doing maths on stream. We gotta win.
I did math on stream.
We need help.
And I made a mistake. I made an error. Unless there is one less loss, but there isn't. So never you mind. They are 3rd place, but they are very comfortably 3rd place ahead of Hanwha Life Esports, which is very impressive.
Some big boom boom damage from Kingin.
Yeah, sometimes, so you know how we say, like, don't vote for the boom boom damage? Sometimes the boom boom damage is so boom boom that you probably should vote for the boom boom damage.
Yeah.
They held on to an 8K gold lead for like 12 minutes. 12 minutes. That's a lot of time to just be dominating.
We're gonna see in a moment. Did we go for the boom
It's
damage?
Gideon!
No, it's Gideon.
Oh my god! I really was expecting the boom boom damage to come through.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Poppy game, he obviously did really well in. I think he obviously had a huge impact in the Nocturne game. We don't talk about game 2. I think it's a fine vote. Honestly, I feel like it's not going to be... I hope it's not going to be only me going for King, but I doubt it is. A lot of
what? There's no chance. Yeah, it'll be like a 50-50 and it'll be a tie break. and then Chronicler voted for Lens or something like that.
It's his birthday.
Kind of like in the first.
Can't
series.
flame him. It's his birthday. You know.
No, I'm not flaming. I'm just saying that like that's probably what happened. But like not that that's a bad thing. Lens
He
had
does
a really
that
good game,
and we love him for it.
Yeah. So I think we can hear from Gideon now as well, which I think is the important part, right? Like, is getting an interview with a player that I think is a real up-and-comer.
Yeah.
That is, I think, very, very fun. Sometimes you want to just hear from Lehens every game because he's just a really good interview. But I want to know why Gideon is looking so much better. And guess what? Deer is going to translate the interview for us right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Gideon on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations!
기두온 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 오늘 승리 짜릿하실 것 같은데요. 승리 소감 들려주시죠.
How do you feel, Gideon?
오늘 좀 긴 하루가 됐는데 그래도 2등을
That was such a long day for us, but
2등을 확정지어서 기분 좋습니다.
네, 승리 진심으로
we're able to win with a 2-1 score and take the sole position of second place, which makes me so happy.
너무 좋아하시는데 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
Oh, it looks like your family is here. So happy to see you win. Yeah, they're my family. They're here on site. I'm able to show them win in front of them, which just feels so great. Gideon, this is your second POM already. It reflects just how much influence you have on the team. So, how do you feel? I feel like my team does really well for me. And, you know, I would say that Lehens is the one that always makes me play better. So, I want to say that I'm grateful for him. So, what's something that you worked on? I think with Lehens, we would talk about a lot of the macro plays. And we would always work on everything that we need to improve on. And in game 1, you had a great top dive setup with Poppy as the front line. So were you the one making the shot calls? You know, I prefer playing dirty plays and making dirty plays with Poppy. So I think that's what I really try to proactively do. And I did make the shot calls. And in game 2, in game 3, you took Jace, Doctrine, and Orianna comp. So can you walk us through the draft? Because we got target banned with the Sejuani ban, I think we really wanted to try to take and prioritize Jace as the first pick. And did you know Caster Prince mentioned that you remind him of Cloud Templar back when he was a player. So how do you feel about this? You know, I really do look up to Cloud Templar and lots of respect to him, and then it's such an honor to hear something like that. And next week, you will face the mighty T1 and Hana Life Esports, and it won't be easy, but with today's confidence and momentum, you guys will do so great. So what mindset will you play with? I believe that Hana Life Esports and T1 are one of the best teams in the world, and it won't be easy, but we will do our best, and all 5 of us will do our absolute best to prepare for that match and hopefully get a good result. And the upcoming Loli Night will feature the bot lane of Nongshim, Jiwoo, and Lehens. So what kind of chemistry can the fans expect? No, Lehens actually treats Jiwoo like his own son. So I think if you can expect something like a father and son type of relationship from those two, it would be really fun to watch. We will be looking forward to watching that Loli Night. And since you have finished the night with a good win, will you be eating some Nongshim Shinramen? Yes, of course. I will finish my night with that. And that's the end of the interview with Gideon, and back to the space. Thank you.
One of the most interesting exits we've had from an interview as Gideon says goodbye and thank you many, many times Definitely an interesting character.
Some say he's still thanking currently on the Korean stream.
If we had the mic open, we'd probably hear him. Game 3 kind of went as we expected.
Yeah, so
right?
it was kind of like around 12 minutes. So it was about a 2,000 to 2,500 gold lead. And then we watched the rest of the game for 20 minutes unfold. The draft that we saw from good old DRX, leaving the Jace open, picking the Rumble into it.
That ain't it.
At the beginning of the year, I remember we were talking about games that could have been emo. This could have been a reel or a TikTok, like this.
As I once said, this could have been a page.
This could have been some short form content, throw some of your current era memes in there. Yeah. I don't know if fellas is like...
Sometimes I wish that game was a dream I had.
Well, guys, we did have a POM of the dream. Let's take a look at the votes. So, Ox decided to go with the fans on this one and vote for the boom boom damage.
I'm not gonna slander Ox because he defended me when Atlas. I mean, Atlas didn't actually try to burn me, but he did a little bit. But he can't actually say that because it's my birthday, and I think he would feel bad. As
I feel like
is fans the new media?
Yes, 100%.
But also, media and fans often
media's gotten much better.
They have a slight alliance. It almost feels like at times. But I was allied with them earlier today, so I can't really talk smack. But I think that if you're the boom boom damage guy, the guy who got the boom boom damage guy fed by stacking his lane repeatedly and diving Rich and taking him out of the game, that might be where I'd personally be looking, but that was me.
For game 3,
and everybody else except media and Ox.
For game 3, I think Kingen did actually Kingen did do a lot more heavy lifting. But game number 1, he was just getting spoon-fed by Gideon, who I think did a great job. And as we mentioned, is the biggest part for me, the Nongshim thing. Just get consistent, guys. And I'm looking at 80 carry, and I'm looking at mid lane. You guys are kind of the problems as, I don't know. GG, well played.
Won perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same. They did win, which...
In the games that they won, Gideon was the reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was. I personally thought that Gideon was Giddy Online 10.0 with fiber.
None of the kids in our chat know what this is even referring to.
Wait, what does it mean? What does it refer to?
It's AOL Online.
It's your comment!
What? You're the one who said it. I thought you knew.
Yeah, it is an America Online reference.
With fiber, yeah.
Yeah, because America Online was dial-up for most of the time.
It was actually America's Online, I think it was. Super Carry Kingen, as I think Ox kind of just, his vote was weird. His decision.
He's still there.
Someone's still.
I think it's just. I think they're just packing up.
They're lurking in the shadows.
Some final slandering. I could see some fist. I think I saw some fist shaking there from Ox.
I mean, and also his comment is so low effort. Like it's almost like he had to cast 6 games today or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a long day, huh?
I had a great birthday. I really got what I wanted. DK didn't win. We got a 6 game.
Oh, hey, look. Coco giving, so, this is essentially
it's actually just Ox slander, to be honest.
Go targeting Ox.
Hold on, any others? Let's see what else we got in here.
What's next? What's the next comment?
He's like, I set everything up for you, too. What was that game, too? All right, anyway, we got one more, right?
I really enjoyed getting.
That's a late palm comment.
Wow.
But yeah.
Actually got that one in, though.
Really
That's pretty impressive.
His love on the broadcast.
Damn production.
Cool. Ramen hits different when you've got a jungler like this. Yeah, see? Okay, we're all on the same page. Outside of Ox and the chat.
Votes. Yeah.
Well, guys, sometimes, especially when you're casting, you get distracted by the shiny thing. Kingen's damage bar was the shiny thing.
Look, it basically wasn't a real game. By the end of that, like when you hit 30 minutes, you kind of forgot what happened at 12 minutes, and you're like, wow, that Jace is doing a lot. That X-Champion is doing a lot. There's a lot of boom boom. It's probably that guy's got 12 kills or whatever the score is, which
remember
I don't
when they almost lost 2 fights in a row? When they were up.
Nope. I don't remember that.
There was a little bit
of
gaming happening there for just a second.
Yeah, guys, we have some some best ceremonies of the week. This is going to be a lot more fun to talk about. Let's see who's got the best ceremony from this week. A Showmaker, he's got the football reference. Chronicler, take it away.
I do not know anything about football.
I don't know anything about this.
I'm a bad European.
He's got a little twitch going on. I thought he was just trying to pose for a photo, personally, but let's see what this was. This one is for Vikla. I don't remember.
I remember this. The guns out.
Oh, he did the thing that we did with Hype on when Hype was on the space with the interview.
BNK, the Giga Chads, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be the fan favorite.
I think this is number one, actually.
This is
definitely leading.
It's Peanut being cute.
I think
you can't beat that.
It's hard to beat that.
He never
You
does
only have
that.
3, so there's not a lot. Although I did, at the time when it happened, Showmaker's one was the best for me. I didn't understand the reference, but I thought it was cool he was being a robot.
I think if they put bro emotes in the chat, it's a vote for Vikla based on the pose. Just for the judges out there.
It's Peanut.
It's Peanut for me too.
Peanut.
I can't quite.
I want to go for Showmaker. Yeah. You can't reach?
Yeah, I could reach that. I did.
Ugh. Okay, there it is. Yeah, Showmaker. There you go. So apparently it was soccer player Jamie Vardy's mannequin ceremony. I didn't write soccer. Don't blame me. Let's take a look at the standings now after that best ceremony. Nongshim doing pretty well here at the end of week 2.
I'm surprised they didn't put the 3 of us after they showed the votes for the POM on the best ceremony.
Yeah.
We did do a great job. Very proud of us.
Anyway, yeah. Nongshim moving up to 3-1. Just one game behind D+.
Only loss was to Gen.G. For Nongshim, obviously, the little downside that they're still going to face off against a lot of the other good teams. Early weeks, so everything is still very much in flux. Really, again, and I want to keep repeating this, the most impressive part is that Gen.G have faced DK, Hanwha Life, T1, and Nongshim. Gen.G is still going to face off against every team on the right.
Oh boy, and we've got some big matchups for you in that vein, Chronicler. Gen.G up against BNK, match 22, and Saturday Showdown. Gen.G.
Okay, but Bro did beat them.
Yeah.
Last time they met, they 2-0'd them. That did happen.
Well, look, you can think about it this way. Gen.G has already done the Legend group. Now they're just taking a trip through Rise group, you know?
You know what?
Just a little spin.
You know what I'm looking towards?
Seeing what it's like on the other side.
Is that KT versus DNF game. Pioshik versus his old team. I feel like KT have looked so much better. I think they're going to look a lot better against Bro as well.
Yeah,
which feels like that is the match that you'd go into with complete confidence as a KT fan. And is that not the perfect place for DN Freaks to pick up their first win?
I also feel like Nongshim Hanwha could be pretty fun. I mean, obviously Hanwha looking like a much stronger team. They did take out T1 pretty one-sidedly, but I do feel like Nongshim could play some close games there. Could be wild and crazy.
I'm looking at T1 Nongshim. That game is actually, that one goes really hard. I think that is going to be very competitive.
It's a great week.
That might be the closest match we have. We do have, of course, Challenger League Week 3 as well. You can check out that schedule online. Should be a lot of fun. And we'll see you guys next week. Was a lot of fun this week at the LCK. Have a good night.
makes me stronger.